I didn't. This is going great so far.
Thank you for joining us. That's the end. We're done.
Oh, this is gonna go real well.
We're not doing a Sunday evening unwind tomorrow, so we're like, let's do it now.
Well, actually, what happened was I was drunk on Twitter and decided to do an AMA, and you texted me and you were like, why are you doing this on Twitter instead of doing it on YouTube?
Yeah, let's do it.
And you weren't wrong.
Okay. We already got a question. Favorite working director?
I mean, that's very easy for me. It's always going to be Steven Spielberg. Just because I'm a big fan of the bird, or the beard, however you want to call him.
Did you call him the bird?
The Berg.
Oh, the Berg. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, or the beard.
He's not Big Berg, PJ.
No, he's definitely not Big Bird, though that would be awesome. But Spielberg has made some of my favorite movies of all time, as you guys know. I just think he's such a fantastic filmmaker, and I'm just a fan. You know what I mean? Like, just someone I look up to, man. Like, good director. I could watch anything he does. My favorite Spielberg movie is Raiders of the Lost Ark. My second favorite Spielberg movie is Jurassic Park. But, I mean, you could make an argument for literally almost everything he's made. Unless you're The Lost World, then you sit in a corner and you think about what you did.
Your dogs are very passionate about The Lost World.
Yeah, I agree.
Because when you said the Berg, and I heard the bird, I pictured... Wait, it's loading. Wait.
Uh-oh.
Bear with me.
Mabel, why are you being weird?
Bear with me. I pictured this.
Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
You've never seen that before?
No.
It's one of my favorite gifts of all time.
That is incredible. Number one.
My favorite working filmmaker is Paul Thomas Anderson.
Oh, I knew that was coming.
I mean, Magnolia is my favorite film of all time. If I was forced to pick a second favorite, that's tough because I would be torn between Punch Drunk Love and Phantom Thread.
Sure.
Both of which I think show off his incredibly unique dark comedy and his like cynical but also hugely romantic worldview. And watching both of those movies, especially Phantom Thread, knowing that he's with Maya Rudolph, makes it all the more delightful. But of course I love Spielberg. I mean, Spielberg's one of the greats of all time.
I mean, I know mine seems like the obvious answer, but also, like, it's so fitting for me if you know who I am.
Sometimes people are like, well, that's a stereotype or that's a cliche. Yeah, it's a cliche because that's why, you know, like, everyone loves him. Hello, James. You know, you could pop in here and join us. You're welcome to.
Yeah, you have the link.
All right, we already got more questions.
Well, I'll say real quick, because I didn't get to answer my second since you decided to jump on one. I think if I'm talking my second favorite filmmaker of all time, real quick, man, there's so many that I love. Hey, yeah, you in the background. This is going real well.
Now, are you saying all time or working?
She said working, right?
Okay, that's an important distinction.
Denis Villeneuve.
Yeah, my second favorite working filmmaker is Marty.
Oh, that's good too.
I mean,
God damn it, dude.
You know, and people are like, well, he only makes gangster films. I'm sorry.
That is so untrue.
I have a Hugo poster right here. Go watch Hugo. Go watch Silence and tell me he only makes...
But The Irishman, Max. The Irishman.
Yeah, The Irishman. Well, The Irishman is great. It's a gangster film, but it's a far more... contemplative.
We got a corgi sighting.
It's a far more contemplative film.
Yes.
About an elderly man reflecting back on his life and his decisions, and I really think that's what makes it. Like, my dad watched it. My dad loves The Godfather, and he's not a huge Marty fan because he thinks his violence is gratuitous, and that's fine. I disagree.
I disagree too, but I get it.
My dad watched The Irishman. He was like, "It's the same movie as Goodfellas." I'm like, no. It is a reflection of a filmmaker and an actor on the idea of Goodfellas when they are more mature, older men. And I think that's what's so special about it. Yeah, it has some technical issues. The de-aging CGI isn't great, whatever, but I don't know.
I mean, I was not even bothered by the de-aging.
No, it didn't bother. I mean, I was so captured by the film. And let's keep in mind, I saw, oh my God, over a year ago at the New York Film Festival. It was an early screening. And the big films at the New York Film Festival play at Alice Tully Hall, and that's normally a concert hall.
Right.
Those seats are not comfortable. They have no give at all.
I'll never forget you texting me when you got out. You were like, I wanted to stay for the Q&A, but I was so uncomfortable. I had to.
No, there was no Q&A for that one.
I thought, or was that Joker?
That was Joker.
And you just left.
And I didn't want to stay for the Q&A.
Yeah, well,
but those seats are not forgiving. They're like you've been to a concert hall. They're like,
oh yeah, they're hard. They're uncomfortable.
Wooden back with like a little. There's nothing because you're supposed to sit up, and it didn't even bother me because I was so encaptured over its 3.5 hour runtime.
Yeah.
No, so totally. Yeah, Spielberg would make my probably top 5 of working directors. I'm also huge fan of Barry Jenkins.
Jenkins is a great choice.
Sofia Coppola. There's so many.
There's so many. I mean, you and I just love movies. That's really what it is. And I could watch just about anything from any of them. Like, I think that they all have something to offer in different ways. I guess it's just depending on the mood, but I think that the Beard will always be my favorite just because
I have a hard time disagreeing with that. I mean, when I was a kid, everyone I knew, I'm a kid like preteen into teen.
What up, dude?
Much like Dawson on Dawson's Creek.
The Dawson.
Everyone was like, oh, you want to be Spielberg when you grow up. So I idolized him as a kid, and I still do.
Oh, how did I not mention also Kevin Smith? And that's very obvious.
Yeah, of course. Like,
come on.
Kevin Smith rocks.
Dude, Kevin Smith does fucking rock. What's up, Mike K? What's up, John Pierce? I love that seeing all you guys on here already are like, this is the best. Like, random drunk AMA while drunk, and here we are.
Why not?
Yeah.
All right. Favorite comedy sequel?
Well, okay. So, I mean, there's a couple that come to mind for me. I am a huge proponent for Anchorman 2. It's something that Maxwell knows very well. I will go to bat for that movie anytime I'm asked. I think that movie is hilarious, but I actually think arguably the greatest comedy sequel of all time, in my opinion, is probably Clerks 2.
I knew you were going to say that.
The aforementioned Kevin Smith, I think that the years laterness to it works. I mean, arguably, I guess you could also say Jay and Silent Bob Reboot in the same vein, just because I think it really moves the characters forward and does something very heartwarming and very caring. But like Clerks 2, man, like that movie is just so powerful. I think that the end monologue that Randall gives while they're in the prison cell is like beautiful and fantastic. It's just a great movie. I don't know about you. What about you?
All right, so I'm going to ignore animated films.
Sure.
Because there's so many there I could go. I think 22 Jump Street is... And comedy sequels are hard. Yes. There are so many terrible ones because so much of comedy is the element of surprise.
Absolutely.
I think 22 Jump Street nailed it. I think Christmas Vacation is one of the great comedy sequels. And Vegas Vacation, frankly.
Oh, yeah.
Which I'm a big fan of, even though it doesn't get that much. And this may be weird because the original wasn't a comedy, but Army of Darkness.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Dead 2 is more of a comedy than...
Yes, it is.
But I think Army of Darkness is the true comedy.
But if I had to pick one, it's one we did a watch-along for, and that's Addams Family Values.
Ooh, that's a great choice.
That may be the best, like the most successful comedy sequel. That movie is brilliant and hilarious.
Hi, what's up, Jared Simpson? What's up, Dean? God, you guys are
there's a lot of people watching. You know what else is good? Hot Shots Part 2.
Yeah, which is
both Bill and Ted's.
Ooh, dude, Bill and Ted Face the Music, yeah, and Bogus Journey both. Ooh, dude, Face the Music makes me cry.
Austin Powers 2 is pretty good too.
Yeah, and I have a soft spot also for Goldmember.
And Men in Black 3. There's good ones. But yeah, if I had to pick one, it might honestly be Addams Family Values.
Love it. Love where your head's at. I think it's a great choice.
Favorite working actor, actress. This is tough because my favorite working actor for almost my whole life passed away a few years ago.
Yeah, I answered this earlier because Brandy had asked me both. And actress, I had a harder time pegging than I did actor. I think actor is a pretty easy one for me when it comes down to it. I think mine is always going to be Jake Gyllenhaal, with Michael Keaton as a close second, which is funny. They've both been Spider-Man villains, but they're both so fucking awesome. And I just love that they're very versatile and do so much different stuff. What's up, Sammy K? It's good to see you, man. But those are my favorites.
Look, my favorite was Philip Seymour Hoffman. I think anyone who knows me knows that. He had my heart and soul. I miss him every day. Otherwise, I may have to go like real like easy and go Denzel.
Denzel was another choice I had for
I just
sure.
find him so compelling in everything. Um, there's so many choices. I think Leonardo DiCaprio is fantastic. Um, there's, I mean, where do you go? Like, you could go character actor, you could go Michael Stuhlbarg.
Yeah,
There's just so many. I mean, you could go.
there's just so there is, to your point.
Another
There's
one
so
who
many.
used to be really high on my list, who I don't mention so much anymore, just because of some of his. Although it was his wife who took most of is William H Macy.
Right? Yeah,
I
totally.
think, but I think he really excelled more in the '90s, like in Fargo and stuff like that. But I always liked him.
I mean, similarly to me, because you brought that up, he's also great in a movie that has the unfortunately very problematic Mel Gibson. Dude is so fucking talented in such straight trash.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I love his work even to this day. I think when he pops up and stuff, he's so fucking good, but also he's such a trash human being that it breaks my heart.
Yeah. I'm not going to get into that right now.
No, but I'm just, in the conversation and stuff.
Yeah. Actress, I answered
Denzel and Tony Scott.
Oh yeah, I at the beginning of COVID, either in late March or early April, I watched all of them. And so I mean, Deja Vu is a fucking blast. But let me tell you, Unstoppable is incredible.
Yes.
Denzel and Chris Pine have amazing chemistry. I think it's some of the best filmmaking of like the fact that that's the film he went out on. Like, I'd put that in his top 4 films ever. I think it's fucking great if you haven't seen it.
No joke. Between that and also Man on Fire, which I think
Man on Fire is amazing.
Man on Fire is like arguably one of the best live action Punisher films of all time.
Oh, it's a great revenge movie. Yeah. Even like Taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3 is okay. If you've never seen the original, it's probably better, but I think the original is one of the great movies of the 70s. If you haven't seen the original with Walter Matthau and Robert Shaw, who you probably know.
Jared, agreed.
As Quint from Jaws. The original Taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3 is one of my favorite movies of all time. I did a double feature of them back to back in March or April because I watched like every Denzel movie in March or April. I decided that would be a good way to spend my time, and it was.
Gandolfini is real good in Taking a Pelham.
Oh yeah, also. Like I said, it's a good film.
It's just not the original. It's very different too.
It makes some choices I like about modernizing it, and some I don't. I think of all of the Denzel Tony Scott collaborations, it's maybe the worst, but it's a high bar.
I mean, did Tony Scott also do Crimson Tide?
Yes.
No. Yes, he did. Right.
He did. So Crimson Tide is amazing.
Yeah. Crimson Tide, I think, is the peak as far as that. Like, and I think that was also their first, but like that movie's incredible as far as submarine movies go. That's arguably one of the best.
Oh yeah,
it's up there with Hunt for Red October, which came out not long before it. So like
very similar
movies. Love them.
Another great submarine movie is Das Boot.
Yes, and what is the US-571?
Yeah,
that sounds right.
So also favorite working actors. That's harder, but I think gun to head I go Amy Adams.
So I had 4, and I will read my 4 off of my tweet real quick. I just need to find.
I'm still drinking.
Yeah, I'm very deep into drinking, so I'm having a little bit of water just to try to get it to calm down. I'm trying to find my tweet. Here it is. I had a 4-way tie between Laura Dern, Cate Blanchett, Margot Robbie, and Jessica Chastain.
Who are the first two?
Laura Dern and Margot Robbie.
Oh my God, Laura Dern is everything.
That's why Cate Blanchett. I'm sorry, Laura Dern, Cate Blanchett, Margot Robbie, and Jessica Chastain.
I think Cate Blanchett in Carol is one of the greatest performances of all time.
I mean, I think she's great in everything.
I've gone blurry. There we go.
It happens. You're still handsome for what it's worth.
Focus. All right. Favorite underrated Disney film? Easy. Atlantis: The Lost Empire.
Yeah, we have the same exact answer.
I have like 3 Atlantis T-shirts. I have a replica of the chain, and I have art from Atlantis framed on my wall.
We talked about it greatly during the watch along that we did it together. We would remake it if we could.
Right. I also think I was going to say, I've liked some of the Disney remakes. I haven't liked other ones. The ones that deviate from the original more, I think, are more successful. I think Atlantis is prime for a big budget remake, and I think it could be a big hit. Atlantis
also it benefits from not being a musical. As weird as that sounds, Atlantis
Well,
not being a musical helps it in the long run that you can deviate more.
I agree. I think there's so much of that world you can explore. So many, like, imagine Gore Verbinski doing an Atlantis movie.
Right. Exactly.
Oh my God, that would be spectacular.
Totally.
All right.
What else we got?
Favorite past actor, actress, director. So, like I said, favorite past actor is Philip Seymour Hoffman, although he recently passed. Like, my favorite classic actor is Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah, mine is Jimmy Stewart.
Actress, God.
Mine's Audrey Hepburn.
That's a great choice. I always loved Rita Hayworth.
Oh, Rita's great.
I
mean, Natalie Wood is a great choice.
Gilda Radner, even though she's more of a comedian than an actress, I just loved her.
I mean, Gene Wilder too. If we're talking about the two of them,
God,
come on, Gene Wilder.
So my parents have a house in a town in Connecticut. I won't say the name of the town, but Gene Wilder lived in that town, and I don't know if it's Friday or Saturday night, he went to the same Italian restaurant. So I got to meet him many times because we would almost purposefully go there knowing he was going to be there.
How did you never tell me this until
And
tonight?
he was very nice.
That's awesome.
Because everyone who lived, it wasn't like he was bombarded because he was just a member of the community, but I did talk to him a few times. He was a lovely old man. Favorite past director, I mean, Hitchcock.
Hitchcock or Frank Capra come to mind as far as that stuff goes for me. Like, obviously you guys know I'm a huge Capra fan. So
also I'm a huge fan of Orson Welles.
Oh, good choice.
But for me, even though I think he's an incredible director, it was just like who he was as a character. Like, to me, Orson Welles goes past the idea of just a filmmaker or a human. He is a larger than life character.
Totally.
I just watched the other day Me and Orson Welles, which is one of my
Richard A. Linklater.
One of my comfort films when I was feeling like the election stress.
Zac Efron's awesome in that movie.
Zac Efron's great in it. Claire Danes is great. Zoe Kazan is great, but this actor Christian McKay, I'm not sure how he pronounces it. Who plays Orson Welles is incredible.
Yeah. Agreed.
Oh. Hello.
Well, hi, Ellie.
Hey.
Oh, look at your little border.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. Little stressed with the move, but I thought you guys were on and I was bored, so I'd come crash.
Hey, go for it. We told everyone it could be anyone on the channel. We're all, we've been drinking.
Oh, God. There's so many questions. I got to find the next one. Okay. Okay. My favorite go-to mixed drink is a Moscow Mule.
Yep. That checks out.
I also honestly just like vodka with club soda and a lime. But mostly I prefer to drink straight bourbon or whiskey. I don't need stuff in it. Because
John Pierce apparently had a lot of whiskey today.
I approve.
Oh, hi, Kylie. What's up?
I guess I'm Ferris's favorite person.
So this is an interesting question. I was talking with Brandy with this in the Discord earlier. The early James Bond films are very misogynistic.
Yep.
I think if you want to give GoldenEye a try, the first Pierce Brosnan one, which came out in 95.
Also, I'd argue the Dalton films.
Yeah, you could watch the Dalton films, but I think if you don't enjoy GoldenEye, you won't enjoy any Bond movies, because that was really the start of the modern era.
Although
Bond.
I'd say also Casino Royale is
Casino Royale is my favorite Bond film. It still has some of him being a Lothario, but I don't think it's as explicitly misogynistic or sexist as the early ones. So you could give GoldenEye a try, could give Casino Royale a try. Those are also two of my favorites of the entire series. So, but there's nothing wrong with not liking.
No, and here's the thing. Like, this is a conversation that a lot of us have had who actually grew up watching those movies and stuff. We know they're problematic.
Oh yeah.
And I actually don't this is not really a hot take. This is something I've said a couple times even on here. I actually only really care for the first 3 Connery Bond films, which are Dr. No, From Russia with Love, and Goldfinger, because I think arguably, yes, the women are treated awfully, and that's not an excuse, but I think that as far as spy films go, I think there's some of the template spy films of that generation, and they actually kind of created what we know spy cinema to be, especially Goldfinger. I think Goldfinger is like the template, especially as far as Bond films go, is the best. Goldfinger also arguably treats the women a little bit better, still not great, but it's less problematic than the other two. But but I think you do need to go later into the series if you want to see women treated better. Again, Casino Royale has some of the best character work any female character has seen. So does Quantum of Solace, actually. Quantum of Solace gets a lot of shit, but I think it has one of the great female Bond characters of all time.
Certainly as the series goes on, the way the films treat women evolves with the time.
Yeah.
But he is always a womanizer. That's not something that stops. It's just he treats them better, and they have more equity.
And from what I understand, No Time to Die is like a game changer as far as that goes. Of course, we haven't seen it yet, but that was actually one of the things Daniel Craig wanted to do before he left.
If you want to watch a spy series that you haven't seen, I cannot recommend the Mission Impossible films.
Yes, 100%.
Kylie says, I had a ton of patience dealing with denial, but serious one side lost. Please be careful and respectful. I'll
say this. Look, one side did lose. One side also said fuck your feelings and treated people not great the last 4 years. I'm not going to act like an asshole to them, but also I'm aware that there was another side who treated people not great. And I kind of said it before on here, is that one side is really, look, sides are not easy. And I think there's a human rights issue involved in this situation.
I think that, I don't want to go on some big spiel about politics. I think the fact that it boils down to only two sides is ignoring so much of
I agree.
The middle ground. I have a hard time being empathetic to people who did say fuck your feelings for 4 years and called us snowflakes and said
really terrible shit.
Queer people and trans people and Muslims and all of you need to fuck off, which is a lot of what they were saying.
I'll personally go say it further than that. Like, it's not any secret that Max and I are Jewish and that we are proud Jews. And I'm sorry, I don't feel empathy for people who have responded to me and my husband online and told us that we should join our ancestors in the gas chambers. Yeah. Like, you lose my empathy at that. And like anyone who chose a party that aligns with that, it's really hard to deal with.
I think there's a distinction or a line between empathizing with them and antagonizing them. I'm not going to do either. I'm just going to leave it alone. Whereas I feel like they spent a lot of time yelling at us saying, "Ha ha, we beat you, fuck you." I'm just not going to do anything.
I can still be excited though that a woman of color, a mixed woman, is vice president-elect, and no one's going to steal that joy from me. Like, sorry, I don't have to worry about your feelings, and I'm excited that I just got to watch a woman step on stage and claim the vice president-elect position and talk about unity in the country and things like that. So, like,
no, totally.
Me being happy about something happening makes you feel threatened, then that's on you. That's not on me.
I had a Trump supporter quote tweet one of my tweets last night about how I thought Biden's speech was really hopeful and optimistic, and was like, and he said, "Gag me with a spoon." And it's that we're still dealing with it. Like, some people are just so tethered to the reality of Trump and stuff that they're not going to let it go. And look, again, I feel for the people who may not necessarily be terrible individuals who just don't like Biden, and I get it, but also,
I also want to note, obviously it's Kamala and Joe's night, but it makes me happy that the second gentleman is going to be Jewish. This will be the closest a Jew has ever been to the White House.
Yep.
And I think
that's awesome to me.
The Biden administration will be the most progressive in history, while also respecting and understanding that it's there's a differing of opinions. But that's enough about politics.
I was just going to add to that like, again, none of us are like demeaning Trump followers or whatever.
No,
like,
that's not
I'm
my
not
goal.
looking for that fight.
I have no intention of being antagonistic. I'm just happy about what happened.
Like, I don't respond to people online who are saying that they're upset or whatever. Like, if you need to be upset that your guy didn't win, that's fine. But also, like, don't stop us from making progress. Like,
right. And that's exactly where my head's at. Get on board with
the progress train. Let's make this country fair and balanced, open for everyone who is an American citizen. And let's start like having everyone in the room. And I think tonight showed like literally everyone was in the room. Like,
totally. I agree. And look, guys, I know that we said drunk AMA. Let's not talk too much. Not us, obviously, but chat. Let's not do a lot about politics. I think we've all celebrated a lot tonight. I want to have fun. We're having a good time tonight. Like, talking politics can bog down the situation. And
Isaiah wants to know how many shrimp you have to eat before you turn pink. I don't think we can answer that.
I have to talk to my flamingo friends.
yeah.
Mike K asks, favorite SNL era?
Ooh, fuck.
I would maybe go early 90s with like Chris Farley, David Spade, Phil Hartman, Mike Myers, Chris Rock, Kevin Nealon.
I'm gonna be the one that's honest and like I'll watch SNL if it's on, but like I don't keep up with it too much. We do watch it. Like Max enjoys it, so we watch it.
It's also hard not to pick like 75 when you had like Bill Murray, Chevy Chase, and Gilda Radner.
Well, Dan Aykroyd. Yes. At the height of Dan Aykroyd.
So, and, Belushi, so...
I'll say, look, I love peak 90s because I obviously love like Chris Farrell and Sandler and all those guys, but also those early 2000s when you had Tina Fey, Amy Poehler, and Seth Meyers, like there's a batch of people who are still as popular now as they've always been that I think really Lauren really cultivated. It might be one of the best uses of talent in SNL. You see a lot of talent come through SNL who don't always take off. I think a lot of that early batch, Will Ferrell, have all stayed in prominence over time.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think some of that, it was also some of the best writing the show ever saw.
Also, I can't ignore the 1 year where you had Marty Short, Billy Crystal, Christopher Guest, Terry Shearer.
Yep, early 80s SNL.
It was only 1 year where they brought in the Canadians, but
the Canadians.
Yeah. So
yeah. I fucking love SNL, you guys. And I know that there was another question at one point that asked, am I excited for SNL tonight? I think that's coming up after. So, well,
Yeah. What is your favorite Fast and the Furious movie?
Mine is Furious 7. I've made that no great secret. I think between that and Fast 5, they're the peak of the series.
I have to go with Tokyo Drift, I think. It's such a, like, I don't think it's like a good movie per se, but like for whatever reason, like the cultural phenomenon that was Tokyo Drift just always really, I think, did it come out in 2006? I think I was a senior in high school.
Tokyo Drift was 2006. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was 2006. I was a senior in high school. We'd all just gotten our cars, like most people had their license, but I came from a really poor area. You didn't usually drive to school until you were a senior. I remember things like
Ellie, you are Ferris's hero.
Drift, like in the movie theater parking lot, and just like getting in trouble for the shit we pulled in the middle of Texas. Like, and for whatever reason, like that one just sticks in my head because I think that's the one that just really, really connects to the cultural aspect of the whole thing.
Yeah. Real quick, not to deviate from this because I think Ellie had such a beautiful answer. SNL is always going to be hit and miss. That's the thing with sketch comedy is every sketch comedy show, no matter what it is, if it's Mad TV, if it's SNL, it doesn't matter what it is. You're always going to be hit and miss because some sketches much better, some sketches much worse. Some things work better on paper than they do on television.
Yeah. No, what I was going to say, I'm sad that I can't figure out how to get my aspect ratio right in OBS. Like
I've been having the same issue.
I think it's my camera. Like I have a crappy $20 like Logitech, and so I think whatever input it is for, like it doesn't distort it when you take it into OBS. It uses the raw footage, and so
sure,
I'll just start filling the sides with crap. Like I'll just put the weekly PJN lineup on the sides.
Love it. Love
it. My favorite Fast film is Fast 5. I think it's really when the series turned the corner.
Literally.
And went from a fun street racing series to one of like the epic great action franchises of our time.
Totally.
But I also love 7. And I also love Tokyo Drift.
Yeah.
For me, it's a series that's almost where I prefer the odd entries to the even entries.
I also think that Fast as a series has just become like so much better than it ever could have anticipated being. Like, yeah, the heisting was always a part. It's something I've always said. Like, it was always a heist series. The first one had them stealing stuff off trucks, but
stealing
one
DVD player.
Yeah, like look how far it's come. It's an action franchise now. Like action franchises with heisting and cool characters. Like Kurt Russell's fucking in this shit now. The Rock is in it. Jason Statham, Luke Evans, like.
John
It's
Cena.
incredible. John Cena.
We
Yeah.
haven't seen that one yet, but
Charlize Theron.
I think we can both agree, though, that the Fast and the Furious section of the Hollywood backlot tour is fun, but the ride in Orlando is the worst thing a theme park has ever spent money on.
I would rather go on that ride than the Jimmy Fallon ride.
Goddamn right, Ferris.
Frankly,
I can give you that, but like the ride in Orlando is, I'm sure you've done the backlot tour before, PJ, in Hollywood. And so like it makes sense for the backlot tour, but imagine if they ride. Yeah, so they took it and they like expanded it out, and so you're in a party bus instead of a backlot tour. But they use the same technology they used for the backlot tour, and so you can like pretty much tell you click into a ride system and I think what really shot them in the foot was they had released King Kong not long before it, and King Kong uses the same exact technology. Like you drive, you click in, it plays around you. But King Kong, they made the screens bigger than the ride vehicle. Yep. For Fast and the Furious, they made the screen shorter than the ride vehicle, so you're always 100% aware that like you are driving upon a screen. Like,
yeah, I think, I mean, I haven't gone on the one in Florida, but I obviously also think that that's like arguably the dumbest thing that you could have possibly done, because it works as part of the backlot tour, because it's played up as part of the backlot tour. Like if you've been on it, they even hype it up before you get to it. Like it plays throughout the tour that you're going to get to that portion if you're with the right ride person. But, you know, I digress.
Well, it would have made sense if they like had taken the Dueling Dragons style of roller coaster and made a roller coaster where you were in a hot rod. Like,
I don't disagree with this take, by the way. Replace the Jimmy Fallon ride with an SNL attraction. I would totally have an SNL attraction where we got to hang out at Studio 8H, and I don't know how you do it. But
you kind of do in the Fallon ride. The problem with the Fallon ride is you literally have the Minions, which is like 50 feet away from it in the next building over.
Which is a lot more fun in the same ride system.
Yeah, and then you have Shrek 4D, which again...
Is that closed? I don't know. It's still open.
It's open at...
Well, Shrek is always closed when we're there because they use it for
Horror Nights.
Yeah, and it's Kung Fu Panda, obviously, in Hollywood.
Yeah. Who would you want to play appearance in the movie? That's really easy for me. It's Eugene Levy and Catherine O'Hara. My dad and Eugene Levy look very similar. They're both eyebrows. Jews. They both have the thick eyebrows. And my mom is not unlike Moira Rose in some way. So basically the Roses, if you watch Schitt's Creek, are my parents.
Yeah, except you have 3 other sisters instead of just one.
Right.
I don't know. The only guy who could possibly play my father, the terrible person that he is the guy that plays Freddy Krueger, because my dad actually looks like Freddy Krueger. So, yeah. Don't know who I'd have play my mom. She's dead. So I guess it doesn't really matter.
Oh.
I mean, there could be flashbacks. Mine... I'm going to play to the audience. I choose Mark Ellis to be my father.
Why?
Because he's Mark Ellis, and he's
not an actor.
He could be an actor. You don't know. Who would be my mother? I'm just going to say Laura Dern. Why not?
Why not?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the other choice would have been Kurt Russell and Laura Dern. So both. That's both good, I think.
Well, clearly, if we had to choose another breed of dog for the channel, it would be a dachshund.
Yes, clearly.
Is he still back there? I can't tell.
I don't see him.
There
he is. Hi, Oswald. Bye, Oswald.
Favorite silent film?
Maybe modern. Well, that's not. I mean, how are we defining silent film? Are we defining it as a movie with no dialogue? Period, because I think like a lot of Chaplin's films still have music and sound and stuff, but they don't.
No talking.
Okay,
to me, it's silent film.
Then Modern Times, probably.
That's a good choice. God, maybe The Passion of Joan of Arc.
That's a good one too.
The only one I know is about Willie.
The General.
That's Another good one is the original Ben-Hur. If you've never seen it,
Metropolis.
The Wizard of Oz, the original. There's quite a few. I mean, there's some great horror silent films too.
Yeah, Nosferatu.
Absolutely. What else we got?
Sorry, I was fixing the
favorite DreamWorks animated movie.
Ooh.
DreamWorks. I gotta pull up the list.
I think mine's very obvious.
I know Mike Hayes is Prince of Egypt. That's for sure.
Yeah, Mike Hayes is definitely Prince of Egypt. Mine is. I mean, I'm just going to count all three because it's pretty much one story, but the How to Train Your Dragon franchise.
I was torn between How to Train Your Dragon and Kung Fu Panda 2.
That's fair.
Kung Fu Panda 2 is excellent.
Kung Fu Panda 2 is like ridiculously good.
And then the third one was a little disappointing. It's still good, but I think Kung Fu Panda 2 is so good.
I'm going to throw a random one out here and say Rise of the Guardians.
That's a good one, too.
That's a great choice.
That's a beautiful film. We should watch that soon for the holidays.
Yeah, it is the holidays. I'm sad that they never... It didn't do as well as... to go with. Like, it has so much lore to go with it, and they just, like, decided it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
Kicking everything over here.
Favorite stand-up comedian other than Mark Ellis?
That's a good question. I mean... I have a couple of choices. The obvious, obviously, I think Robin Williams was one of the greatest stand-up comedians of all time. If you've never heard Robin Williams live at the Met, I think it's arguably the greatest studio album of all time. I think it's absolutely fucking brilliant. George Carlin also, similarly, was incredibly brilliant. But Christopher Titus, if we're talking working comedians, is like ridiculously funny, ridiculously smart, good comedy. I think Fifth Annual End of the World Tour is one of the greatest stand-up albums of all time.
Yeah.
Max can probably guess my answer.
I'm not sure.
John Mulaney.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I was going to say John Mulaney. I also love Richard Pryor.
Oh, good choice.
Eddie Murphy's great. Horse is out of the hospital. The horse is out of the hospital.
I'm a big fan of Zach Galifianakis's Live at the Purple Onion. Patton Oswalt, I think, is a great storyteller.
Oh, I love Nick Offerman live.
Yeah, he like skirts the line between and storytelling and comedy. I also think Mike Birbiglia is great storyteller.
Yeah.
And then of course the late great Mitch Hedberg was so good. Ferris, hands off my wife, please. Thank you.
I also really enjoy Jerry Seinfeld. I think that Seinfeld is a fantastic comedian.
I don't know what color I want to paint my nails, and everything is kind of in the same shade of pink.
Oh, thank you, Ferris. I appreciate that. We are perfection.
Yeah, we try.
I mean,
let's see.
What else we got going on?
Best year ever of movies.
Oof.
So,
I that's so hard to define.
So, I think 1972 is pretty incredible considering you have Cabaret and The Godfather. But 1999, there's even a book that I haven't read yet, called Best Movie Year Ever, How 1999 Blew Up the Big Screen. I mean, you had everything from Magnolia, American Beauty, Fight Club, so many great movies in 1999. Cruel Intentions, The Matrix, The Mummy.
I was going to be terrible and just like name a year because that's totally
Eyes
not
Wide
a question
Shut.
I can add.
Pedro Almodovar is All About My Mother. I mean, 1999 is a pretty incredible year.
I'm going to shoot out like 1967 because it means nothing. I think it was a great year overall just for the saying of it. I have no clue what movies came out that year.
I've got one that I think is a really good year as well. 1985 was the year that saw Back to the Future, Teen Wolf, Witness, Cat's Eye, Clue, The Breakfast Club, A View to a Kill, The Goonies, Fright Night, Brewster's Millions, Day of the Dead, Commando, like great movies. Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Spies With Us, Weird Science.
1967 was great. You got Valley of the Dolls, you got The Graduate, you got Cool Hand Luke, you got The Dirty Dozen, you got Mel Brooks as the producers, you got Jacques Tati's Playtime, and on and on.
I got lucky.
Camelot.
The only
67 was legit.
Only thing holding 1985 back is the fact that Friday the 13th Part 5 came out that year.
But clearly our viewers are realizing why I'm not often on the network, because I just don't have the film knowledge.
By the
What's
way,
a movie you don't like but still have a deep nostalgia for? Mac and Me.
That's fair.
I had a VHS tape of that movie that my parents put on a lot, and it's awful.
I know what mine is. Mine is Wild Wild West, which I recently revisited. Remember texting you and being like, I saw this as a kid. I really hadn't seen it since. I don't even know if I really watched it on VHS. I saw it in theaters. I mean, we all know the Wild Wild West song. If you grew up in that era, like Will Smith, that was like peak Will Smith. Have deep, deep nostalgia for it. I think the marketing was incredible for that movie. That movie is fucking terrible.
I have to honestly say, like, it sucks to say it, but looking back on like The Goonies,
I don't like Goonies.
As an adult, it's not that good of a movie.
I don't have nostalgia for The Goonies, and I'm not a fan that much.
I have a huge nostalgia, and I still love that movie.
That's fair.
I know. I'm just giving Ellie a hard time. Real quick, Dean Morgan, you skipped this one. I found it in the chat.
Oh, did I? My bad.
No, you're good. Sticking with politics, who's the best movie president?
Movie president, gotta go Harrison Ford in Air Force One.
Very close to mine also. That was going to be one of my choices. The other is Michael Douglas in
American President. Well, my favorite fictional president is Jed Bartlett in West Wing, but he specified movie president, so...
Yeah. No, I know. That's why I was going to say
whoever's in Independence Day.
Yeah, Bill Pullman. That speech. What is a movie you want people to give another chance?
I mean, I kind of said it earlier, and this is more towards the Bond thing, but I think Quantum of Solace is like incredibly underappreciated. I know that it got hit bad with the writer's strike and stuff, but I think that they managed to salvage it in the way that Craig kind of handled turning it. Like, they shot it kind of on the fly, but it works as an extended third act Casino Royale, but you have to watch them like back to back in order for it to work.
I have one. I think everyone should give A Wrinkle in Time another chance.
That's a good choice. I agree with that, actually.
That is a good choice.
I really like that movie. Ooh, I have another one.
So the first one that comes to mind is Guy Ritchie's The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Mm-hmm. I think that movie was slept on. I think when people finally watch it, they really love it. I think it's great. Retro 60s era spy movie. Another one is from last year, and it's one I had to give another chance. I've talked about on this channel that I think is incredible. It's The Lighthouse. Mm-hmm. It's a tough movie to digest. It's weird. It's in anamorphic black and white. But I think it's really remarkable. If you didn't like it, maybe give it another shot. I'd also specifically tell Jake Iacovetta to watch Midsummer again because he hates it so much and I love it.
Mike K, I agree. I am one of the few people that enjoyed A Wrinkle in Time as well. I don't know if that's because I didn't read the book as a child, so I didn't have this like nostalgia for the book. I just went along with it as this really cool, awesome story about difference and finding ourselves, especially like being a woman who likes science and nerdy stuff. It was really cool for me.
I enjoy it. I didn't love it, but I do like it.
Another one for me that I think that is really great that gets slept on, and it was actually the movie that I used a gift from in order to get this thing going, is White House Down.
Oh, you know how I feel about White House Down. I love White House Down. I think it's so much better than Olympus Has Fallen. Yeah. I think it is a blast. And it's a shame that we didn't get 3 of those as opposed to 3 Olympus Has Fallens. Am I the only one that does not like Fallon? No, I think Jimmy Fallon is easily the worst of all the current late night talk show hosts. I think he's done some good sketches and bits over the years. Mostly when the Roots are involved. I like his like musical impression stuff. But as an interviewer, which to me is the crux of being a late night host, he sucks. He doesn't let people talk. He doesn't listen to what they're saying. He makes it all about him, and his laughing and mugging is insufferable.
Well, there's also a reason he was arguably one of the worst SNL cast members of all time.
Because he stay straight. When Bill Hader broke, for example, it was charming.
Right.
Jimmy Fallon broke in such an obnoxious way. It was like, look at me. I don't know.
I don't disagree with you. So,
top 3 Pixar films. Oh boy. WALL-E, Inside Out, Toy Story 2, maybe. Oh God, I don't know. Those are the first 3 that came to my mind as instinct. Hey, Chris, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Adams?
It's really hard to pick just 3. It's like picking between my dogs.
Toy Story 3, Inside Out, and Monsters, Inc.
I actually like Monsters U better than Monsters, Inc.
I'm a terrible fan, and I have to pick. I have to find the filmography.
You do disagree?
No, I don't. But I have such a nostalgic soft spot for Monsters, Inc.
I actually also love the Monsters, Inc. ride at Hollywood's California Adventure.
I think it's so charming.
It's such a charming ride. Although I always dreamed of a roller coaster where you're like one of the doors. Yeah.
So I think I have to go with Coco.
Oh,
great choice.
Shit. I forgot about Coco.
Great choice.
Brave.
I really like Brave. So
I like Brave. Choice. That wouldn't make my top 5, but it's a great film.
And I'm between Up and Inside Out on the last one.
Inside Out was in my top 10 films of the last decade. So that should let you know all I need to know about Pixar.
I know the girl who voices the main character.
Doing okay.
I wish
Sean,
I wish you were on.
You just jump on.
Yeah, I wish you were on camera with us.
No clue.
1994 about movie years is great. I mean, Shawshank, Pulp Fiction, Forrest Gump.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many options. Again, like it's hard to distill.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Every time he does that, even though I know it's coming, I laugh hysterically because that is one of the most ridiculous clips. Have you seen that clip?
Oh yeah, it's incredible every time. But it's hard to distill a year down to like best movies because it's really dependent on what you're looking for. Like every year is different, right? And everything brings different stuff. There's definitely bad years for movies. 2020 could look that way in the hindsight, but there's actually been a lot of good stuff that came out this year. So even there's going to be people later in our time when we're old and gray that might even look back in 2020 and say it's one of the greatest years for movie going, all things being equal.
Who knows? This is specifically for PJ. You have to recast Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future, but recast him with a movie character.
It's just fucked up. Shit. With a movie character. All right, I'm going to say Mikey from the Goonies.
Okay.
Yeah, I could see that. Sean Astin. It's a good choice.
Okay. I like this question a lot.
Book Wrinkle in Time is not good. I am shocked. I really loved that book when I was younger.
I haven't read it in a long time, but I remember liking it. I don't know. An actor, actress that you want to say make a comeback. Okay. Rick Moranis.
Yep.
Did I freeze?
As soon as he gets recovered from getting punched in the face.
But a more recent one who I would love to see get more work is Josh Hartnett.
Yeah, Hartnett's such a good choice.
I feel like my answer is currently making his comeback, so does it still count?
Who's
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah, he did sort of come back.
But I still give her one. Like, it's on the up still.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, I would... Sorry.
No, I was going to say, took time off to, like, raise his kids, and that's really commendable for a dude who was, like, at the top of his career when he left. And now he's easing back in. The movie that he was in was not that bad.
I thought Trial of Chicago 7 was...
Trial of Chicago 7 was great. Project Power was okay.
Yeah. Project Power was okay. I forgot he was in the trial.
But also Macaulay Culkin.
Oh, yeah. I'd like Macaulay to make it.
I would love to see him. I mean, he's supposed to be an American Horror Story, but I would love to see him back in films.
Honestly, Jack Black. Jack Black has not done a ton.
I mean, the Jumanji movies are huge.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd love to see him lead again, like School of Rock type stuff. Like,
Yeah.
dude is so talented.
I think he's so talented, but I also think what he does so well is such a specific set of skills that the movies also almost have to be like created for him, which is why
Right.
he's so great in School of Rock and High Fidelity, because those two roles in particular play like even Orange County.
Yeah.
He's so good in that, which was also directed by the guy who went on to do the Jumanjis. So
Yeah.
I love the new Jumanjis.
Yeah, I can't wait. PJ and I saw the second one together, and that post-credit scene had us so amped.
I hit you. I felt bad after.
I know, you were like, ah!
I think we'd also been drinking that night too.
Oh man, that's not something we've thought about with our
Seems
move.
like SNL apparently is being delayed because of college football. I don't know.
I'm not shocked by that. I think NBC here had it coming on at 10:30, so I think it's still off for another hour.
Like, is the Alamo Draft House about to become like our neighborhood?
Yes, that will be the yes, that will be the closest theater to us.
I'm not complaining about that.
Orange County with Call Names, yes. Also, the Regal Essex downtown. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah,
that'll only be 1 or 2 subway stops away.
Orange County was also directed by the dude who did the Jumanji films.
Yeah, I said that. I've actually been wanting to rewatch Orange County. I think it's a really fun movie.
It's been a long time.
You know
I always remember that.
I might watch that tonight.
We should do a watch along for that. Unless you watch it and you don't like it. Remind me.
Okay. Favorite female vocalist. Oh, hey, Star Drew. It's all right. We're just chilling.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're like, let's go live, and we have like fucking 14 people watching. I love you guys.
Yeah, look, this came out.
Vocalist. I really like Sarah Bareilles.
Yeah.
Billie Eilish.
I've been going back in time a little bit and listening to some early 2000s like punk rock again recently, and Tsunami Bomb was a fantastic band that I listened to growing up, and I forgot how much I liked Agent M. She was their lead singer for the longest.
So I would say, if we're talking best of all time, I have a hard time not picking Aretha Franklin or Ella Fitzgerald.
Sure. Also Adele.
Yeah, but favorite? Oh God, I mean, I think I love Hayley Williams's from Paramore's voice a lot.
Yep.
Hi, Brandon, I mean, a lot of. Hey, what's up, Buck? How you doing? But I a lot of my favorite female vocalists now are like stage actresses. I think Audra McDonald's voice is out of control good. Bonnie Milligan, if you don't know who she is.
No shit, Matt. Are you serious?
Oh, really?
Are you kidding me? I am a huge fan. Like, was it yesterday or the day before? I had put like Dawn on a Funeral Day on my Instagram story. Like, I love that song, and it ended up being perfect because it ended up being the last day before Trump was elected, not the president anymore. So it was very fitting. I'm a huge fan of Tsunami Bomb, so that's fucking awesome.
I will be right back.
Okie dokie.
God, there's so many. I don't know. I just Celine Dion. I think I saw Celine Dion in concert like a week before or week and a half before COVID, and it blew me away.
I remember that. That was awesome.
It was fantastic. Yeah. Favorite musical biopic.
Ooh, shit.
God.
Probably Walk the Line for me. Although I really have a soft spot, and this is a weird one. John Carpenter's Elvis biopic with Kurt Russell, that was a miniseries, is fucking great.
So I know it's recent, but I really think Rocket Man is incredible.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. I have a phone call.
Well, I will continue going.
Hello.
As Maxwell takes this phone call right now. I assume it's Sean calling and telling him that he is quitting the channel, which I just find incredibly rude.
I also think Ray is really good.
Did Sean just quit the channel?
No. I'm an idiot. Favorite musical biopic of all time is Amadeus.
Amadeus
is in my top 10 of all time.
Right.
I don't even think of it as a biopic because, it's Amadeus. That movie is incredible. Love and Mercy is also great.
Yeah, Love and Mercy gets overlooked a lot. I love that movie.
There's the good ones. I will tell you what's not my favorite, but I won't.
Yeah. No, we're both in agreement. You and I have said a lot of the same stuff about it.
Straight Outta Compton's damn good too.
Ooh, Straight Outta Compton.
But you know what else is great, and I love it because of how audacious and unique it is I'm Not There about Bob Dylan.
Yep. That's the one with
if you
the
haven't
different
seen
actors.
that, it is incredible. Kate Blanchett.
I was going to say the aforementioned Kate Blanchett.
Yep. Favorite musical. I mean, we've talked.
Yeah. I mean, you can see mine. It is Little Shop of Horrors. It's right there. Yours is The Great Comet, which is right there.
And The Great Comet tattooed on my arm.
Yeah. I mean, Little Shop does everything that I want a musical to do. It's horror. It's comedy. It's love story. It's so fucking good. Little Shop's just the best.
Best Daniel Craig James Bond film, Casino Royale, but Skyfall is a close second for me. I think Casino Royale is my favorite Bond film, period, frankly. I think it's everything I love about the series done really beautifully.
Casino Royale is one of the all-time great action films, too. Like, it's not just a great Bond film. It's a great movie. And that's the distinction. Like, I can't say that about almost any of the other Bond movies. Maybe.
Yeah, you did. So PJ said Little Shop. I said The Great Comet, with Cabaret and Ragtime being close seconds for me.
I think the distinction is, as someone who loves the Bond movies, I do, is that most of the Bond movies are not good movies. Like, they're great Bond movies, but I would never say that they stand on their own in the same way.
Casino Royale and Skyfall do.
And I would also say Goldfinger and arguably Goldeneye and the two Dalton ones. And
Goldeneye is great. It's so much fun. Alan Cumming in that movie.
There's currently 20.
What's up, Shug?
What's up, man? There's currently 24 Bond movies, and I could say that maybe 5 or 6 of them stand on their own as great movies. So, but Casino Royale is easily the best, and Stardew says Casino Royale is the popular favorite. It's not just the popular favorite; it's just a great movie, and I really, really mean that. Like, that opening sequence alone, the first 10 minutes when he becomes a 00, is some of the most fantastic filmmaking ever, in my opinion. Like, especially as far as spy films go, like that whole you have to kill two in order, and the way that he says he made you feel it, did he? Like, that whole sequence, it's black and white, it's so fucking good. Casino Royale fucks, you guys.
Yeah, I agree. Casino Royale is awesome. What movie character would you want to play you? That's interesting.
I mean, I guess it would depend on where we're talking about, because, like, I think that I think I'm very similar to Mikey from the Goonies, but I don't know if Mikey from the Goonies grows up to be me. So that's the question of the day on that situation: is do I think that Mikey grows up? Fuck it, I'll go with Mikey from the Goonies. Why not?
I don't even have any clue. I have no idea.
I clearly have Goonies on the brain.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is it happening?
Oh my god.
Oh dear God. Look who it is.
Favorite coming of age movie.
Hi, Jonathan. Is that a picture of you on a cup?
No. I'm sorry, what? Is that a picture of me on a cup?
Is that me? Is that mine? Oh God, why?
Why are we just looking at you?
How do I let's hold on. Let's show the chat.
Why do you have that picture? Why do you have that cup of me?
We have our
this friends is a custom PJ Campbell.
Oh God, that is me as a child.
This is a custom PJ Campbell cup. Are
we auctioning that off later?
We can. Along with this wonderful, hold on, let me blur out the parts that aren't PJ. This wonderful photo.
You can show my parents, I don't care.
Of PJ Campbell.
Oh, where did you get that from, Rachel? Why did Rachel have that?
Well,
you must have left it in the apartment.
Oh, that's probably true.
Alex had that.
I'm really glad that we're on a drunk AMA where Sully's like, by the way, here's old pictures of PJ. for half the chat who like our normal viewers are here, but like there's gonna be people who are never gonna know that that happened.
Yeah. So there was a box of DVDs that they were like, "Hey, do you want these DVDs?" I'm like, "Well, I don't own DVDs, so sure."
Shug wants the cup, and now Paris says, "Honestly, Sean, that's just weird."
And then on top of that was this photo, and I was like, "What? Whose photo is this?" They're like, "Oh, that's PJ."
Look at that's a very young PJ.
And then Alex let me know that there was also this cup in the cupboard. And I said, yes.
I'm so glad that you got a cup of me that you'll be able to keep with you. Like now it's like a part of me is with you at all times. That's
hilarious.
It feels better than the fact we have a shirt that's just randomly in our house that we're pretty sure is from our dog walker's boyfriend who slept over one time when she was dog sitting for us and like left his clothes.
We also have a shirt with Sean on it.
Yeah, I was gonna say you also have a shirt with my face on it.
We have a shirt with Sean on it, yes, but the random
age movie. So more recently, I'd pick Lady Bird and the Perks of Being a Wallflower. Going back in history, the 400 Blows is pretty darn good.
I mean,
Sean is like, what is the 400 Blows, and does it have Ewoks in it?
I mean, Stand By Me.
That's a great one.
And Dazed and Confused.
Yeah.
I mean, both of those are probably mine. I
feel
especially
like
loved it.
You could, on Sean's behalf, argue that Star Wars is a coming-of-age movie.
Oh, absolutely.
I was going to say, I don't know if you heard that. Oh, Sean, are you catching up with us now? Is that alcohol that you're... Okay, great. Fantastic.
Don't mind us while Max and I eat dinner.
I'm eating an omelet.
I need to dull my headache.
Hi, Jill. You want to come
Jill.
answer questions too, Jill?
Sure.
What's your favorite
I'm
color?
having chicken soup.
Hey, Sean, why don't you set up couch cam?
Or she can come sit next to him.
Sit down.
No,
Because-
The whole desk is out.
Because yesterday was D&D, I had to take down the computer, meaning it'll take me like 20 minutes to reset.
Oh, that's a shame.
To not have, so we don't have couch cam.
Guys and Dolls or West Side Story? West Side Story. How many tattoos do you have? I assume this is to me. I have 5.
Well, I also have 2.
PJ has 2.
I have 1.
I think Sully and Jill have none.
I have 0.
0.
I
I
have-
don't believe in
I know-
scarification of the body.
You're such an asshole.
I know if I were to
Listen,
get a
bitch.
tattoo, I know exactly what I want, but
What do you want?
I want keep moving forward.
Oh,
Yeah.
Meet the Robinsons.
Yeah.
John, that's not the fight you want to pick with me because I actually almost got kicked out of the Haddad family because I belligerently yelled at Max's mom for saying that I would regret my tattoo one day. Meanwhile, my tattoo is very specifically designed in remembrance of my mother.
Aw.
And so I was like, fuck off, you fucking bitch, in the middle of a restaurant.
Let's also mention, I'm airing dirty laundry. I hope you're okay with this, Liz. I got my first tattoo when I was 18 in college. I met Liz when I was 22. My mom somehow blames Liz for the fact that I have tattoos.
From when you were 18.
That math does not work.
Even worse, Max paid for my one and only tattoo.
I did.
As
I
a
bought it
birthday
for her.
gift.
I know I want a tattoo. I want this on my arm.
There you go.
But I want the silhouette of that. And inside, like, so just the outline, and then inside I want kind of a watercolor of the twin sons with Luke on the rock.
I bet our artist could do it. She loves like nerdy specific tattoos.
Yeah.
I
I love watercolor tattoos.
I thought about getting the ghost symbol from the Rebel ship because it's like a mix between the Rebel Alliance symbol and its own thing. I've always thought it's very cool, and I don't have a Star Wars tattoo yet.
I can't believe out of all of us, I'm the one with the Star Wars tattoo.
I mean, dude, I still don't have a Disney tattoo, and I worked for Disney, and that's like a.
I have
I also
BB-8
work
on my
for
back.
Disney.
PJ, I don't have an In-N-Out tattoo, and I worked for In-N-Out.
You know what you
Okay.
should get? I wonder if Spectrum would give you a raise if you got Spectrum on your forearm.
Yeah, that maybe.
I used to joke when I worked at Starbucks that I was going to get the bathroom is that way tattooed on the inside of my arm. So when people asked, all I had to do was like lift my arm.
This way.
It was about 16 times a day was like
The Disney point.
But my next tattoo will be the retro Epcot logo that they're bringing back this year. It's where I worked at Disney. It's my grandfather who passed away right before our wedding's favorite theme park. It's just gotta. I have to sit with my tattoos, and they have to have a lot of meaning before I can get them. Epcot's where I worked.
Oh, look,
Matt,
is that
show us
Brian?
the English part.
Meanwhile, I'm like, fuck it, put BB-8 on my shoulder. Let's go.
It's not a BB-8.
It's adorable.
Does PJ have a Schmominati tattoo? No, I do not. Although there was a joke at one point. Well, I don't know if it was a joke, but all of us, like before I moved, talked about getting Schmodown tattoos.
I was not a part of that.
We auction off that cup for charity.
I think we can.
So if you watch the Smash-a-thon
Oh God,
I
I
weekend, if you watch the Unwind part of the Smash-a-thon, which will be Sunday morning / afternoon, depending on where in the country you are, we will auction off that cup, and Sean will ship it.
Oh, I'm kind of sad. I want to keep that cup.
That's
yeah,
fine.
I was gonna say
like
I
it.
kind of want to keep the cup in the family almost. I
I
mean,
kind
not
of
that,
want to keep the cup.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it behind the scenes. We might
All right.
we might be auctioning some stuff off, and that might be good.
I'm gonna auction off Andrew Guy's Heel of the Year award. Just kidding.
I don't think Andrew.
I'm not gonna do that.
I might auction off this family photo though of PJ.
I got
Or
my
I could get
gang
my
name
family
on my
back.
back. Well then. Oh. Hey,
I mean,
We should
Brian.
get like a copy of it.
We should just auction off the random shit we're not taking with us.
$1,000.
$1,000 for this 25-cent cup.
hey, my handwriting is on there.
It is. It's very cute.
Look,
I read it.
It says that he likes to do plays, work with the math,
Work
The
with
math
the math.
tubs.
What's a math tub?
I assume it's like.
It's when you do math in the bathtub.
No, I assume
You're
it's
like
one of
with
those
bubbles
plastic
and
bins.
long division.
I assume it's like one of those plastic bins with the little like cubes and stuff.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right.
And
I
then
would
it says he likes to work at the writing center.
Oh, cute. That makes
Writing
sense.
center makes sense for me.
I also appreciate that PJ pretty much looks the same.
Yeah.
I told you that before. Like, I really haven't changed that much.
This question is above my pay grade, frankly.
Shug, we'll talk about it. I have somewhere I want you to be.
This omelet is delicious. It has broccoli and turkey bacon in it.
Oh.
That sounds amazing.
We had Philly cheesesteak.
I went and had 2
Nice.
slices.
Were those in
of
celebration of a certain thing that happened today?
Hell yeah, it was.
I wanted, you know what? I wanted Texas toast and I lost. So
I wanted.
Hey, all I'm
I've,
going to say, Sean, is as a Texan, I am very proud that it is like still hanging on at like 48-51, which I did not think was going to happen in my lifetime.
Can I say real quick that I have never had a Philly cheesesteak before?
Oh my
I
god.
know. Me and Harloff and
Harloff
Kalinowski were like,
fucking
what the
quoted
fuck?
you.
Listen, next time you're in New York and I do a cheat day when I will say, okay, I'll eat some bread. We'll get on the train and go to Philly to get a fucking Philly cheesesteak.
I'm cool.
I'm
with
really
that.
upset that 99 miles to Philly isn't open anymore.
There was a place in the city called 99 Miles to Philly where every morning they would truck in all of the ingredients for Philly, and it was legit real good. Still not as
They
good.
They didn't truck it in. The poor owner drove the 99 miles
Right,
from
that's
the
what I mean.
store
They
to
brought
Philly.
it in every morning.
Okay, was this yours?
Oh, that is mine. Yes.
all right, we have it.
Okay.
We have it along with a box of your comics.
A box of my comics. All right. I mean,
They're all real thick Marvel.
If this disappears and you never see it again,
no, please. I really want that one back. That
Yeah,
one.
it's a very nice book.
it is very
Yeah.
nice.
I've been wondering.
A mango cart, Jill?
Yes.
Yes,
I've been trying to find that one, and I didn't know that it was not here. So that
We
makes
have
I
sense.
was
We
I was
saved
gonna
it for
ask you
you.
off camera, but when I found out there was a box to your stuff, I'm like, I'll grab that.
Yeah, that one is mine, and I love that book. There's a lot of really great drinks in
There's a
there.
peach drink. Where'd it
Yeah,
go?
there's a
I'm
bunch of
half
good stuff.
expecting
We're
to
moving
find.
to Brooklyn.
I know.
Yeah, I'm half expecting to find some of PJ's stuff as we're packing
Oh,
our apartment.
I'll never forget. We were at a Mets game, and the Dunkin' Donuts people were outside giving out free samples, and
Oh
people
yeah.
grabbed like 8. And then he packed up and left.
Oh, I forgot.
Left all of these fucking samples on the floor of my guest room.
That was my bad. I couldn't take them on.
Are these your full screen copies of Indiana Jones?
No, they're not. Those were Rachel's copies.
Cool.
They're mine now.
I would never have a full screen Indiana Jones. Yeah.
Blasphemous.
I will if they're free.
Well, that's fair. Yeah, I wanted to bring him with me, and I'd been trying to drink them through the week, but we'd keep going out, and I'd forget to. And so when I was leaving, I was like, fuck, I can't take them with me because the airplane won't let me take those on. They're too big. Because, of their
Look
policies.
at Ellie with her OBS going.
I know. What kind of questions does the chat have, by the way? Chat.
Ask us questions. Let's go.
PJ, I will only give you this book back if you make me 5 drinks.
Dude, I will make you ramen and drinks.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you. Come on now.
You can have this book then.
All right, I got you.
This whiskey apple drink sounds yummy.
Like I said, that book has some great drinks. I have a couple of New York based cookbooks because that is a possibility. Ooh, Brandy has one specifically for Sean.
For Sully. You have to recast Mark Hamill in Star Wars, but recast him with a movie character not from Star Wars.
With a movie character.
With an actor or a character?
No, a movie character.
She made me do this with Back to the Future. It was fucking excruciating.
Now, is my goal to get someone close to Mark Hamill in that role, or is my goal to get an?
Just say fuck it. Just.
I think the goal is whatever you want it to be.
I think just go crazy.
Yeah.
Van Wilder.
Chaos.
Well, that's very
awesome.
different. Yeah.
Chaos.
Have any of you watched Schitt's Creek?
No, I need
of course. Every episode.
Ew, David.
We also saw them live last year and got to go to the pop-up and see the sets, and I own multiple Schitt's Creek t-shirts and a hoodie, and I've thought about getting a David Rose tattoo. So no, I've never seen it.
I can't wait to find the folded in apron that we lost somehow.
Oh, you have a Rosebud Motel robe.
I do, that I love to wear. There is not that robe anywhere in the show, but they made it for the live show.
Yeah.
Schitt's Creek is fucking amazing. Yes.
Yeah, it's
I
great.
love that show.
Is Oswald with you? Because Luna's the only one currently begging me for biscuits, and I'm confused.
Aside from the safe space, have we had Brian on the channel yet?
No, we have not. I don't think.
Okay, interesting. So we had Jake for our first time and Brian for the first time.
Hey, Brian, if you want to come on now, type yes in the chat. I'll send you the StreamYard link.
He's got to get drunk though. That's the
problem. PJ already answered everyone else's favorite season and favorite holiday.
Oh, my favorite season is definitely winter because I'm selfish and that's when my birthday is.
Selfish bitch.
It's also, I like the cold. Like, I like boots and jackets and blankets and hot chocolate. And
that was my second. So I get it.
So, and then my favorite holiday is Halloween.
My favorite season is fall.
That was what I said.
But my favorite holiday is St. Patrick's Day.
You stereotypical Irish fuck.
My favorite season is autumn. I love plaid and flannel. I love the changing leaves. I'm a basic bitch for some pumpkin.
We don't get changing leaves here. We don't get that.
I'd like to change my answer when Max is done.
Oh.
What?
I'd like to change my answer when Max is done.
Okay. My favorite holiday is Purim.
What's Purim?
It's basically Jewish Halloween.
Oh, that sounds
like
fun.
I remember. I love Christmas time because I think it's magical.
When is it?
Purim's in the spring, and I just love it because I always remember it's like supposed to be a festival celebration. So the temple would always have a carnival with like rides and games, and you could.
Oh, how fun! Do you dress up too? Like, is it like?
Yeah, you can work. Yeah, like wear like Halloween costumes.
I've never heard of that before. That sounds so fun.
And on the temple portion of it is actually all dressed up. So like even if you go to the most like conservative temples, the rabbis are usually dressed up as Nebuchadnezzar, or is it Nebuchadnezzar? I can't remember.
Nebuchadnezzar.
It's whichever one tried to kill Esther.
God, it's
Who remembers? It's late and we've been drinking and celebrating.
Sure.
But it's kind of this whole like celebration of like welcoming in spring and all this kind of stuff, and like you dress up and you retell the story of Esther saving the Jews.
Saving the Jewish people from Haman.
Yeah, Haman. Yeah.
He was the royal vizier to King Ahasuerus, and he planned to kill all the Jews.
What about my hymen?
But there's also an amazing cookie called Hamantaschen, which is probably my favorite cookie. That is meant to look like Haman's ear, and it's filled with jelly and powdered sugar. Delicious.
Can I have a sip of your eggnog?
Yeah.
And I like making them.
What is your favorite ice cream? Mint chocolate chip.
Well, hold on.
Wait, I didn't answer my season.
Oh,
and
I'm
holiday.
sorry. The champagne has gone straight to my head. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So
Okay.
real quick, I'm going to change my answer. I had said my favorite season was fall, but I'd like to change my favorite season to autumn. It sounds better that way. Ellie,
Max called it autumn. My favorite season is spring, not just because my birthday is the first day of spring, but in reverse of fall, I think spring is the warming up of things, which I like. I don't like the going into the cold. I like coming out of it. It's not too hot anywhere. So
I interrupt for a brief second to welcome our special
Brian's
guest.
here.
Hi, Brian.
Friends.
Hello,
Did you
Brian.
get a haircut?
Yeah, I was tired of it.
My favorite holiday is hard because I like Christmas. We don't celebrate it anymore. So I still decorate for Christmas. We have a Jew tree. We have a Hanukkah bush, if one will. Hanukkah bush. It's all gold. It actually is behind Max at all times, but is off screen. It's a tiny little thing. But yeah, I like the Christmas season and the Advent season, even though I don't celebrate them anymore. I still like them.
Why are Sean and Jilly couples goals, but Liz and I aren't? I don't. I mean, I put a ring on it.
Because y'all are married and cute. And
You put 3 rings on it, actually. If we're getting technical, there's 4.
this my mom gave me this one.
That's a stacker.
I have this one my mom gave me.
Brian, what is your favorite season and holiday?
I am also of the basic bitch variety of fall/autumn. Holiday? Probably Christmas.
We've been together for 10 years and married for 3. So yeah, we're
a
couple.
shit ton of biscuit to Luna. We're
Now,
couple have been
I'm
together
curious.
for 12, actually.
Whatever. We've been together forever.
What's everyone's opinion on the pumpkin spice latte?
I don't like it.
I think
very much.
I'm not a huge fan.
I think
I
it's
like
way
it.
too sweet.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I much prefer the salted caramel mocha, which comes out at this time of year, which does not have salted caramel inside of the drink. It's actually toffee nut and mocha. So outside of having the toasted salt that goes on the top, you can have it every single day of the year if you ask for equal pumps, toffee nut and mocha, and then to put caramel in the cup.
I'm just a basic London fog when I go to Starbucks.
The
So.
only pumpkin I do is the pumpkin spice ice cream.
I like pumpkin spice ice cream.
Yeah.
Now it's pumpkin pie ice cream because everything is pumpkin spice. But
Speaking of ice cream, what is your favorite ice cream flavor?
Probably. So, they used to have this place in the Bay Area called Lord's Ice Cream, and it made this bubblegum flavor. That was my favorite, but they don't
got great records and open an ice cream shop. Wow.
Yeah. What are you laughing about? I don't trust you.
I'm not laughing at you.
I was going to say you're laughing about my biscuit eating.
No.
But if I'm going off of just ice cream, like non-specific, just mint chocolate chip.
Ooh.
For me, mint chocolate chip was good. For me, my favorite like store, like to buy it in a store, I have to tie between green tea ice cream and cherry vanilla ice cream.
I think green tea ice cream is Japanese, not Thai.
For fuck's sake.
What about you, PJ?
I'm
then-
a big.
Oh, sorry, Jill. Finish.
No, and then like my favorite like from an ice cream place is Dairy Queen's cotton candy ice cream.
Ooh.
It's a seasonal monthly ice cream, but I can eat like 19 pounds of that stuff. It's so freaking good.
Wait, why am I getting "How dare you, PJ"? By the way, on that BCD one, what about? I'm literally. No, Brian.
What?
Eric, too. What?
I don't know what you're talking about, PJ.
Just generic. How dare you, PJ? How dare you?
Okay, I was just confused because I'm like, literally everyone on here I think is coupled except me. Okay, Brian. Yeah, see, I'm alone. I'm the lone singular person.
Who am I?
No, Brian
Oh,
is
Yeah,
saying
Brian
he's
couple.
alone.
That's why we asked, and
My
then he didn't
couch.
answer.
This is my
Oh,
only.
and then you
relationship
pointed
is
up,
my
and I
couch.
thought you were pointing only at me, so I was confused. Okay,
No,
so
I was
Brian-
going like us.
Oh,
As
okay.
as Rachel's nunchuck. What does she call me?
You heard
Anyway, strawberry ice cream and moose track ice cream are my favorite.
Mine are very specific. I don't know if Bluebell actually makes the flavor anymore because I'm no longer in Texas, so I don't know. They used to make like Chocolate Lover's Delight, which was like chocolate ice cream with brownie pieces and chocolate fudge in it, and it was really, really good. So I like make that whenever I go to like a Cold Stone or a Marble Slab type of place. And then what's that really like fancy sorbet, Max? Talenti or their raspberry sorbet is really good. Except for their tubs are built so bad that sometimes you have to break the tub off of the sorbet and then eat the whole damn thing.
It's so bad you have to eat the whole thing.
My favorite would be cake batter.
Oh,
Ooh,
cake batter is
Cold
really good.
Stone cake batter. Specifically,
Doesn't matter.
No.
Cake batter. Just
Cold Stone makes the best cake
Cold
batter.
Stone
make-
cake batter.
They make
is the
killer cake
best.
batter, but
Put some Kit Kat pieces in that, and
No, I do brownies.
John's like, no,
He's
no,
like-
no.
Cake batter and brownies is what I do.
y'all are
What?
right. Cake batter.
hey, I put cheesecake pieces in my green tea ice cream at
Yeah.
what was it called?
You know where you should put cheesecake pieces? In cake batter.
Don't they have cake pieces at like Cold
Actually,
Stone?
don't they have cheesecake cheesecake?
Yeah, they have
flavored ice
cheesecake
cream?
pieces at Cold Stone too.
Yeah.
I want
love Cold
ice cream.
I do not like mint chocolate chip though. I think it's the worst ice cream
Oh, I
flavor.
love mint chocolate chip.
Why don't
My
you just
sister's
stab me in the
favorite.
back?
You know I don't like chocolate and mint, except for Angie's mints. For some
Do you
reason, I
like-
like any mint and thin
Do
mints.
you like peppermint though, or is it any mint?
I don't like peppermint. I don't like spearmint most of the time. Like it's the mintiness of it.
I like peppermint ice cream, and it only comes out in December. So
You're like my mom.
best gift. My
Did you eat
most
that whole biscuit?
my most recent gift. In fact, I should turn it on.
Put it on party mode.
It's rave mode.
It's party mode.
You should go sit in front of it.
No, I like being by my couch.
Liz, it just occurred to me that Brian reminds me of Spencer.
He does
Do
actually.
we like Spencer?
Yeah,
Yes.
I love him. One of my
We
best
like
friends.
Brian.
Do we like Spencer?
Spencer's one of our really good friends from
Chicago.
I want the record to show that Luna got a half a biscuit because I dropped it on the ground, and she's over here begging for the other half of the biscuit, which I ate.
That bitch. I mean that
Uh,
purely in the clinical sense. She is a female dog.
it's the best
Patrick,
gift
what's
I've-
your favorite? What's your best gift you ever received?
That's what I'm thinking about. I
know, me
mean,
too.
Jilly?
I know,
Go ahead.
I know, it's you guys.
Aww. Okay, now give us your real answer.
No, that's my
wanted
real
to-
answer because you guys could have abandoned me through the divorce and shit, and you didn't.
Why would we have abandoned you?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
To
I
be
get.
fair, I didn't know the lady, so
Yeah, sides were
Me too.
chosen.
I'm just saying. You asked for my answer, and my answer is you guys.
Best
That's
gift.
cute.
That's wonderful.
Brandy, mine is the new Funko Pop shelf with rave light technology that Sean, Jill, Jake, and Gabby got me.
It's very cool.
It's very cool.
Maxwell?
Which no one has noticed on a stream yet.
Oh,
Really?
boo!
I saw you post a photo of it.
Yeah, I posted a photo. I
We're going
even
into
have
rave
like
mode.
rave mode going while we're
going
streaming.
into rave.
Oh, I know what mine is, and it's going to be controversial for our fans who are sports fans. But
Uh-oh.
Max got me a 2017 World Series Jose Altuve baseball signed by Jose Altuve, my favorite baseball player in
That's unfortunate.
current rotation.
I love
Not
that.
unfortunate. Jose Altuve is a national treasure. All of the data shows that he did not participate, including his batting average this year.
Oh.
Uh,
I'll also say if I have to choose a thing, Liz did smuggle me a Yankees World playoff hat, and Maxwell had to
where
bring.
we beat you. We beat you.
I refused to bring it to Orlando, and she still somehow put it in my suitcase to bring it to him.
Yeah. It was not a World Series. It was a postseason.
Sean,
Yeah,
did you put lights in
Yeah,
your...
did I say playoff?
Yeah, you said World Series.
I thought I walked it back after.
What
Sorry.
was that? What was
Did
that?
you put lights in the eyes of it?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my god, that is genius.
Wait, in the eyes of what? Oh my god,
Yeah.
you put lights in it.
John,
awesome.
what color changing lights do you have? Because Max and I might be taking that route instead of Lutron.
Do that.
You're in the way.
That's genius.
Jill, you're in the way.
Sorry.
Only
I
in
didn't
this-
realize you did that.
Genius.
Oh, that's cool.
What's the best gift I ever received?
Why are we so dark?
I did that last night. Liz, I have a desk lamp right here. To answer your question, I have a desk lamp over here, and I've got a little spotlight up here, and they just have color changing bulbs from Amazon with a remote.
Okay.
Eventually, I'm going to upgrade to an actual system for it, but right now, yeah, they just have color changing bulbs with a remote, and they're not technically for.
Oh, I'm very purple.
Well, I'm fixing it. They're allowed to be.
I just can't decide if I want to rewire the new apartment or if I want to
No, let's get the Hue bulbs.
get Hue bulbs.
That's
I'm
what
trying
you
to
are.
think of something like sappy and emotional to compete with PJ, but honestly, the best gift I ever got was a Rolex.
I don't know.
Nice.
Oh, you're going with the Rolex? You're not going with any of the other options?
I mean, I've been given. I
You're not going to get all bougie up in here on us?
I collect watches, and I'll leave it at that.
My favorite
Wait,
gift.
no, the best gift I ever received was a Tony nomination.
That wasn't a
Hey,
gift. That's an
Yay.
award. That's an award.
It's a gift from the universe.
the best gift I received was probably my puppy when I was.
Oh,
Yeah.
And she doesn't have it anymore.
I don't have it anymore,
Oh.
but I miss my dog.
Like, look, if it's such a great gift, I would have kept it.
You know what? Screw you. She lived to be 14. She was very
The best
old.
gift I ever received is behind me with lights in its eyes.
You're
it's
welcome.
pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking
It's
sweet.
pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you how excited she was to give
Oh
that
my
to
god!
you.
I sent them the picture and I was like,
Leading
"You
up to
guys, it's here."
It
It'll
was
make
like,
a great tattoo. Also,
Yeah.
it looks so good on the fucking like $3 Party City wallpaper you have too.
I know, that's the best.
Like it
Literally.
looks. If I didn't know what it was, I'd be like, "Wow, that exposed brick wall is so lovely."
Thanks. I didn't tell you the other day I was cleaning out the pantry and I found, remember when we did our Harry Potter party and I bought all of the brick wall for our platform 9 3/4? Like we could have wrapped the entire apartment in this crap I spent $2 on, but we just did it for the door so like people would knock on the door and run through it as if they were coming through the platform.
Cute.
But I found all of the extra like folded up in the pantry.
It would look good behind Max.
Well, we're maybe in the new place.
Yeah.
Well, the new place has like a exposed brick and
Well, the
wood
new place has exposed like 1920s wood beams.
from when it was a cardboard factory.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I wasn't going to say this because if you're smart and you want to figure it out, you can figure it out. But literally, the building we're moving into used to be a cardboard box factory.
Box.
The fact that I, creator and co-host of Box, am moving into a box factory, like not on purpose, just totally unintentionally, is the universe saying, keep making Box. That's the good shit.
You're not
That's
wrong.
okay.
Okay, here's the thing. They can't get exactly which building we're in because there were several in the area that we're in. We just
Fair.
happen to be one.
Don't stalk me. What TV character would make the best roommate?
Does Sean Sullivan count since we make Box and he's a character?
I'm not a good roommate.
He's fine. He's okay.
Oh wait, I don't want to choose you. It's the same reason I didn't choose Max because you guys come with significant others.
I was
That's
gonna
the
say
only-
we're a package deal. I mean, you can just like take him if you want. Like, you guys can have fun.
I mean,
Do my own thing.
Maybe this is a basic answer, but Chandler Bing?
Oh, that's a pretty
I
solid.
forgot about that, Joey.
Joey is a good roommate, but he always has women over. Chandler is like, he cleans, he's generally polite, he's funny and respectful. I think Chandler would be a good roommate. You know who'd be a terrible roommate who I would not want as a roommate?
Ross Geller.
I was going to say Schmidt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's a hilarious character, but what a bad roommate.
Well, I was gonna.
Although, when we can all hang out in person, when COVID's over, I want to play an epic game of True American.
I think everyone from that show would be a terrible roommate.
Oh, yeah, but it's a great show.
I was told that Sean does not count because he is a YouTube character and not a TV show.
That's fair.
I don't know who I would live with.
It's not TV. it's
Baby
HBO.
Yoda.
I want Baby Yoda.
Just-
Yeah,
I
but, well,
don't-
baby, but don't leave your eggs
Actually,
around.
I'm just going to say make sure your eggs are in the fridge.
I think actually that might be a bad one because him and I would be fighting over the food the whole time.
Baby Yoda is a lot of maintenance. Like, he just gets into a lot of trouble, and I don't have time to watch after
That's
something
true.
else.
Yeah, and we don't see it on film, but I'm sure the Mandalorian has to change it.
Yeah, they haven't brought that up.
I'll
They-
say I don't know.
They did talk about the bathroom on today's episode.
They did.
When did Brian get here?
A little while ago. Oh, thank
Hi,
you.
I
Ferris.
have nothing for you.
Hello.
Both dogs are now begging me, and I have nothing for them.
God, I don't know.
I
I don't have an
do.
answer for this.
Star
Rob-
Drew.
I know.
To answer your question, Star Drew, Jake if on our Pockaflix, Jake just put Bloodsport in our rotation of movies, so it more than likely will be on my eyes.
Alfred.
There's one answer, and it's Universal Soldier.
For we moved on.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
I don't think I've ever seen a Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Couldn't name
I
one.
don't think I've seen one that I would call good. Maybe the Quest. Is that a movie?
Have you not seen Universal Soldier?
I don't think I've seen one that I would call a movie.
Again, I haven't seen one that I would call good.
Wait, you? How dare you, dude? Universal Soldier's great.
I mean,
Everyone's allowed their own opinions.
70 million people voted for the other guy, so what can I say?
I mean,
Hello.
I think it's one of like the last good '80s action movies, and even though it was made in like '94 or something, it's a Roland Emmerich film too. That's the crazy thing.
I'm aware.
No, I'm just saying, like for the people at home who don't know. Yeah, I like Dolph Lundgren. Man, there's all sorts of people here all of a sudden.
I don't think I've ever seen a Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Have you not seen The Expendables 2?
No.
Brandy, no, we do not wear shoes in our house.
No, they get taken off and put by the door. No exceptions.
I take mine off as soon as I come in here. I'm like,
If people visit, I ask them to take it off too. Honestly,
I just don't like shoes. So like the second I get inside,
I always take mine off like almost right away, and then I just walk around in my socks.
You
I
know
have
what?
house slippers.
I used to be someone who takes my shoes off in the house, but look.
yeah, I have slippers, so sometimes I'll change into slippers if my feet are cold, but those don't go like
don't do
the
that.
stuff
God.
your shoes touch outside. I don't want that on the floor.
Please
I'm
take
sorry.
those off the table.
Sean.
Under my desk.
Yeah, I just ate right there.
I like how Sean's not bothered at all. Chat, ask us questions if you would like.
I will say sometimes randomly, if I'm doing a deep clean of the house, I will put my cleanest pair of shoes on because I don't want to step into the crap I'm about to scrub off.
What was that Shark Tank
Hold on.
product we saw?
I'm gonna speak quietly to the chat and the group right here. We have really messy roommates, and if we had cleaner roommates, I wouldn't wear shoes in the house. But on top of that, this room right here that we're in is my office / crafting space. So there's often like
little men.
There's like
Little men.
there's like little bits of plastic and shit on the floor all the time. So I usually wear shoes in here,
Fair.
but not necessarily like I don't wear them in the bedroom and stuff like that.
Sure, I get it.
I don't wear shoes to bed.
I would hope you don't wear shoes to bed. That would be weird.
Is anyone weird wear socks to bed? I don't.
No, I get too
Depends
hot.
on the season. It gets very cold in New York.
It's dependent. Like sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I guess it just depends on the day.
Fair.
Random sleeping things. I sleep with a pillow on my face because, not to throw him under the bus, but Max does use his phone in bed quite frequently and goes to sleep later than I do. I used to wear an eye mask, but I started getting really bad eye pressure from doing it. And so now I just put a pillow on top of my face.
Brian fucking 4
Yeah.
A lot of pillows.
under your head?
I have the one on my not under my head. One under my head, one to like clutch, and then I sleep with my leg up, and they're on those two.
Okay.
I actually have 5. 2 under my head,
Pretty.
1 between my legs, 1 on my face, and then like a tube pillow that I like.
Are you counting squishy in your 5?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So
I have Rupert. So.
Squishy is a very old pillow Max has. I'm not quite sure how old it is. It's before I came into the picture. That is hardly a pillow anymore. It gets folded up and fluffed into the smallest pillowcase we could find, and it is called Squishy.
I have a stuffed animal named Rupert that I sleep with. So
I have.
Sean's very stoked about Rupert because
Mostly because it ends up like in my personal space.
it ends up like on his head. Like sometimes you steal them, you don't realize it.
Because it's in my personal space.
You're like, if he crosses the line, he's mine.
I would have less if I just had one of those long body pillows.
So I have a long body pillow
I used
that's
to
like
have a body
back
pillow.
up my bed. And then I have 3 pillows, like one's off to the side, and usually one of the cats is asleep on it. And then I have like 2 underneath, 2 that I put my head on. But I also have a Kirk pillow. So like, I don't know if it really counts as a pillow. It's like almost more of a stuffed animal, but I do have a Kirk that I keep with me at all times.
Like
There's a stuffed dog upon your noggin.
What?
It's
Like-
little brother.
I was gonna say, is that little brother from Mulan?
What were
I
you
used
asking?
I used to sleep with him, but Oswald is
I-
very jealous of little brother, so he eats him. So he had to be kicked out of the bed, unfortunately.
I sleep with 3 pillows. 2 under my head, and then I've got my anime body pillow.
What is on said anime body pillow?
Were you asking about the Kirk pillow
You're
that
gonna
I was?
start these rumors that you
Yeah.
sleep
Oh yeah, I
with
said
an
I
anime
joked. I
body
said you're
pillow.
Captain Kirk.
Yeah, and then someone can ask me an anime question.
Yeah, my Captain,
You're
like
who?
Captain Kirk the corgi,
Yeah.
my old corgi. I have a pillow of him.
Brandy,
So-
to ask your other bed-based question, yes, both. Well, one of our dogs currently sleeps in the bed. The other older dog has decided she doesn't like being told where to sleep, so she sleeps in the younger dog's kennel because the younger dog got bed privileges, and they kind of just swapped.
Yeah,
Guys, we'll get through all these other questions, but if you can just send only bedroom-based questions,
Hey,
this is a drunk AMA.
Let's keep it on topic.
PJ Network After Dark.
No,
No.
absolutely not.
I put ketchup on a lot of things, not mac and cheese.
I'd put it on rice.
Mm-mm.
I put it on eggs.
The most outrageous thing I do with ketchup is sometimes I'll dip potato chips with ketchup.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, but
I like
that's
that.
the most
I mix my
outrageous.
ketchup with mayo, so if
Yeah,
ketchup's
that's
going on
fine.
it,
That's
mayo's
okay.
going on it.
You know, you could just buy Thousand Island sauce.
But I like my ratio, Sean, not the manufactured ratio.
So Hidden Valley, the Hidden Valley Ranch, they make a secret sauce that they either just came out with a new one or they just rebottled it. It's very, very good. Highly
Is that
recommend
what
it.
you had on?
You mean like In-N-Out's secret sauce?
That's called spread.
Get it right, Brian.
The Hidden Valley Ranch secret sauce. If you take a packet of Del Scorcho from Del Taco,
Scorcho? That's an actual thing.
Yeah.
yeah, you should come down to SoCal. We'll have some Del Taco. We'll talk about it.
I don't think we have Del Taco.
We have a Del Taco up here. It's
I was
actually
gonna say Del Taco's up
Yeah,
north.
Del Taco is definitely
Not
up.
many.
There's not a
There,
lot.
Sean, I'm from Sacramento. There's a
there's
ton
one.
of Del
There's one I can live.
Really?
Yes.
I had
It's
some friends that were
probably
living up in Monterey and San Fran, and their biggest complaint was there's no Del Tacos.
Monterey and San Fran are different than Sacramento.
Where I live, there's probably one a mile and a half away.
Oh, well, get some fucking Del Scorcho.
Hard pass.
Anyway,
Brian,
You're a good student.
Wait, Jill
you're
knows
so
it.
white.
I'm
Yes.
the whitest with hot sauce. I love spicy. This cannot handle it though.
I wish we could have had Brian on Box episode 4.
I'm trying to get Jake to do it, and it's like a slow pull. But
We can say nothing more than that.
We can't. That's all
Yeah.
we can say about box number 4.
I
All
told
right.
Molly the other day, I was like, Molly, because she's those two.
let's get to the chat's questions real quick because they're putting them in now.
They have some
Were
good
you
questions.
a good student?
I was better in college than I was
I
in
was
high school.
not better in college.
I
I
was a really
graduated.
Oh,
You
go
go, PJ. You go, PJ.
No, I was going to say I was a good student for a while, enough that one of my teachers had complimented my parents and said they wish that they could clone me, so they had as many students that were as good as me. But then I hit like middle school and high school, and I just got lazy, and I enjoyed like reading stuff more. And like I was a decent enough student. I got through the year, and I never had any real problems. But I wouldn't say I was a good student.
It depends what you consider a good student. I took a lot of AP and honors courses, and I was in student government and like a ton of extracurriculars, but I was the laziest fucking C passing student ever.
I feel it.
Yeah, I got in grade school. I got all A's and B's. Same with high school. I took AP classes. Once college hit, though, I was on that C's get degrees train. So once college was a thing, I was like,
I was just so bad at math that it demotivated me.
math was the worst for me.
I was told there would be no math here.
I was told there'd be no math.
But Brian, PJ loves the math bucket.
I will say I
Let's go on
am.
this cup.
I'm not going to deny my husband's intelligence, but I was probably the true academic nerd of the group. I graduated 11th out of 396 or something like that. I competed in academic decathlons. Academic pentathlons. I would have done the decathlon, but we moved and my new school district did not participate. For those that don't know what that is, that's what Spider-Man competes in.
I did that too. I did a decathlon.
I was ranked number 2 for knowledge of the state of Texas for the year that you can compete in that. I got a 3.9 in my master's of finance that I just passed. So college was a little more difficult because for my bachelor's, I still got like pretty high and did well. I went to art school. So I did theater and I ended up tanking my GPA because I took courses that I can't actually do. I don't have any perspective. Like my vision's so bad I can't draw like in any sort of I can't draw very well. Or I can draw, but I can't draw like set wise.
What's your favorite Texas fact?
Oh,
Since
now
you're a
I
master of Texas knowledge.
I don't know that much as well anymore. But I it was like when I was in 5th or 6th grade. I just like to pull that one out because it's fun. I guess
The Alamo.
probably.
There you go.
Well, I haven't been. I went to the Alamo when I was like 4. I've never actually been.
The stars at night.
I-
Big
I
and
remember reading about that.
bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
All right.
Put it this way. I was the type of intellectual who was more interested in the stuff that wasn't rotely being taught in a very basic academic curriculum. So I did good enough to get by, but was busy reading and doing other stuff that the school wouldn't touch.
Yeah.
I did great in college because I was studying and grad school because I was, studying what I loved. But
Yep.
Rex.
Patrick,
See,
if you had to change your name, what would you change your name to?
My name was almost Adam. It was like a last minute switch.
I mean, the truth is like I've kind of done it, right? Like I go by PJ for the most part. Like
I've already done it.
I don't know if I would ever really like change my name, but like I go by a different name than the name I was given by my parents. Like it's a combination of two of my names, but
I mean,
I know
I literally just called you Patrick, though.
you did. But how often do we hear that?
Are you
I
eating
call you
whiskey?
I think that's all Sean calls you. Is
That's because he's weird. I don't know why.
I know what Max would change his name to, but I don't want to give away his fake name.
I already said it.
I'm not going to give away your full one, though.
Rex.
Rex.
I know.
Actually, I will give away my fake name that I use for a lot of things. It's Rex Rexroth.
So
I
we
like that.
learned this. This is probably going to get us in trouble, and we will not try it with our next cable company. But Max's dad told us that all you have to do to get the 2 years is just change your name.
My dad would do that with magazine subscriptions. My dad is named Calvin, but his fake name is Chuck Reynolds. When I was a kid, I used to see all this mail delivered to Chuck Reynolds. I'm like, who is this? My dad was like, it's me. Don't ask questions.
The best part is he told us, and I have not checked it out, but it seems to be true that like companies are not smart enough. So if you only need 2,
It's
So
not
you
that they're
can-
not smart enough. It's that they don't care enough.
yeah. And so like he'll just go from Calvin Haddad to Chuck Reynolds, and then back to Calvin Haddad and then Chuck Reynolds.
I learned from the best.
What would you change your name to?
If I were to have to change my full name,
Oh God, your 4 names.
it would be Jack Brooks.
Oh, I like that. That sounds like a musician.
Yeah.
And on
I was-
Jack Brooks.
I have a twin sister, and we have alliterative names. I won't give away her name, but you can find it if you go look for it. So it's Sean and another Irish name. Hers is much more Irish than mine, actually.
Sean's pretty damn freaking Irish.
Yeah, but hers is
Hers
real
is also
fucking
Irish. Yeah.
I was supposed to be named Jack after my grandfather. And Brooks is a family last name, so I would go by Jack Brooks. If I were to go by my grandmother's maiden name with that logic, it would be Jack Ryan.
Ooh, that's the guy on the TV.
Because Ryan,
Book character first, Jilly. Thank you.
Ryan is my Ryan
That's
is
John Krasinski.
it's a lot of
or Harrison Ford or
Harrison
Alec Baldwin or Ben Affleck. Or
I'm
Chris
not
Pine.
like this is why I don't compete in the showdown. PJ.
Chris.
I don't know.
One of the Chris's was Jack Ryan.
Chris Pine.
Chris Pine.
One of the Chris's.
Real quick, favorite Fall Out Boy album? Why is it Infinity and High?
It's not.
It is Infinity on High.
Mine is not Infinity on High. Mine's Folly Du.
From Under the Cork Tree
That's a solid
is a
second.
perfect album. From Under the Cork Tree is a front to back perfect album.
For that one.
But back to the name one. If I had, everyone was talking about what they would have been named. My name that I was gonna be I'm not gonna lie, was Francesca Capucci.
She'd be single.
Was gonna be my name.
I think Francesca was going to be, my sister's name.
Francesca Capucci was gonna be my name.
I'll change.
that's pretty odd. That
I
didn't
would
happen.
change my name to Valentine McKee.
If I had, I don't know if I would want to. I like my name.
Ellie?
It's just the right amount of different.
I don't know what I would change my name to. I have kind of changed it to Ellie. That was not the nickname I really went for years, and then one person I worked with at Disney called me it, and then it became the one I went with only my closest friends. But if we're talking,
Do it, Max.
What's your time?
if you
Wait, Max, can we put the orange juice one?
It's not in this.
I will say my mother was gonna name me Gretchen,
Stay in here.
and I'm glad that didn't happen. But better yet, my mom was supposed to be named Hermione because it is a family name on my mother's side.
It.
My mom's parents are German and Czech, and so we've got a lot of like German names.
To be fair, I've kind of changed my name, or people have changed my name for me. People at work and stuff call me Sully so much that and like I've been called that my whole life, and I like it. So I guess I've kind of changed it to.
I did change my name, and in the non-traditional way, in that I did not keep my maiden name. If I could burn the 30 years of history with that name and never have to see it again, I would be happy. I just don't like. It's the last thing that I had in connection to my father, and now that it's gone, it is great. Kind of sucks. It has to be on your marriage certificate, but yeah.
I'm a little disappointed that no one knew where my name came from.
I know where your name comes from.
Valentine McKee, the one that I just said.
Oh, I thought you meant Patrick Joseph Campbell. I'm
Camel?
Number one, dude. I think you're the first person who said my full name on here to this point.
Oh, oops.
I didn't know your middle name.
Yeah.
I do because it's Star Wars.
I know what the name is from, PJ, and I haven't even seen the movie.
You know what? Let's cut the stream. Hold on. We have to cut the stream. We have to go dark. We'll start a new stream. I've said too much.
This is like that. I shouldn't say this, but it's like that time that Harloff spoiled a match on SEN Live, and he realized he did it, so he cut the episode short and started a new stream.
And he kept denying that he did it.
Wait, like
Yeah.
what?
He spoiled the outcome of Guy Bateman.
The Bateman.
It was just him
I
doing
was there for
live.
that, and I was listening to it. I was like, "Wait a second."
I said it in the chat.
Message Justin went, so I know who won this match.
I messaged the
I
chat.
already knew.
I mean, everyone
Wait,
knew.
No,
like,
wasn't that match live?
Oh, right. That match.
Anyways,
was
moving on.
live.
I hope not. I don't.
I didn't listen to it.
Danny, as an expert in all things System of a Down, it's fine.
What is thoughts on Twitter? By the way, the one that Danny put in there before. I was confused.
Oh, thoughts on Twitter? Twitter is a new extension on Twitter that you.
Please don't shoot yourself in the foot.
I can't think of anything that isn't problematic, so I'm gonna leave it at that.
There you go.
Okay,
Proud
cool.
of you.
Moving on. Thoughts on the new? I liked the new System of a Down singles. I mean, I know that Sean and Rachel were like, it sounds like everything they'd ever done, and I was like, yeah, that's why I liked it.
I don't think that. I think that it's got a lot of. I mean, Rachel said that.
Yeah, maybe that's why I got it mixed up.
But I think it's fine. I just don't think like there's a lot of. If I'm going to go listen to System of a Down, that's going to be really low on my priority list.
I mean, that's totally fine. Don't get me wrong, but I liked it.
Yeah, I'm glad they're putting out new music. So that's all that matters.
I can't tell you the last time I listened to new music, so
Fair.
I guess maybe when new Broadway cast albums come out.
Machine Gun Kelly's newest album, highly recommend.
Now that he's not rapping.
It's perfect. PJ, who is your favorite anime waifu?
I don't know what that means.
My Valentine. Does that count?
Is that from Yu-Gi-Oh?
It is from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Maxwell?
I was gonna say, are you with us, Max?
I don't know.
I don't even know what it means, so
Liz? Brian?
I have no clue what it means.
The only anime I've ever watched is Pokemon, so I don't think that really.
So
Misty.
Who is your favorite anime waifu from Pokemon?
I mean, you'd have to go with
What's
Misty.
the wife?
Yeah, I don't know what
No,
waifu
I
means.
assume it's a woman that you would want to make your wife on. You know what, Danny? Let us know what an anime waifu is, and then we'll come back to that question.
Yeah.
Valentine.
I already have.
Here's a
At least
question.
one.
Do you guys think PJ can stump me?
Yes.
No.
No,
Hey,
'cause you
PJ,
don't.
how often do you
I
stump me?
want to know. I want
Very,
to know if PJ
very
can
little.
stump Alex Damon.
Look, I'm a little tipsy. I'm going to say things I shouldn't say. I really want to compete in the Schmodown next season.
I want Max.
I want you to compete.
Hey,
Um,
Max, I also want to compete in the Shimoda.
well, you already have, so I think that's a.
You've had your shot. You're done.
I would say two things about this, both of which I think some people on this stream can confirm. One, I'm really fucking good at movie trivia, and two, I have a real personality, unlike others.
Unlike others.
I'll say this, too.
And we will leave it at that.
So
I'm
Collins,
that.
real quick on this Collins thing specifically, because Max, like in one of his matches, he missed a question of what was the first time or what was the first movie that Steven Spielberg and Harrison Ford ever collaborated on. He has little things like that he misses from time to time, and that's not a dig. Like every competitor has a thing that they just it happens.
It's
It
Raiders,
is
isn't it?
possible to
It
know
is.
It was Raiders, yeah.
Oh.
I remember that one.
breadth of movie knowledge. It's impossible.
It's absolutely impossible.
I mean,
But-
he tripped up a little bit in the horror one.
He almost got
Yeah.
booted from the horror free for all.
Yeah, honestly, if Cameron Rice had not been in that same round with him, he probably would have been booted out before he won it. So, I mean, look, I think I'm going to stump every competitor at least once or twice. I mean, I have to assume I'm doing my job okay.
I think you do an exemplary job.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
There's a certain championship I'm hoping you stump someone a little bit more than usual.
I have no comment on the quality of PJ's job.
Thanks, Ellie.
PJ, you've never stumped me, not once. Never.
Oh, yeah. What is it? Look at that guy. I wonder if he's a ton of fun to be around.
Did you watch?
Never will.
Did you watch Molly and Alex's latest
Yeah,
Lego stream?
I've watched-
They told that Tund is like a running gag with us now.
Uh-huh.
Like
Oh, yeah.
someone had asked Alex to name all of the racers in the Boon to Eve Classic, and he said Ben Quadranero's like third, and then at the end Molly was like, did you name the racer from the Tund region? And he was like, Ben Quadranero's, yeah, and I know where he's from.
I like when he gets a little sassy.
These are my friends, everyone. These are my.
I was
my friends.
dying. I was like, oh my god, they're like, it's like a running gag, and it's the best.
All right.
Oh,
Favorite
yeah.
Helen Mirren performance?
Ooh.
Gosford Park, perhaps?
Real quick, they've spoiled many matches. Yes, they have, and it's a thing. Find this
I mean, it'd probably be easy to say the Queen because she's really incredible in the Queen, but I love her in Gosford Park.
There it is.
Can I be honest and say that the only movie that I can think of that Helen Mirren is in is the one my friend produced, and it's an awful film.
I was hoping. I
thought you were going to say Furious.
That's what I was hoping.
No.
She's talking about Winchester, and I kind of have a soft spot.
Nutcracker in the four realms.
I didn't dislike Winchester. It's like it's okay.
I mean, PJ, we have a soft spot for it, but like,
I mean, just because I go to his house all the time, and you see like the big, huge Winchester freaking poster, and it's like, oh, there it is.
I really like Excalibur. Like Excalibur is really, really good.
I like Monsters University.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike Hayes is probably the Prince of Egypt.
She's in the Prince of Egypt. Who is she in Prince of
She's the
Egypt?
queen.
She's the queen.
Oh, I like that movie.
I love her in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. She's deep thought.
that's probably my favorite.
I really love her in State of Play. I think State of Play is.
She's also great on Prime Suspect, which is a British TV detective show.
I'm not allowed to claim The Tempest, right? Or did they film it?
I mean, you could. I don't see why not. It is a performance. Also, she's great in Hitchcock as Alfred Hitchcock's wife.
I think they filmed The Tempest when she was Prospero. Yeah, they did. That is a movie. I don't know why I didn't know. Did she do it on stage too?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
What do you guys think is Brian's favorite movie he hasn't seen yet?
Tremors.
Have you seen The Phantom
No.
with Billy Zane? The Phantom with Billy Zane.
Yeah, mine is Tremors for you.
I'm gonna say, because we're gonna watch it all together soon, What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's see what random thing I can pick off of our Blu-rays that are right next to me.
I can't wait till we watch that together.
Me too.
And then you can watch the TV
I'm
show.
gonna go pick a movie.
I already
I'm gonna
watched
pick
the
a movie
TV
from
show.
this box of DVDs, and that'll be Brian's new favorite.
I love the TV show.
What movie did you pick, Liz?
Did you see Crazy Rich Asians?
I love
was
Crazy
a good
Rich
movie.
Asians.
Boo.
I love that movie.
Uh,
Crazy Rich Asians is probably one of my favorite movies of all time.
I love that we have a ton of Blu-rays on the shelf that I'm looking at that are just
Whoa.
still in their wrapper.
This is impressive. PJ.
Wow.
Spoken. It's got to happen.
Brian, all
it
right,
is.
Brian,
Thank you, Brandy.
you have a choice between your new favorite movie.
Okay.
First and foremost, it's the Mighty Boosh.
Oh, that's a TV show, but yeah. It's a British TV show.
Never mind. Never mind.
So your new favorite movie.
Your favorite movie that you've never seen is a used copy bought for $2.99.
Chances are high that I like it, probably.
Dr. No.
Brandy did not like Dr. No.
007 Dr. No.
I have not
Sorry.
seen that one.
Hey,
What's-
PJ.
Sean
What's
Connery.
funny, PJ, is I turned around to look at the other shelf, and the first thing I saw was Trimmers.
Yes.
We were right.
Still my Valentine.
Oh, yeah. Helen Mirren is fun in red. I agree.
I've never seen it. That would probably be my answer. Without seeing it.
Best action star of the 90s. Bruce Willis.
Wait, no. Now we have to go back and now we have to answer the anime. Now that we have an answer, we have to answer the anime waifu one.
My Valentine.
I still can't answer.
Was
Patrick.
her name Millie on Cowboy Bebop? Was that the female character's
I
name?
think so. That's not a bad choice, actually.
I've never found cartoons attractive. I'm sorry. Or anime.
Yeah, I don't understand the. I have a rough time with that.
The only one maybe I would have ever considered would be Jessica Rabbit.
Oh, Jessica Rabbit.
That's a rabbit.
No, she's not. She's married to a rabbit. That's why it's her last name. Jessica
Because that's
Rabbit.
literally
No
She
answer for
doesn't
this
eat the
question.
rabbit. He eats her. Sorry.
Best action star of the 90s. Bruce Willis.
Rob Schneider.
Rob Schneider?
Yeah.
Give it.
Yes.
So thank you so much for joining us, Brian. Have a good night.
I mean, I feel like
Rob
Willis is,
Schneider, the greatest
Oh,
actor.
you know what? You know who it actually might be? It might be Jackie Chan, actually.
I was going to
Oh.
say Jackie Chan or Jet Li. I think
I
they
saw
both
that.
had.
Jackie Chan. Because
Dude,
Bruce Willis did a lot of good movies in the 90s, but his best stuff was probably late 80s. So maybe Jackie Chan.
Because Jackie Chan in the 90s, like Police Story had already happened, but
Rumble
you
in
had
the Bronx.
Rumble in the Bronx, Super Cop, which Police Story 3, Police Story
First
4, First Strike.
Yeah,
Yep.
First Strike's great.
I
Rush
mean,
Hour.
yeah, and that was the first one at least. Plus, Shanghai Noon might just come in under the wire, but it might be just over. I can't remember.
Shanghai Noon, I want to say was 2000.
Yeah, I think you're right. I
I'm
think
gonna
it's
be
just,
terrible. Who's the guy that just like went batshit and is like all into Russia now and was
Seagal, Steven Seagal.
yeah, Steven Seagal. I don't know why.
I do like Under Siege.
My
Yeah, I do
grandpa and my dad were like obsessed with Steven Seagal, so we watched a lot of Steven Seagal when I was a kid.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Give me a second on this one.
On the anime waifu?
No. Will Smith.
Yeah, I don't have I mean,
I don't see that as a problem.
wait,
I mean,
actually, you know who my answer might be actually really thinking about it? Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, that was gonna be my other. Was
You got-
gonna be
you got
Keanu.
Point Break,
Got-
Speed, and The Matrix. That's a trilogy that's hard to top.
Also, Chain Reaction, Johnny Mnemonic.
I mean, he was in Johnny Mnemonic. Yeah.
What
I
about
really went for Bruce Willis. That was where my head went.
Brendan Fraser?
I mean, he only really did The Mummy.
The Mummy, was that his only?
Pretty much. I mean, as far as action is
I
concerned.
love The Mummy, and I think he's perfect in it. He was Chris Pratt before Chris Pratted, but
How many Pratts could Chris Pratt?
I mean,
Chris Pratt. Pratts.
Honorable mention for Pierce Brosnan.
that's a good call. That's a real good call.
GoldenEye is my favorite Bond movie.
GoldenEye is one of my
How about
favorites.
small? I know we're answering chat questions here. What's our opinion on Small Soldiers?
That's a fun movie.
Small Soldiers. That is one of Jake's favorites.
I knew I liked that.
He will fight to the death for that one.
He's younger than you, yes.
I'm gonna call.
I don't remember that movie.
I remember being freaked out by it as a kid. It was.
Yes, it was very scary looking.
I want to rewatch it.
I'm gonna skip ahead just because someone asked the best question. Favorite song from Six, the musical. Okay, if you don't know Six, you need to
yeah.
Six is an incredible pop musical about the six wives, Henry VIII.
I gotta pull up the list so I get it right.
It opened in previews on Broadway in March, and then COVID happened, but it's been playing in London for years. The album fucking slaps.
It's on Spotify.
I think my favorite is Get Down, but it's hard to choose.
It's really hard to choose, so mine depends on how I'm feeling. I did not open the list. I opened the wrong thing. Where is my list? Where is it? I need the list. It's probably on Wikipedia. Let's go to Wikipedia because I want to get the names right. Okay. So House of Holbein, which is before Get Down, is actually my favorite. Well, possibly. It really depends on what you're feeling. But Get Down, I think, kind of run together because they're both the Anna of Cleves, right? House of Holbein and Get Down.
Mm-hmm.
Heart of Stone really just gets me if I'm looking for like that musical beltress like feelings song. And then the other one I really, really like is All You Want to Do.
I mean, they're all incredible. You guys need to listen to Six.
They're all like it's like choosing children to try and figure out which one is your favorite Six song because they all fulfill different like needs of song.
All right. What is your favorite James Stewart movie? How
I can
far?
tell you, I don't even know who James Stewart is.
Jimmy Stewart.
And that means what to me?
He's a straight white male. Who cares? Moving on.
It's a Wonderful Life.
I have not seen it.
What did you say, PJ?
It's a Wonderful Life is mine. I mean, I love that movie. I have a poster of that movie in my living room. I fucking love that movie. We're doing a watch along for it in December. So
I'm torn between two Hitchcock movies, Vertigo and Rear Window, and also Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
Yep, Frank Capra classic, my friend.
Rope is great too.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think he made very many bad movies. Like Winchester 73 is great. Anatomy of a Murder, like
excellent.
Yeah, like Jimmy Stewart is one of the greatest actors of all time. Like,
Tom Hanks really is the second coming of Jimmy Stewart in my opinion.
Agreed, 100%. You could throw a fucking baseball at his filmography, and you're not gonna hit a bad movie. So, I mean, yeah. What else we got in here? There's all sorts of stuff.
Best comedic actor of the 2000s.
Comedic actor.
Will Ferrell.
Bill Hader.
Will Ferrell.
Yeah, Will Ferrell.
Bill Hader. Well, no, because Tropic Thunder was 2008. So, I mean.
Tropic Thunder is a good fucking movie.
No, I know. I just fucking love Bill Hader so much. I just think he's insane.
Okay. Simon Pegg.
Ooh, that's such a good call.
I mean, Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's hard.
I mean, there's so many.
Are you, Brandy, can you clarify, are you saying 2000s meaning 2000 to 2009, or are you saying 2000 till now?
Yeah.
Because if it's 2000 till now, I would almost agree with Bill Hader, if just for his work on Barry alone.
I'll say the Wayans brothers for White Chicks.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I love White Chicks.
Also, Seth Rogen is pretty great too.
Yeah, Seth Rogen's pretty good. My problem with Seth Rogen is he often plays the same character.
Yeah, but then go watch him in Steve Jobs, and he should have gotten Oscar nominated. And I'll
agree. That and him and Jeff Daniels both.
You know who's also a really good comedy actor? Jonah Hill.
Oh, Jonah Hill's hysterical.
Yeah.
But he also has 2 Oscar nominations. So
Finger popping each other's assholes.
Actually, dude,
that is my favorite. In 21 Jump Street, Sean, in 21 Jump Street, when he goes, "We weren't finger popping each other's assholes." Oh my god.
Channing Tatum is also hilarious.
Hilarious.
Great comedic actor.
21 Jump Streets might be my favorite comedy.
Yeah.
I mean, there aren't many choices.
Rush Hour 2.
Rush Hour?
Rush Hour 2 for me.
It's
like, I don't love Money Talks.
what about Fifth Element?
I've never seen
yeah.
it. That would
you would love Fifth Element, Sean.
I know I would.
Love it. Also,
You've never seen The Fifth Element?
he's pretty great in Silver Linings Playbook.
He really is. He's a good actor. He was also in what was the Halftime Walk one with the Ang Lee movie?
Billy Lynn's Halftime.
Yeah, he's in that too.
Oh, Brandy, that's a good call, actually. Nicolas Cage. I mean,
yeah, I thought about that.
Face Off, The Rock, Con Air.
Yeah, I mean,
Sean, I text Jake and I said, we're talking about small soldiers, and he says, "Don't you fucking dare talk about it without me there."
Okay, so tell him to join us. Send him the link.
No. Can we do a Small Soldiers watch along with Jake?
Yeah,
sure.
He'll go crazy for it.
Is this the movie where the tiny toys came to life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy Lee Jones is one of them.
Didn't the main guy in that not too long after it got shot in his driveway by his wife or something?
Phil Hartman?
Yeah.
Is Phil Hartman in Small Soldiers?
He's in Jingle All the Way. I don't remember. I'll look.
I thought he was the adult in it.
I think he might be.
It's not streaming anywhere. That's the problem.
Yeah, he is Phil. Yeah, and he played Phil Fimple. She's 100% right.
Yeah, it was right after that movie. His wife shot him in the driveway.
Yeah,
it was.
Tommy Jones is in that.
Yeah,
she really hated that movie.
What is your favorite comedy movie of the 80s and the 90s? That is ridiculous.
So I Married an Axe Murderer. It's mine.
I couldn't roll my eyes any harder.
I love that movie. Stop it.
Yeah, that movie's incredible, number one. I don't know why you're talking shit, Sean.
Yeah, Sean. Just because I talk about it a lot. Not like I'm in a competition talking about 9 movies that I watch or anything, you know.
There's 12.
Favorite 80s or 90s? I mean, maybe the Blues Brothers. No. The answer is Tommy Boy.
Okay, that's fair.
I have a hard time, honestly, not picking what we're watching on Friday.
That's fair. I think that's
What are you
absolutely
watching on
right.
Friday?
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Am I weird if I say Goofy Movie? Because it is a comedy that was in the 1990s.
Yeah, I like Goofy movies.
This might be considered a romantic comedy, but Chasing Amy?
Yeah.
Okay. I also really
if not
I hate
Clerks.
a popular 90s comedy.
I'm also a big fan of Liar Liar.
Yeah, and Mallrats is up there for me too.
You know what's a nostalgic 90s
Mallrats
comedy
is
for me? Major Pain.
Oh yeah.
Major Pain's real good.
PJ, I think Mallrats is my least favorite of that series.
And we're done with Sean for the night.
Also,
You gave me power. I can put myself back in.
do they, I remember the 90s were just full of slightly raunchy comedies meant for preteens over and over and over again. Do they do that anymore?
All of Adam Sandler's 90s movies.
But still pretty great.
Yeah, and I still really like Billy Madison, but I mean also in that same time frame all was American Pie and things like that, to Liz's point, very raunchy comedies aimed at teens.
Tommy Boy is great.
Yeah, Tommy Boy is pretty excellent.
That was my choice, yeah. I fucking love Tommy Boy.
I like
What else?
Mickey.
Okay. Well, Brian, it was good to have you tonight.
I didn't mean raunchy for like teenagers. I meant the ones that were like just on the brink of it for preteens, like, and not just raunchy, but like kind of like just over the top. So like the Major Pains and stuff like that, and all the Home Alones, that are kind of towing the line of okay for children, not okay for children.
Yeah.
What about Night at the Roxbury? Anyone like that movie?
I do.
Yeah, I think it's one of the better SNL movies. What are your guys' opinions on Shop Around the Corner? I really like Shop It. Yeah.
I mean, Fired, You've Got Mail, which is a favorite.
And I mean, spoiler alert for You've Got Mail, but the shop she works at is called the Shop Around the Corner.
Indeed. I don't think that's a spoiler.
No, but I love that.
Again, Jimmy Stewart, he didn't do much bad stuff.
That movie is in desperate need of an actual restoration. There's not an
I was
HD
going to say there should be like a good
Criterion.
Yeah, it would be perfect for Criterion. It really would.
It's one of the best romantic comedies of all time.
Yeah,
my opinion.
Okay, so she clarified 2000 to 2009.
Okay, I mean at that point, I'm still going. Well, no, yeah, I'm still going Bill Hader because I think he's great in Superbad also.
2000 to 2009, I might say. I still would go Simon Pegg, honestly, because that's when Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz came out. Those are two of the funniest movies, and he's a big reason.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
We answered this earlier. I'll pick three: Natasha Pierre and the Great Comet of 1812, Cabaret, and Ragtime.
Company, Spring Awakening.
I have a Spring Awakening tattoo.
I do as well.
The Producers is mine.
Book of Mormon.
Producers.
I've never seen Book of Mormon. I've
always choose Book of Mormon.
I've seen
slightly inappropriate.
Book of Mormon's the one I've seen the most.
It survives the new wave of Broadway.
Little Shop and Beetlejuice, Rent. I mean, Producers is great.
I love Rent.
Hamilton. I love musicals.
In the Heights, yeah.
Hamilton.
Musicals is what I do for a living. It's kind of
yeah, I'd put In the Heights probably higher up than Hamilton for me.
Yeah. Best famous family.
Oh
God.
Maybe the Coppolas. They usually seem to stay out of trouble.
Do I have to say that they stay out of trouble? Because I really like Judy Garland and it's Liza, right? Yeah, Liza Minnelli.
Yeah.
That's fair. No, I mean this was my choice of. I'm thinking of how many. Like, I would love to say, maybe I could say the Estevazes / the Sheens, even though Charlie's like totally off the deep end. But I love Emilio and Martin so much, and like,
I'm gonna say the Han Hudsons.
Okay, that's a good call. Actually,
that's a very good one.
Goldie Hawn, Kurt Russell.
That's a very good one.
Oliver Hudson and oh my God, Kate Hudson.
Yep, that's a great call.
Sean, to your Small Soldiers watch along, Jake sent me back a long fuck yes.
if we don't do it here, we can do it as we do it for POV.
I want to do it, but I'll do it on POV. I don't care.
I mean, I want to do it too. So.
We'll do it wherever it's being aired.
Meg Ryan or Julia Roberts?
Meg Ryan.
Julia Roberts for no specific reason.
I got no opinion on this.
If we're talking about romantic comedies exclusively, I go Meg Ryan every time. If we're talking about entire oeuvre, I go Julia Roberts.
Oeuvre, that's a fun word.
I love that word.
I'm gonna say Meg Ryan just because she was Anastasia. Yeah.
I'll say Julia Roberts because I love Erin Brockovich.
I had a medicine woman work on my oeuvre a little while ago. She said it was
Meg Ryan because when Harry Met Sally was one of the greatest time.
Bring Sean back. I love his type of humor.
Colin Firth or Clive Owen? Colin
Firth.
You would appreciate the thing I do at hockey games to purposely piss Max off, which is I say all of the players' names wrong.
He knows how to say them.
Like Mario.
I say Mario.
No, it's even worse than that. So we
My
have
favorite one is Philip Yeadle.
his name's Yeadle, and I call him Cheadle.
Because it's spelled CHY. Or Brady Shea, who's not on the Rangers anymore, spelled
I call him Skedgy.
JEI.
Skedgy.
Called him Skedgy, and I'm like, God damn it.
Don't forget the trim.
I will say I love Clive Owen in Sin City.
Clive Owen is great. I mean, there's a time where I really wanted him to be James Bond, but Colin Firth, I just think, is next level. If you haven't seen A Single Man, the first film by, oh my God, Tom Ford, the fashion designer, it's incredible.
Yep, agreed.
That's the one he should have won the Oscar for, in my opinion.
What else?
I know this is about our
I
comedy
said
question.
Tommy Boy.
But I know it's about our comedy question, but let's pretend it's just a straight up question. What about Tommy Boy?
Yeah, but I'm just wondering why BCD is asking, because like we definitely talked about Tommy Boy at least.
No, I know.
Come on!
Maybe popped out, popped in.
Luna thinks she's in trouble from the other room, just so you know.
What movie from the year you were born would you want to live in the world of?
Oh,
Oof.
God. I have to look.
Yeah, so I've been thinking about this one for a little bit. Patrick, you're born in 90, right?
I was. I have my answer.
I know Beauty and the Beast came out in 1991.
What fucking came out the year I was born?
I mean, there's a couple, but I think. Oh, go ahead, Sean.
No, you know yours.
I'm just triple checking mine real quick to make sure that it is correct.
Just to rub it in Patrick's face, I'm gonna go ahead and pick The Rocketeer.
Sometimes, god damn it.
Never. Oh, I wasn't on screen. I'm gonna do Hook because I want to live in Neverland. Yeah.
What year is Hook?
1991.
91.
Wow, is it really? I always thought it was
Babies. Y'all are babies.
I mean,
I'm a baby.
my choice is so I was 1990. It's a toss up between Back to the Future Part 3 and Home Alone.
You'd want to live in the world of Home Alone? Isn't that
Hell
just
yeah.
like our
That's
world?
just our world.
Isn't that just our
You know
world?
what? It's fucking awesome. He goes up against bad guys. He gets to live by himself for a little bit. I mean, I do that
His
already.
parents abandon him. It's great.
Yeah, fantastic.
I don't know.
I'll make you a deal.
What?
You can pick a movie from 91, so you can take The Rocketeer. And I will take, from your year, Troll 2.
Would take Troll 2.
I'm looking at mine.
So I was born in 87, so I'll say I want to live in the world of The Princess Bride.
Aww.
Oh, that's a good
That's a
one.
good
If you
one.
guys really want me to choose one that's not like the movies that I chose, because you need it to be otherworldly.
Well, what was your first choice?
I said Back to the Future Part 3.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
Okay.
that's an alternate world.
Okay. Well,
Home
then
Alone
Back-
2 is just our world with bad parents.
Well, I mean,
Those
that's fair.
exist.
All right. Well, it's that actually. What? Go ahead.
Mine would be Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Literally almost every other movie made in 1988 was about a war or just happened in New York.
I almost pick Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and I'm like, so being stuck at the airport on Thanksgiving? No. I just want to hang out with Steve Martin and John Candy.
All good BCD. I was just curious.
I almost chose Oliver and Company because it's my favorite children's movie from when I was a kid. That and what was it called? Milo and Otis, the one about the little pug and the cat.
Dog and the cat.
Oh yeah.
But I live in New York, so I guess I do live in Oliver and Company.
What is your favorite movie genre? Oh, wait, Brian is still looking.
yeah, Brian.
I was thinking it wouldn't be a good idea to live in glory. So
No.
it probably a toss up between Batman,
Ooh.
Keaton's Batman, but that could be dangerous, or Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Yeah,
Oh, I like that. That's a good one.
I like that one.
What is your favorite movie genre other than horror for PJ and Max?
That's just unfortunate.
I guess I would say like
I'm a comedy person.
Mine's either comedy or animated.
I don't know how to say like serious art drama. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Art house movies are
artsy
Max's
fartsy movies.
favorite. No, art house movies are Max's favorite, and he gets so offended if you don't like it that I had to start telling him I just don't like art house movies because he would just get so like bent out of shape when I'd be like, "It's not a good movie," and he's like, "What are you?" And I was like, "I guess I'm just not an art house person." No, I'm going on the record. I've been on the record with him before. I just think most of them are shitty movies.
So my favorite genre doesn't get enough play, and it's
The Star Wars genre.
no, shut up. It's legitimately fantasy movies, and like I don't mean like
You mean
like
like
there's a
Willow?
line like Hook is a fantasy movie, right?
Yeah.
But I mean like medieval fantasy. We
So,
don't
like,
get enough
Excalibur.
medieval fantasy movies.
like
So like A Knight's Tale.
Yeah, Knight's Tale, Dragonheart, Lord of the Rings,
Excalibur.
Aragon.
Excalibur, Aragon.
Do you like Aragon?
That's my problem. I like that genre.
Aragon's
Stardust is
Not
nice.
enough.
King Arthur.
There's not enough good movies.
Have you
Yeah.
seen
that
Stardust?
What?
Stardust?
I've never seen Stardust.
You would love it, I think, if you like fantasy. It's on Netflix.
I wonder if Max can pick my favorite genre.
Mine is martial arts movies.
I feel like this is a trick question.
Oh, puppy.
Yep, there's a corgi.
A puppy.
Uh,
It's the rarely seen Mabel.
romantic comedy?
I like period dramas that are romantic comedies.
True.
Very specific type of.
Period romantic.
Highlander is absolutely a fantasy movie star.
Ellie,
it
that's my
depends.
mom. She could
Would you
watch
put-
this every day.
Brian,
Would
you
you put,
said
like,
one. You
Pride
said
and-
comedy, right?
Yeah, comedies.
Would you put
But-
Pride and Prejudice into like like period romantic drama comedies?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Great.
I would say, and then secondary is sci-fi, like space-based sci-fi.
Very specifically.
Well, there's a lot of there's a lot of fantasy, there's a lot of sci-fi, and I feel like there's a lot of fantasy and a lot of sci-fi I just don't give a shit about, you know.
Yeah, I
But
get
like,
that.
there's a lot of weird sci-fi movies like Aeon Flux, like Chronicles of Riddick. I think is fantastic.
I like all three of them.
Yeah, all the Riddicks are good, but like
Chronicles is the most like high fantasy sci-fi. Yeah, it
Yeah,
feels
well-
like Magic the Gathering come to life.
exactly. Or like one Patrick loves is Stargate. I love Stargate.
I love the TV show.
TV show is so much better than the movie.
So much better.
I hate you guys.
Sean, I'm still waiting for you to actually watch an episode of Battlestar Galactica with
Oh
me.
yeah, Battlestar is amazing.
Since
Fucking love
it,
Battlestar.
it was literally your idea to watch it, and I've watched it more with the Damons than I have you.
Here's the thing, right? Like, so fantasy and sci-fi are a lot better represented in TV than in film. So maybe I'm wrong, and maybe like my favorite film genre is like superhero films, and like my favorite TV genre is fantasy sci-fi.
It's fair.
I just love martial arts movies.
Okay, An American in Paris or Singing in the Rain? Singing in the Rain.
Singing in the Rain.
I like American Paris, but I love
give a shit.
Singing in the Rain.
I've only seen Singing in the Rain, so. Singing
What
in the
Sean
Rain.
said?
Sean
I
says,
said, don't give a shit.
Wow. Okay,
Probably
well,
Singing in the Rain. I don't think I've seen American in Paris.
only have Jill for the rest of the night.
Hey,
Hi.
I need sleep at some point.
What is your favorite Michael J. Fox movie or TV show? I mean, Back to the Future.
Atlantis.
Back to the Future is my favorite movie.
"Ooh, Jill."
Jill,
Well,
you were
Atlantis.
talking about Atlantis before you guys came on.
I'm terrible with names. So what was the one he was on in the 90s where?
Sin City.
Yeah, I
Right,
love
right.
Sin City.
Yeah,
Fucking loved it.
Back to the Future is my favorite Michael J. Fox movie. Spin City is my favorite Michael J. Fox TV show. His best supporting performance is still in The American President.
I
Jill, if
probably
you want
also
to get
say Back to the Future. Can't really think of anything else that like.
I mean,
really
you mean really? I mean, Teen Wolf exists. The Hard Way is
Greedy, Life with Mikey, Doc
Yeah.
Hollywood.
Secret of My Success.
Yeah, none of those stick out to me.
The Hard Way is unfortunate because James Wood is the co-star of that now.
PJ,
it's hard-
pet your dog.
Damn, my hand's down here. You can't see it.
Okay.
Favorite pizza place to eat?
Oh.
So I have a couple. I actually found one today that I really liked, and it's ironic that it's called the Brooklyn Pizza Co. It made me think of Ellie and Maxwell and how I'm going to have to find one in Brooklyn. But Pizza Wagon of Brooklyn in LA area over in like Sherman Oaks is incredible. I think it's the best New York-based pizza in the Los Angeles area, and there's a really good place out here called No Anchovies that is awesome.
I couldn't tell you my favorite pizza place to eat, but I can tell you where I got the best pizza I've ever had, which was I don't know the name of it, but it was in Cooperstown, right across the street from the Baseball Hall of Fame. Little pizza place right across the street from there.
Okay, so I'm very passionate about pizza.
It's true.
Any traditional pizza Napolitana is my favorite pizza. Like traditional Neapolitan pizza.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
I think my favorite local place to get pizza is this place called And Pizza. They do like personal pan skateboard shaped pizzas.
There's a lot of cities now.
Yeah, they're like all over the Northeast from DC all the way up.
Oh my God.
The other
My right.
No, we are live.
Good. I think I joined one of these. I joined the Patreon. That's right. I joined that one really late too, and it was like, oh shit, we're still on.
To the
I knew
type
we were
of
still on here.
Sully was talking about, the Italy Pavilion pizza place in
Yeah.
Epcot makes the best
if you're-
Neapolitan pizza that I can get in the U.S.
He's very happy to see you.
If you're in California, if you're in Southern California, there's two places I can recommend. Fuoco in downtown
Fuoco
Fullerton
is
is
great.
fantastic. I think it's called Michael's Pizzeria on 2nd Street in Long Beach.
Max, where do we go where they've been burning the same candles for like 100 years? And
John's at West 12th.
yeah, John's at West 12th is really good in the city. For
Sean.
Mindo,
Joe's Pizza in the West Village is great for just like a greasy New York slice. And
From-
Uncle Vito's.
for the guys though, if you're going to John's of 12th, don't need to go to the bathroom because Max had to, and you literally have to put your feet outside of the bathroom stall to be able to fit in the bathroom.
Oh my God.
It's so tiny.
I am just below 6 feet, and my knees were like extending past the door. Okay, Ben Affleck or Matt Damon? Matt Damon.
Oh,
But
that's
I like
hard.
both of them a lot. I
Matt
think
Damon is by far the superior actor, I think.
But not director.
Well, no, true. He hasn't directed anything.
I think if you asked me this question 10 years ago, it's Damon easy. I think now I actually lean a little bit Affleck.
I think so too.
Affleck was the bomb in Phantoms.
I mean, Rounders, the Oceans movies, The Martian, Talented Mr. Ripley.
The Bourne movies.
Yeah, the Bourne movies. It's
Oh,
Matt
I
Damon.
said Ben Affleck, but Max, you're kind of convincing me to Matt Damon.
No, I don't think you're wrong. I mean, don't get me wrong. I really
I
do
like both
them.
of them a lot. I'm excited that they're going to be in a movie together again.
Me too. It's the Ridley Scott one.
Sean
right?
Penn or Edward Norton? Edward Norton.
Norton.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think that
Sean
same.
Penn was Spicoli, so like that's a pretty solid.
To be honest,
Name
with you,
another
like
Sean Penn
Sean Penn is really good, but I don't watch a lot of his movies. Like I'll watch a lot.
I was
of
just going to say that, yeah.
yeah, like I like Edward Norton's movies much more for the most part. Like
I like both. I mean,
I guess maybe Norton chooses flashier movies.
yeah,
but-
I think you're right.
Edward. I mean, neither of them are particularly kind gentlemen.
no, this is true.
And like,
Sean.
that would make sense as to why I say Norton, because I only watch flashy movies.
Real
I
quick,
have a question for Sean and Jilly real quick before we get too far away from pizza. Have you guys gone to Nost's wife's place yet?
Not yet, and we live within like 3 miles of it.
Oh, the pizza place?
Yeah, Two
No.
Saucy Brothers.
Two Saucy Broads. No, we haven't.
I wanna check it out.
It's nearby. Well, whenever you want to go, let us know.
But we
We'll
also
go.
don't know. We also don't know Matt. Like,
We don't know Matt.
so it's
I mean, we
I know
still
Matt.
go.
Kristen knows Matt.
real quick, that
Chris
you know
Farley.
a great movie that Ben Affleck is great in that doesn't get talked about enough is
The
State of Play.
Accountant? Oh, okay.
State of Play with him, Russell Crowe, Helen Mirren, Jason Bateman, David. No, not David Owoglio. There's a bunch of people in it, but it's a good movie.
You know what my favorite Matt Damon movie is, and my favorite Ben Affleck movie is Dogma.
Dogma's great.
Dogma is great.
Dogma. My mom loves Dogma because she was raised Catholic in Catholic schools, so she thinks Dogma is like the funniest fucking thing on the face of the earth.
Dogma's great.
But as good as Matt Damon and Ben Affleck are in that movie, for me, it's all about Alan Rickman.
Yeah, Alan Rickman as the voice of God, as the Metatron, is just incredible.
Chris
Sorry.
Farley, John Candy.
John Candy, as much as that hurts to say, like I love Chris Farley, but I think John Candy was the superior actor by quite a bit.
Chris Farley.
I can't stop laughing at this Twitter video someone just sent me where I don't know where in the US, but one of the celebrations turned into a Christmas celebration. So Mariah Carey was like blaring while they were waving Biden flags. It's kind of funny.
Also, Cam, we were up in LA today. We were up there for a little bit.
Not only were we in LA today, but we came back with souvenirs. Once again, we have a classic. I'm going to go ahead and do this real quick so we can show the class. We have no, not you.
Jay.
What?
Not you. Here.
Had no idea.
To anyone who missed it, we have a classic PJ Campbell family
Here
photo.
we go again.
One of our souvenirs
miss
from
this
our LA
show.
trip. And we have this one-of-a-kind PJ Campbell childhood mug that we got in LA today. Now, if you're wondering, no, PJ Campbell is not and was not in LA.
That's what makes it all the more glorious.
Yeah. Things happen.
So it's just a mystery. We're not going to know how or why. Love it.
Oh, well, I mean, his former roommates.
Gotcha. Okay, say no more. No, really, don't say anymore because PJ will probably like stop the stream.
PJ, I also still have a nice book for you in a box of comics. They all belong to you, but
hey, I haven't been able to drink in celebration since the win. So cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Cheers. Hey, yeah, everyone.
I am.
So, no, everyone, not just us. PJ, cheers.
I've got nothing left in my
Got
cup.
nothing left.
You
Yeah.
can make
I
cheers.
don't
It's
either.
okay.
Okay, we'll
You
go
can still cheers.
go refill.
Cheers.
There,
you
yeah,
go.
have a Mexican soda.
Cheers.
And then Max is going to keep scrolling whatever he's doing and ignoring us.
Max is picking our next
L'chaim.
question.
Max is vibing hard with the music on the Discord right now.
I
Yeah,
see that, yeah.
Here's what?
He's on the vibing hard with the music on the Discord.
I knew what's
Oh.
going on. Maxwell and I have been drinking a lot.
Movie bought the whole.
What was that? Sorry, Maxwell. You said.
Oh, this would be fun. Wait, where is it? Living in Men in Black would be fun.
Oh, yeah, I saw
Max, recommend 3 art house films. Okay, Holy Motors. Let's see, The Lighthouse, which I talk about a lot, and If Beale Street Could Talk.
that. Can I choose 3?
Oh, that's such a good movie.
Can I choose 3?
Yeah, please.
I will choose Clerks, Slacker.
Slacker is a good choice.
Yeah, these are very me choices.
Slacker is Richard Linklater, early film.
That's why. And it was an inspiration on Clerks, which is very
Yeah.
obvious.
You wouldn't have Clerks or Dazed and Confused without Slacker.
No, and Dazed and
Bless
Confused.
you.
And Dazed and Confused was my third. I mean, I know it's more of a studio film, but it doesn't feel
No,
like it.
I don't think so.
So those are my 3. And if you want a more non-commercial one, El Mariachi.
So
Lady
I
Bird doesn't
looked up.
count as one, does it?
I looked up a list of art house films in order to pick art house films that I've seen, and I actually do like these ones. So I didn't know Clerks was considered art house, so I'll say Clerks. But A Scanner Darkly and Donnie Darko.
Yeah.
Interesting that you had a Linklater film also. Linklater almost exclusively does art house, even if it's big budget, it's art house.
Even Me and Orson Welles is technically an art house film.
Yep, absolutely. I think arguably the School of Rock is his biggest movie, probably.
Honorable mention: Clockwork Orange.
It's interesting because the cinema of the 70s, so much of it would be classified as art house if it came out today, but
wrong.
back then was not.
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing, but like even Coppola films and Scorsese films are now, you know, for the most part.
Like you look at The Godfather, that would be considered an art house film probably now, but it was just standard cinema procedure back then.
Yeah.
What else we got?
Let's see. Yes, they did.
Yeah, we told the story about our PJ Campbell mug.
Oh yeah, I would love a sequel to The Accountant. I think it's a blast.
Last thing I heard on that,
they're working on a TV show, right?
Affleck said they're working on a TV show, one that he might actually be in.
So I enjoyed it. I really liked the premise. I liked the setup. I liked the cast. I liked everything until they decided to put the third act in the dark in a poorly lit house, and then I was kind of like, you could have done better than this.
That's my least favorite thing in films.
Like a disappointing third act.
No, bad lighting.
Oh, bad lighting is bad. Yeah.
Like I understand if something's dark, but like it's a film, I need to be able to see what.
Exactly. Like you think about something like put it up next to like a John Wick, or even like we were talking before, like any of the Bourne movies. Like it may be a little chaotic, but you know what's going on.
There's another art house film I really want to recommend, and I'm just saying this to be an asshole because I haven't watched it yet.
Oh god damn it!
Fast Color.
Okay.
Which is technically a superhero film, also.
Yeah.
Max, what can you give me a definition of art house? Is it just a film not from a major studio?
Yeah, I mean, you could interchange it with independent film. You know, basically something that's a relatively low budget and not from one of the major studios. So there's no like fixed definition. You know, they tend to be more dramatic or ambitious. Take more risks sometimes.
Actually, you know what one is I'd like to recommend too, and it's such a random one, but Hateful Eight is absolutely an art house film. Yeah. Like, I mean, not made by a major studio. Tarantino really only worked with a major studio a couple of times. Like, for the most part, he only worked with the Weinsteins and kind of did his own thing. And the Weinsteins were never a major studio. Like, they were in bed with Disney for a while, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, technically, all the Weinstein Company stuff and Miramax stuff in the 90s were art house films.
Yeah,
and nowadays, you could say anything A24, anything absolutely. Neon.
Yeah.
There are a couple of...
Anything Neon, anything...
Uncut Gems is a perfect example.
Oh, God, Uncut Gems is fucking great.
But at what point does A24 or, like, Blumhouse become a major studio?
Blumhouse is already a major studio.
All right, well, there you go. That answers my question.
Yeah,
I don't. So I'm not. You know, it's difficult to classify because you could argue A24 is a major studio because of how prolific their output is, how many great films they've released. I think it's more about the type of film than how big the studio is.
I would also say money. Money is a huge factor into this. Where you're looking at
budgets matter.
Like money is a huge factor in everything.
There's like you have to think about any A24 and Neon release, like no budget for any of those movies is going to go north of 10 million, and like their turnaround, and that's why there's a better argument for Blumhouse is because Blumhouse has perfected the minimal like investment to return ratio.
100%.
I would argue Jason Blum is the most accomplished producer of the last decade.
I do not
without a doubt. His profit margins on his films are
astronomical for sure.
He also produced Get Out, which was nominated for Best Picture. He produced Black Klansman and Whiplash. So he's dabbled. Like Whiplash is a great example of an art house film.
Yeah, and the only reason I say that Blumhouse is more of a major studio now, though, than A24 is A24 is still its own thing. It hasn't been bought by another company. Blumhouse has Universal as a backing, and all of their movies now start with the Universal logo, not the Blumhouse logo.
But I think some films they released you could still call art house films.
Oh, I don't disagree with you, but I was more just clarifying in the situation of But I guess that's the same thing we were just talking about with the Weinsteins. Then at the same
Yeah,
time,
I was going to say before we get too far, my favorite movie is an art house film. Swiss Army Man is 100% an art house film.
100%.
I'm gonna jump off of here, friends.
Good to see you,
bye, Ellie. It
Ellie.
was
Bye,
good to have
Ellie.
you here.
Happy Biden Victory Day.
Yes.
I don't know when I'll see you again, Ellie. So bye.
Bye.
Maxwell, would you count Lady Bird?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, it's an A24.
Well, then I like Art House because that's like my favorite movie of all time. One up.
I like it.
Jack Nicholson or Al Pacino?
Jack Nicholson.
I agree.
I have a hot take about Al Pacino that most people don't agree with, and Maxwell and I have talked about it a lot. I don't like Al Pacino post like 1980s. And the reason is I think that he's a much better actor in stuff like The Godfather up to Scarface when he's acting and not overacting. He really leaned in on.
You can see the change in Scent of a Woman.
Yeah, that change is not for the better. I really like him in The Irishman, but he's still doing a lot of what I'm talking about in that movie. He overacts all the time. And I miss his nuanced performances. Like the performances he gives in The Godfather 1 and 2 and even 3 are night and day compared to the stuff that he does in like Scent of a Woman and Righteous Kill and all these other movies he did after that.
Oh God, you just referenced Righteous Kill. Oh, I need to take a shower.
Al Pacino is in Jack and Jill.
Yeah, and he's not the worst part of that movie either.
Is it?
Michael Shannon or Michael Keaton? I mean Michael Keaton, but Michael Shannon's great.
That's a great question.
That's splitting hairs.
Michael
That's a great
Shannon,
question.
refresh my memory.
Zod in Man of Steel.
Yeah,
Oh,
Michael Shannon is amazing.
Mike
he's an
Keaton. I
incredible
guess.
actor.
This is another one where it's like you asked me 10 years ago versus you asked me now. I think Michael Shannon has had a great decade, like the last decade for Michael Shannon.
A great film he's in, maybe his best performance in art house film, Take Shelter.
Oh, I need to see that. I haven't watched
He
it.
is
He's great.
fantastic in that.
He's amazing in Midnight Special.
Yeah, well, that's the same director, and also they did an early film that not a lot of people have seen called Shotgun Stories
Ooh.
with Jeff Nichols. That's real good. I think Jeff Nichols is one of the great.
Mud is so good.
Everything he's done: Mud, Take Shelter, Shotgun Stories, Midnight Special, Loving. He's a talented filmmaker.
Yeah.
Favorite author?
Loving.
All right.
Loving's really good.
Let me know when you're ready for a dissertation.
I mean, go for it, bud.
Okay. So I got a few. One thing that, I'd mentioned fantasy being my favorite genre. So number one is going to be a gimme. He's only really known for 3 series, one of which is currently 17 books.
Yeah, I knew exactly where you're going.
You know exactly where I'm going, PJ.
I was going to choose it too, so.
Yeah. So James Butcher, a.k.a. Jim Butcher, author of the Dresden Files. Dresden Files is probably the greatest fantasy series I have ever or will ever read. I am absolutely in love with that series. It is set in modern day Chicago **. It's set in like mid 2000s Chicago, I guess. Mm-hmm. And it is about a professional wizard in modern day Chicago. And it is fucking wonderful. And yes, they do make the "You're a Wizard, Harry" joke. But he has also written a book called, or a series called Codex Alera, and a series that I don't remember the name of, but the first book is Aeronauts Windlass. Codex Alera is really interesting because it's about the 9th Roman Legion, the missing lost 9th Roman Legion, and Pokemon. That was the premise he started with and wrote a series about it, a 6-book series. It's really good. Second would be Brandon Sanderson. He's written a whole fuck ton of books. Mistborn is probably his most well-known.
Is that The Way of Kings?
Way of Kings. He's also written Way of Kings, which you're reading, right, Max?
Slowly, while I read it.
It's fucking long.
It's long and it's dense.
Yeah, Mistborn. It's funny because like Way of Kings is that way. Mistborn is young adult. So like he writes a really good mix of different styles, all fantasy. But Sanderson is best known for writing really unique and really interesting magic systems. And then the last one is I have to name a female author because why the fuck not? Robin Hobb. She wrote a series called The Assassin's Apprentice. And then I don't remember what the second series is, but it's a spin-off of that. Just really good personal story about a orphan who becomes basically eventually, goes on this huge fantasy adventure. Really interesting political intrigue in that. And then the second series, I don't remember what the series is called, but the first book is called A Ship of Magic, and it's about these traders who work on living boats made from dragon parts, kind of like Wind Waker style boats with the lion head on front. So yeah, fantasy authors. If you want to talk fantasy authors, I'm your guy. Let's go. But Jim Butcher, number one, the king of all time, the best of all time, the greatest.
All right, I like it. I like where your head's at.
Oh, honorable mention, Claudia Gray.
Good call.
Yeah, that was good. I'm a big Tom Clancy fan. I know that's weird, but I grew up reading a bunch of the Tom Clancy stuff. Like, I'm a huge Jack Ryan fan. Again, we've talked about that a lot on here. Like, I have a big soft spot for the Jack Ryan stuff. I think that he was a really fun author. It's weird because I clearly grew up in like a very conservative family, and like the Clancy stuff very much kind of leans like to that conservative, right-leaning type of, like adventure-y type thing, but I really like it. Clive Cussler and that whole series, they did Sahara as a movie. I really like those. Jim Butcher. There's so many, man. Like, I love to read, and it boils down to just kind of what you're in the mood for. I also read a lot of stuff that's nonfiction. Like, I love behind the scenes type books about making of movies and TV shows and things like that. Like, so there's a great one about SNL, or like the Chris Farley show, which was done by his brother, which was an entire thing about Chris Farley's life, and things like that are always interesting. So I can't really narrow those down to specific authors because, they're all kind of broad and done by different things, but I like those.
I'm gonna go a little bit of a thing like Sean did. So first, Haruki Murakami.
That's a good choice.
He wrote The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, which is, in my opinion, one of the best books ever written. Norwegian Wood, Kafka on the Shore, IQ 84, which is a very long and incredible book, amongst others. If you're only going to read one of his, read The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. It's really incredible. Dave Eggers, who is also the founder of McSweeney's. I don't know if you guys know McSweeney's. It's a literary magazine that sort of was created to compete with the New Yorker. A lot of people kept getting turned down from the New Yorker, and I'd argue it's better than more funny than the New Yorker. But he wrote a pseudo memoir back in like 2000 called A Heartbreaking Work of Staggering Genius. That is like, if people are like, what are the 10 books you have to read? That's one of them. But he also wrote A Hologram for the King, The Circle, Heroes of the Frontier, You Shall Know Our Velocity. Just really, really great books. Leigh Bardugo, who wrote all of the Grishaverse books, which are sort of young adult fantasy, but I absolutely love them. There's the Shadow and Bone trilogy, and then the Six of Crows duology, and now she started King of Scars, which is in the same universe, and they are doing a Netflix show based on that universe. It's one of my favorite fantasy worlds, and they're really cool books. And then she also wrote a book that's not young adult that I actually sent a copy of PJ called Ninth House, which I absolutely loved.
Max, what was that series called?
It's the Grishaverse books.
Grisha
HA first, yeah. This is going to sound really pretentious, but I think Dostoevsky is one of the greatest authors because The Brothers Karamazov is another one of the best books I've ever read. I would argue that anything you could ever learn about narrative drama and characters, you can learn from reading The Brothers Karamazov. And then I'll give a shout out to my boy Rick Riordan.
I wanted to interrupt you to say that I forgot about Rick Riordan.
All of the Percy Jackson books, the 3 different series.
Oh, I was trying to remember who that was.
The Kane Chronicles, all that stuff. And I also think he's a remarkable guy because he's had, incredible success with his books. And he started an imprint where he picks authors representing different minorities and lets them write similar books to Percy Jackson, but focused on different cultures and different experiences. He doesn't take any of the money. He gives all of the money to those authors. He's just like lending his name, like Rick Riordan Presents, to like immediately
grab your attention
and get them into more hands. And some of those are really good.
He's really good at finding talent, to be honest. Like I've been very impressed with the stuff that I've looked into.
Yeah, some of them are. There's one called the Aru Shah series. There's the Stormrunner series. There's a new one that deals with African American West African mythology. The first book is called Tristan Strong Punches a Hole in the Sky, which is absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
And he just keeps finding authors to work with. Like there's one that's going to come in 2022 that focuses on the mythology of Ghana. Just really cool stuff that he's doing. And you know, it's so nice to see someone with a big platform from young adult fantasy novels using their platform for good, as opposed to.
Yeah, you'll notice that none of us have mentioned another author.
So
she who should not be named, ironically.
I also love Patrick Rothfuss, even though he's only written 2 books, and I'm waiting for the third.
I almost named Rothfuss, like,
because I think those books, especially the first one, are incredible. But
that first book is amazing. The second book was good,
and I just,
and I'll say real quick, like, I know it's a really weird choice, and it's mostly because I think they're like good for airlines and stuff, but like Dan Brown, he writes really great page turning like adventure stories. Like they're not. I don't think that they're like amazing books.
I like the non. Oh my god,
The non.
What's that character?
Robert Langdon.
Oh yeah, the non like Digital Fortress and Deception Point are more fun to me than the Robert Langdon books.
I really love the first couple of Robert Langdon ones. I think that it's clearly gone off the rails at this point. And I also really like Lee Child in a similar vein. The Jack Ryan book.
Yeah, those are fun.
Or Jack Reacher, sorry, not Jack Ryan. Yeah, they're all real good.
I have a follow-up question first for Maxwell, second for the chat. Maxwell, do you tend to prefer young adult fantasy to other fantasy, or just that's what you've read more often?
Generally, yeah. I think I would say yes. And I think because...
What are we doing?
I mean, there's plenty of adult fantasy that I've read and enjoyed, but I find a lot of adult fantasy books to focus so much on the details of the world and battles and creatures, whereas young adult fantasy has more character. Like
more interpersonal stories.
I'm going to lay down
and emotion.
Bye, Joe.
Bye.
And I like that balance. Like I like rooting for the characters and falling in love with them and maybe their romances while also having like well-built fantasy worlds with battles and unique magic and stuff. Yeah.
I think you would love the Mistborn trilogy by Sanderson.
Okay. I'll add it to my list.
Much quicker read than Way of Kings. Question.
I've just been so busy. I haven't read in like three weeks because I've been stressed and like I picked up a book and then just like.
How do you feel about audiobooks?
I prefer to read on paper. There's a couple exceptions. If I've read a book and really liked it, I might listen to the audiobook, especially if it's like a Star Wars audiobook where.
Bingo.
But I also love when memoirs are read by the memoirist because they're telling you their life story. I think that's really fun. Like Trevor Noah's book, him reading it is awesome. Ooh. That sort of thing. So,
the last question I have is for the chat. Would you guys be interested in a PJ Camel Network literary show?
There's going to be one in January or February.
I know. I was kind of just teasing, gauging. Maxwell, I was.
Sorry.
I was trying to support you,
Sean. I was picking up what you were putting down. That was so funny.
I'm stuck. It's been a day.
Maxwell,
Randy-
whenever you want to do a fantasy episode, please.
I also have a really exciting co-host lined up for that show.
Someone
I'm excited for that too.
Guys,
That is
Randy said 200 million%. I just
That
hope
is
you
the.
know.
I will say.
Not
I
a
will say,
regular of the network, but
before-
I love him.
Yeah, I was gonna say before I say this, it's definitely not me, but your co-host is one of my favorite people. I love this person. They're fantastic.
I agree.
Interesting. I like James Fry, even though he's not a good person.
There's a lot.
Million little people.
There were.
I know.
I loved that book when I read it. I thought it was so compelling, and then when I found out the story, I was fucking furious.
Yeah.
If you just called it a novel, it would have been one of the great novels.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a fantasy author that I think. Max, I think what you said is accurate. That young adult fiction tends to focus a lot more on interpersonal relationships, and adult fantasy tends to focus a lot on the world building. I tend to fall in the world building category. I'm a D&D fucking nerd.
I get it, and I like that stuff, but I like a balance.
Yeah, I think a good balance, and that's what I love about Dresden.
That's why I had a hard time reading Game of Thrones. I've read most of them, but
it's so much fucking world
it's
building.
dry at times.
It's so bad. There's a fantasy author, Stephen Burst, who has a really fucking interesting way of writing fantasy. Then I found out he's not a good guy. So he's not on my list.
That's fair.
A lot of fantasy authors are a bit.
Oh, so there's two Mistborn trilogies: the original trilogy and then the Wax and Wayne trilogy.
Yeah. So the Mistborn trilogy is really interesting because it's kind of the whole point of that trilogy is to set up is to flip the script on what a fantasy story is. The whole premise is the villain has already won.
Interesting.
But the main character is a girl named Vin, who is very much, there's a caste system in the story. Character named Vin, who is a Mistborn, is something specific in the series. She's a great character. It's got a really interesting kind of like there's this like foretold folk hero that ends up being a bit of a sham and a bit of a failure, and like it's just really interesting. The second series, the Wax and Wayne series, is set, I think it's like 100 years after, and it's a bit more steampunky, a bit more like develops. That one developed. Cool. Yeah, I think you'd like it.
I want to mention Hank Green. I'm sure you know who John Green is. He wrote like Fault in the Stars and Looking for Alaska. And so brother Hank Green has written 2 books. It's a duology. It's like hyper postmodern sci-fi. The first one's called An Absolutely Remarkable Thing, and then the follow-up, which came out this year, is called A Beautifully Foolish Endeavor. They are so smart and witty, and has so many clever thoughts about the impact of social media on society. I love those. I highly recommend that.
They're both those guys. Both of them are pretty jack of all trades type guys. Like
I like both of their books. They're great. They were like some of the OG vloggers.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're like.
Hank Green has a story in the new From a Certain Point of View Empire Strikes Back Star Wars book.
There's some real good Easter eggs in that book too.
What'd you say, Brian?
That book comes out on Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm excited for that book.
I'll be reading the shit out of that book.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Or rather, I will be listening to the audio book.
Yeah, I get them all. I'm gonna the second that one comes out. Maxwell, did you read My Friend Leonard? If you read A Million Little Pieces,
I did. Yeah,
I love that one.
All right, I'm gonna hit Max. I'll let you go to the major questions here, but I'm gonna knock out the quick ones here. Real quick, PJ, can you dance?
No.
Max.
Yeah. I can learn choreography because I used to do musicals, but I'm pansexual. I have a little more it than just a straight white guy would.
Okay, first off, that's really stereotypical against pansexuals. Second, or I guess,
straight white guys and straight white
for pansexuals. Second, I'm with Max. I was in show choir in high school. I can do choreography. I do not have rhythm. Dan.
I have rhythm, but it's all about the like insecurities and whatnot. So I guess the real question is, how much have I had to drink before dancing?
Yeah, that's it.
So like,
Brian.
No.
Okay. Next, roller skates, 4 wheels or inline. Well, if they're roller skates, they're
roller blades. Yeah,
roller blades are inline. I think that answers your question. Another quick question: what is Dan eating?
That was Brandy. I did see. I think she was. I just got back from work, so I was munching, and I had chips and salsa. Is what I was.
Okay, PJ, are you sleeping?
No, I was not sleeping.
Okay.
I was literally listening to you guys talk about books.
There's no more quick questions.
Are people getting bored about us talking about books? But we lost no viewers. So
yeah, Max, go ahead and resume.
I wasn't complaining, but I was letting you guys.
Favorite dip for chips? I like French onion dip.
I really love ranch. I don't know. Ranch is just.
We just
yes.
There's a specific type of ranch chip dip that is
okay.
No, wait, hold on. Before we
go
get
ahead,
too
go
far
ahead.
away from these dips, did you? We talked about this a couple weeks ago. Do you guys remember when I brought up dill pickle dip?
Oh yeah,
that's so good.
Oh my god.
Also, I'm a big fan of hummus. Like I love pita chips and hummus. So.
I mean, I'm a Syrian Jew. I could get down on some fucking hummus. Are you kidding me?
I was having some earlier after the Biden speech.
1/3 of my body is hummus.
the right kind of hummus is fantastic. Bland hummuses I'm out on.
I'm a garlic hummus guy myself.
I like garlic in it.
Garlic hummus.
I like a little lemon in it too. It's good. I also love tzatziki.
There was something that there's a place around
God damn
here.
it, Sean! I just bought the Mistborn trilogy, and I'm about to move. The last thing I need is something else to box up and move.
Just add it to the new actor.
Okay, so you can burn through those, and I think you'll love them.
I trust you. I'm just.
There was. It's technically not a chip dip. It's more of a pita dip. But there's a place called Open Sesame, which is a Mediterranean, aka Lebanese, place by us, and they have this garlic sauce, is what they call it. It's like this real thick, kind of grainy garlic dip, and it's fucking wonderful with some pita.
Love it.
I should really take Jill there.
I love Middle Eastern food. I mean, my dad is like hardcore Syrian. We eat that stuff all the time.
Dude, I go there. I get some fucking pita and the garlic sauce, and I get some fucking
baby carrots, not Margellas, like actual carrots in hummus or tzatziki. And you can make tzatziki at home real easy.
Are you a shawarma fan?
Yeah, I love shawarma.
Yeah, there's. I don't know what shawarma is, but there's this shawarma place I saw down the street.
The meat is on a spit, kind of like gyro.
Quoting Avengers.
And then shawarma.
I like shawarma.
I love that if you really pay close attention to that after credit scene, you can see Chris Evans' beard is back, so he just has his hand like this.
No,
it's shot it like way after.
Max, why did he have his beard?
I don't remember.
It was Snowpiercer.
Oh, I love Snowpiercer.
Oh,
that's an art house film, even though it's sci-fi and expensive.
Is it? I love Snowpiercer.
And that was one that the Weinsteins,
Bong Joon-ho up until now is Parasite's a great example of an art house.
I've been meaning to show Jill Snowpiercer, and
it's fantastic.
That's another one. Jake is like
such great agitprop, and it's so topical and has such great commentary on class.
I have. Before we get too far away from this, I have a funny story. I've done, and Max, you actually, anyone who's seen the movie will laugh at this. I've done that, the monologue from that movie because I found it that was so compelling. It's really fucked up.
Yeah.
Brian, have you seen Snowpiercer?
Mm-hmm.
About eating babies, Dan?
That one.
It was one of the movies Jake was like, "You're gonna sit down and you're gonna watch this right now."
Do you like it?
Yeah, no, I liked it. I watched like half of the TV show. Yeah.
That was a movie that the Weinsteins tried to butcher before it came over here too.
And some of my favorite stories are the shit Bong Joon-ho made up to trick that piece of shit Harvey into letting him leave it, and thank God.
Yeah.
All right. So I want to talk about this just because it's hilarious and it involves someone on this panel. The last stream I remember was kind of a nightmare.
Wait, hold on. I think I woke up to a text about this.
Yeah.
You did.
I had a dream where I don't know where it was, but I was going to meet Elizabeth Ellie, at the salon because she was getting her hair done.
Mm-hmm.
It was the worst fucking haircut. It looked like an 80s blowout punk rock thing.
Flock
And
of
I
seagulls.
turned around and the hairdresser was Sean.
You know what's funny? The last stream I remember, I was an '80s blowout hairdresser.
There you go. Well, this is my way of telling you all that I can astral project.
I think Sean inceptioned you is what happened.
Maybe.
I believe that.
Anyways, Max, I'm just asking. Is it okay if I ask your wife if I can cut her hair?
That's fine.
I was gonna say, is it okay if I cut your wife's hair? But that
Only if it's okay if I ask Jill to slow dance.
that's fine.
As long as there's room for the Holy Spirit.
Jesus Christ.
There was another question about recurring dreams. Did we skip that, or is that?
No, that came after. Okay, so
I'll go first.
Well,
This
no.
is-
Last stream you remember? I don't remember.
Oh, sorry.
I can't remember.
I remember mine, but I don't necessarily want to talk about it.
I'll remember mine like for a couple of hours. Like if I don't say it like really shortly after I've woke up, then I'm not gonna.
Oh, hi, Mike. Welcome back.
I've been meaning to keep a dream journal.
I don't.
There was more to that.
A dream journal feels. I don't know. I have very specifically strange dreams, I feel like, and I don't necessarily want to write that stuff down.
I think that it's like, okay, so maybe this is probably a tangent. One of the reasons I love fantasy so much is I when I was younger, I wanted to be a fantasy author. That was
why not anymore? I think you still very much can.
That is a very personal and complicated reason. But I don't mind sharing it. So this is a drunk AMA.
I'll have more champagne. I'm celebrating.
We're all
celebrating.
What a fucking great day! I cried so much today. That speech, that fucking
I
speech.
haven't watched it yet.
That's
I was a mess in the best way. It felt. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sean, but it
No,
just
you're fine.
felt like all the weight lifted off.
I literally
today.
I literally texted Max and I was like, I'm a mess right now. But the crazy thing is like last night when I went to bed, I woke up not 5 minutes before the call was made. And
fact that he, and then I'll let you go, Sean. The fact that he very like nonchalantly and matter-of-factly mentioned trans people in his speech
and systematic racism
is it shouldn't be a big deal because it is just
It's a big
thing. But to hear
huge
the man who was just elected president talk about people with disabilities, systemic racism, trans people, queer people as just people,
Yep.
it felt so good.
it was
It
so
felt like
empathetic.
Obama, who I did a lot of good and did some not so good things, was not this progressive and open in it. I mean,
I think, but he even
Biden
said
was a big reason why Obama came around on gay marriage.
well, and he was all like he even said like his cabinet is going to be super diverse because he feels like it's important, which was huge. Like we never hear. Guys, I can't understate after the last 4 years of such traumatic bullshit. Like we are all going to have PTSD for the longest time for a dude who is just angry and yelling and screaming and talking badly about people. And look, the truth is it was on both sides, but it was because Trump kept initiating it.
Yeah.
Like I'm just so happy that we're finally going to have someone sensible and is empathetic and human. And that is such a big deal to me.
I just
someone who, when we protest or have issues, will be open to listening
instead of threatening violence.
I hope he honestly just wastes the next 2.5 months trying to switch the election and doesn't do anything.
That's a great hope. That's a great hope.
Honestly, we were talking about this earlier. Maxwell brought up a great point on Twitter earlier. I would not be shocked if he just did not come back out in public again. Like,
Oh, I had my cousin actually
I feel
called
so
me,
bad, Sean. You're about to tell a personal story. I'm so sorry.
and I'll wrap this up.
No, it's fine.
My cousin called me like while I was at work, and I talked to him while I was driving, but it was like hands free, mind you, us being safe. But he put a thought in my head I hadn't even thought about him, and he was like, what if Trump ghosts the inauguration? And I was like, I hadn't even thought of that. And
he's not showing up for the inauguration.
He's not doing that. He's not leaving the note in the desk that you're supposed to. He's never going to concede.
I love it. Give me
Brian,
it's all this Schadenfreude. Just
I think that he will leave a note in the desk, but I think someone else will leave the note.
Sean, I think it's really kind of you to think that he can actually write.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that he'll write the
He may
note.
leave a note, but when his Big Mac sauce dribbles on his chin, he'll use it to wipe it off.
I can't wait till January 22nd when Melania files for divorce. Like the second.
Those papers are already drawn up. All right, let's hear your story.
All right. So I started writing when I was in probably the 5th grade. But in high school, and I continuously wrote all through my younger years. However, throughout my life, I've had 6 concussions. I just don't have the focus for it anymore. Football, hockey. One of them was a drinking accident.
Would like Adderall help?
But probably yes.
I think you're a great storyteller. I love listening to you talk, and I think your love of fantasy and sci-fi is so pure that you would have so many great stories.
And that's where my outlet. That's where D&D is my outlet. Legitimately.
I get that, and I think your painting is so beautiful, and so I just feel like you have stories to tell, and I love to read them.
Yeah,
I or any of us, I think, can help you. We're here for you.
I think the big thing is what I've come to love about storytelling is, and we'll probably talk about this at some point on another show in depth because I would very much like to talk about this subject. But D&D is a and role-playing games in general, not D&D specifically. That's just the touchstone that everyone knows. Role-playing games are very much about
world building and storytelling.
Well, not just that, but cooperative storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
So you are telling a story with those at the table with you. So it's not just one person's story. It's everyone contributing. And that I've found a much deeper love for. And
Sean,
when I do this,
are you always the DM?
For the last few years, yes. It hasn't always been that way. Okay. But the way our group has functioned traditionally, I've played with the same group, my main group of players. I played with the same group for almost 8 years now. And typically what we do is we would switch off every month, different person GMing. But I wanted to run a big overarching story. And I wanted to play in a few specific ways, and that's kind of where the miniature painting came in. So I have been for the last 2 years straight. I'm hoping that shifts away soon because it's a lot more with everything going on right now. There's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah. We played last night, and it was
to your point about enjoying cooperative storytelling. I mean, some of my favorite books are written by more than one person.
Yeah, and I think that like I still write here and again, but a lot more of it has been focused on like world building focused and not character focused. So not suitable for stories, but suitable for one thing I would really like to do, and I think that in the next few years, when I get time, I will do it, is writing my own role-playing game supplement. Awesome. So I'll actually pull this up on screen. Brandy, what I would really like to do is write a supplement for a role-playing game. So, for example, this right here, this is Explorer's Guide to Wildmount. This is a role-playing game supplement that is literally just one Dungeon Master's world as a supplement. That's what I want. That's kind of where my if I go back to writing, that's kind of where my focus would be. Is building a world for other people to play in, as opposed to
you know, I mean, it makes sense. It's comfortable. It's something you know.
Yeah.
Like
that sounds great.
Yeah. Like,
I like where Sean's head's at.
Yeah.
That's my in-depth story. But yeah, and on top of that, I got in my early 20s, I got distracted by chasing a music career.
Nothing wrong with that, pal.
Oh yeah, the Manitou story.
So
I think we'll have lots of conversations about that in the next couple of months.
Yes. Well, I talked about a lot about it. Here's a good time for a plug. I talked a lot about it on Music, Movies, and Mayhem last night.
That was last night.
2 nights ago.
2 nights ago.
2 nights ago.
I was gonna say I came on that show. I didn't remember that being last night.
Yesterday was D&D, so D&D gets skipped.
By the way, if you didn't watch it, you have to, because emo Sean was fucking glorious.
I was gonna say, where's the eyeliner? Can
Wait,
you
hold
put
on.
the eyeliner on?
Has Jill watched it yet? I figured.
I told her this morning. She was like, I'm wearing my Baby Yoda palette. I'm like, I wore your eyeliner the other night. She's like, what?
Did you guys see this tweet earlier from Corey Lewandowski, who works with the Trump campaign, who tried to double down that they did the 4 Seasons total landscaping thing on purpose?
Oh, bullshit.
All great Americans in Pennsylvania use 4 Seasons total landscaping. They love this country and are true American patriots. Thank you. Today just keeps getting better and better because they're so dumb. And that's like when you would fall and like hurt yourself as a kid and you're trying to convince your friends not to make fun of you and you did it on purpose. Like, come on, man.
Okay, I just came across this story. I made Grave for husband now. And the second one is
all right, so everyone take a look at this.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Sean with his emo hair and eyeliner.
Go on.
Yes. Pretty awesome.
Yes.
So recurring dreams.
Oh, I can take this one first. So anyone who has ever worked food service industry has the dream of being weeded, which is essentially when you're in over your head, you can't catch up, and no matter what you do, you can't do your job well. And I was in the fortunate and maybe somewhat arrogant position to where I almost always, near the end of the dream, I would almost always realize, like, oh, I'm not this bad at my job. I must be dreaming right now. So it's like I would do the tasks, and then by the end of the dream, I would be like, oh, okay, I'm just dreaming. This will be fine. I'll wake up shortly. And then I would wake up.
I was waiting for you to be like, I ate carbs. I don't know. But...
Dude, I just had a shit ton of chips and salsa. Like I wish I was that guy who didn't eat carbs.
I think we all wish we were that guy who didn't eat carbs.
I'm that guy.
Max, for dietary reasons. I'll do it in solidarity one day with Max.
Yeah.
So I don't have any recurring dreams now, but I had one very frequently when I was a child. About 2 middle-aged gentlemen, milky white, with long red fingernails, who would come and rub my stomach.
What the fuck?
Oh,
truly horrifying. I've always wanted to put those creatures in a movie. I was convinced for a long time that they were actual ghosts molesting me.
My brain went to the villains from Hush by Buffy or The Silence in Doctor Who. That's where my brain.
Sure.
This was before I had seen either of those, but yeah, I had that dream a lot, and I've spent a lot of time in therapy talking about it.
Did you ever find the root of it?
I did. So when I was younger, my parents were out, so I was home with a babysitter. And our house had been broken into that night, and the safe was in my room.
Whoa!
And I guess the guy had worked for the construction company it was like a development, so all the houses were like So he had the blueprints and knew where it was. So they assume I had woken up, saw him in there, and then that caused a long series of night terrors.
Fucking Christ.
Yeah, dude. I'm
That's
just happy you're
insane.
okay. Like, I understand the therapy that you had to go through, but like, I'm happy nothing fucking happened that night.
No,
Well,
seriously,
yeah.
no.
Can you imagine? I mean, whew.
That would
I
have
don't.
been
I don't have any memory of that happening.
Sure.
I remember the dreams.
Okay, I love you, Max. What the fuck is
Brandy.
this scroll?
It's not me. It's not me.
So it's PJ or Sean.
No,
It's definitely Sean.
it's 100% Sean.
What?
What? Yeah, okay.
What
That
did I
was the
do?
least. That was the least convincing one of all.
He was
time.
the one that was asking for it on Rachel's show.
I just want to know we've been doing this for 3.5 hours and we still have 10 plus people watching.
No,
I
I'm
know.
super curious what we're talking about here.
Because Dan's here.
What?
The scroll.
Oh.
No, that's what I was asking about.
If you had 24 5 hours in a day while everyone else had 24, what would you do with the extra hour?
Sleep.
I would
I
finally.
have 2 answers. One is really inappropriate and one is read.
Honestly, mine would be finally
Right, more
find.
questions.
No, mine would finally find time to try to get to know someone and like have a relationship again because I feel like
They only have 24 hours. It's an hour just for you.
Look, PJ,
well,
PJ,
I
I think I found someone for you.
oh God.
This guy always trying to set people up.
I can't say their name publicly on stream, but we have to figure out who she is first.
Oh God, that shit again. Oh God. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Me too.
Alcohol.
No, so I'm gonna point this out real quick, and then we can come back to this 24-hour question. Guilty Sean Camshaft points out in the chat. I wasn't sure if you were talking about the scroll at the bottom or something else I did.
Uh-oh. I don't know
God.
what else. Now everyone else is like looking around.
But with my extra hour, I would probably honestly sleep because as it is, I don't
Do any of us?
I don't get more than 5 or 6 hours of sleep a night right now.
Man, it must be nice to be you.
I sleep. Yep.
Oh, bye, Matt. It was good to see you. So let's answer Matt's question real quick.
Matt, real
before-
quick, we're gonna answer your question.
I mean, for me, it'd probably be in Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth 3 by Coheed and Cambria. It's my favorite album of all time. No real shock if you've listened to the network. I just really love Coheed, and I think that album is a masterpiece.
Futures by Jimmy Eat World.
Oh, love it, Sean. Love your face.
Riot.
Nice.
Oh,
I would not have called it.
Paramore, yeah.
Greatest hits count.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Then Queen's Greatest Hits Volume 1.
That's
All
a great call.
I'm going Foo Fighters, The Color and the Shape.
Great
Love
choice.
it.
Part of me also wanted to choose like Abbey Road or the White Album, but
Yeah, I thought about that too. But did you guys see, by the way, Vinny made me rank the Coheed and Cambria albums tonight? Well, it was
No.
his AMA
Sort
question.
of Silent Earth is definitely
What
there.
did he say?
He asked me to rank all the Coheed and Cambria albums.
Oh.
Like he straight up asked me to do it while I was drunk because he, for the longest time, like in anyone in the Schmodown community, Vinny was the only one I knew outside of Rachel who really liked Coheed, and he and I bonded over it. And so he, like, I'm gonna find it. I ranked them, and it was not as easy as I thought it was gonna be. I have it. Right here.
While PJ finds that, real
I
quick,
have it right here.
Dan, Echo, Silence, Patience, and Grace. If I had to pick a Foo Fighters album,
The only reason I go Color and the Shape is because that was when they like came to fruition, and I truly believe we don't get post-hardcore as it is today without that album.
I think that's fair. That's really fair.
So my ranking of the albums, and mind you, I put on the bottom, is like should be noted. I really do like all the albums, but In Keeping Secrets was number 1. Good Apollo Volume 1 was number 2. No World for Tomorrow was number 3. The Afterman was number 4. I consider that one album because they've released it as one album since. Vaxis Act 1, Second Stage Turbine Blade, Year of the Black Rainbow, and Color Before the Sun. Color Before the Sun is their weakest because it's the only album that's not a concept album. And I think that it's a great album. I think there's some really great songs on it, but I think because it's Coheed, it suffers from not being the concept album. And then I also gave a shout out to the song Deranged they did on the Batman Arkham City soundtrack, because that song I think is fucking brilliant. It's a song from the Joker's perspective about his relationship with Batman and how they're both as broken as each other and how like one doesn't exist without the other. And I just think the song is so fucking good.
Wow.
Wow.
I was just going to say, before we get too far away from music, and I sent it to our chat earlier, the reason I sent that Wonder Year song to you guys is, and it was before Biden was officially elected, but the bridge to the end of the song of Came Out Swinging is all about how they started in Philadelphia. So I was like, if you guys want to run through a wall today, listen to that song and you will just get so fucking hyped.
Yeah. Oh God, I fucking love talking about music.
I will say the first Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack is.
That's a good soundtrack.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Also, by the way, the new AC/DC album comes out, I think, this week or next week, which I'm super.
Excuse me. It's 2020, right?
In those, I have a question for the panel then.
Oh, wait.
Has there ever been another band that has had 30 plus years of success and never changed their sound other than AC/DC?
No one has done what AC/DC has done, and I stand by that. But here's the crazy thing about this is that, real quick, I'm pulling this up.
I think it's more of a testament that they stayed together.
But that's
the only other one that came to mind was Metallica, because
they've even kind of changed it a bit, you know?
A little bit, yeah.
But not drastically.
Not drastically.
Metallica also had an album they put out exclusively through Walmart, so...
Like, the fact that they're still going, and they got Brian to come back, which is crazy because Brian has hearing problems, but they actually got Stevie Young to take over for Malcolm since Malcolm passed away. So I'm very excited. They haven't done an album in a very long time. I'm going to be excited to hear it. Like, even if it's 10 new AC/DC songs that sound like the other 300, it's still 10 more AC/DC songs that I get to listen to, because even the one time they changed their sound, it was still similar enough that it was the same, and that was Stiff Upper Lip.
What are you giggling at, Max?
Yeah, I'm really high. Another choice for album would be Rumors.
Does anyone now see what I thought we were accusing me of?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't.
Oh, I see the name now. God damn it.
I just noticed it.
PJCN, AC/DC. You're right.
Rumors is another album, maybe.
Now I see it, Sean.
Is that also Paramore?
No, Fleetwood Mac.
Fleetwood Mac, okay.
Sean, I'm more impressed that you spelled my last name right, or you went and looked at it and then I did it away.
I had to look it up.
I knew it.
Atreyu's Greatest Hits.
I do like Bleeding Mascara a lot.
I will say in
so
this
we
vein,
call that the Bear Trap song because at the beginning of it, it sounds like a guy getting stuck in a bear trap. He goes, "Oh!"
He does, but I love that. He does, but it's great.
Sean and PJ, you guys
love that
know
song,
this. One album that really grew on me was Still Searching by Census Fail, and that would 100% be one of my Desert Island albums, because it was one of the ones I had on a CD in my car, and I just kept playing it over and over and over again. This is a trivia question, maybe for PJ, but mostly for Sean. Why is that album so much better than Let It Enfold You?
I don't know. I don't know Census Fail super well, aside from...
So this is how old I am and how far I go back with this. When Midtown broke up, the guitarist left and joined Census Fail. And that's why that album is so much better than Let It Enfold You, because their guitars just get heavy and gritty, and it's so fucking good.
I pitched a show to Rachel the other day, and here's what I'll say. If Rachel doesn't jump on that, if Rachel doesn't jump on that by by like January, we'll do it here on the PJ Campbell Network.
I'm in. We can
know you are.
totally do that. And I can probably get people on it too.
I'm a child. I like how about half an hour ago I was waxing poetic about Fyodor Dostoevsky, and now I'm doing Sully Bobully.
There was a question in the chat. There was a question in the chat earlier. What is my full name?
Oh God, it's a mouthful.
It's Sean Ryan Patrick Sullivan.
It's not that
Yes,
bad.
Mike. I am a Census Fail fan. Still Searching is an amazing album.
We have some good questions that we haven't got to yet.
All right, let's get to it. Yes, Cam, thank you. We're funny lads. That's why we're here.
If you had to give up on hearing or sight, what would you pick? Oh God,
Hearing.
The hardest.
I don't like this question.
That's a hard fucking question because it boils down to two things. One, if you lose hearing, you can't communicate as normal. You have to learn sign language. If you lose sight, then your level of comfort is gone. So what are you okay with losing? I think I have to say sight because I think if I couldn't listen to music, the world would be so much darker.
I agree with that.
If I couldn't watch films, even with closed captionings, I don't know what I'd do. Or go
I
to the theater.
I think I would rather lose sight because for me, the first thing I think of is only thing I'm going to hear are the thoughts in my head all the time.
I mean,
how about this?
I think I'm biased.
Chop off both my hands and I'll keep both sound and each sight in here.
I think I'm biased because I'd rather lose my hearing than my hands. No one loves me like I love me. I just said that.
Is that what you said?
No, I like as someone who like one of my biggest passions is like all of my passions involve my eyes and my hands except music. So like I need Brandy, I don't mean that. It was too funny to not say. I wouldn't be able to paint, I wouldn't be able to play video games, I wouldn't be able to write. Yeah, I can go without hearing.
Brandy, come on. You're too nice. If you're enjoying this and not a patron, you should consider joining for patronage.
Thank you, Brandy.
She did another plug, too. She plugged Sean's music, movies, and mayhem.
That was fun. I think we might. There's a few things I said in that. So if anyone hasn't watched it, go watch it now. There's a few things we talked about last night that I might ask Rachel to pull down so we can cut out.
She won't.
The sandpaper.
What? No.
I swear to you. I literally turned it on and all I hear is sandpaper and dildos wrapped together. And I'm like, the fuck did I just turn on?
No, specifically Coca-Cola.
Oh yeah, I figured that.
Camshaft, I mean delete. Cut out and delete. Stuff that normally I don't talk about.
Very much. Very much indeed.
I don't.
Oh God, what else do we got here?
You're gonna have to rewatch that whole entire thing because you did it multiple times.
What the hell does King of Scars mean?
What?
Someone changed my name to King of Scars, and I don't know what that means.
Max,
Papa Roach song.
Oh, I appreciate whoever changed mine.
You know,
what
the
is
Papa Roach song? Tear my heart open, so
of
much
personal hygiene that you need to incorporate more in your life?
Oh,
I'm pretty hygienic. I like to be clean.
To be honest,
okay, all right. There's one. I could be better at flossing. I really don't like flossing.
Yeah, I would say probably flossing because otherwise, like, I mean, Maxwell knows because he's been around me a lot. Like, I shower multiple times a day usually. Like,
that's why your skin is so dry.
Probably. I also live in the desert, but like, I mean, I actually started using soap that's much more moisturizing than I did before for that reason. But like, I'll shower twice a day. I brush my teeth a lot. Like, hygiene's really important to me. I don't like feeling dirty.
So aside from flossing, because everyone's going to say flossing, Mine, I need to get better at. This is gonna sound worse. I don't wash my beard, and by that I mean I don't. In order to keep a beard how it should be, you need to shampoo and condition it, and and use beard balm and wax. And
I have all that stuff from when I had a beard.
Yeah, I don't condition and use beard oil as much as I should. So that's my.
I'm gonna send you a kit.
I have all the stuff. I just don't have. Like, I wake up too close to my time that I need to leave for work to do it. So I usually do it on the weekends, but I'd like to do it more often through the week. Also, during the pandemic, it doesn't really matter because I wear a
mask.
I wear a neck gaiter, so it covers my whole beard.
I will say, funny enough, I want to go back just a brief second because flossing is a thing, but like you saw it happen, and I don't know if anyone caught it, but like I still have, and I don't know if anyone else on the panel has this. I have a lower retainer cemented on my bottom teeth. Yeah,
I had one, and I ripped it out.
I did too.
Mine's double cemented. It's literally cemented to my canines and the one next to it.
I took a wrench in it.
Oh my god! Ow.
I used so my bonds on these two teeth. Oh, well, you can't see because it's small screen, but 3 of my bonds broke on it, and instead of getting it re-cemented, I just stuck a little pin back there and.
See, mine was I had braces like middle school and whatnot, and then after my braces went off, I bit into an apple one day, and it was only cemented on the canines. And then after that, they were like, "Oh, Big Bird's here." So then they double cemented it. So, but like,
no,
not important.
The second they put that back on, I was like, how long am I keeping this? They're like, forever. I'm like, this is not happening.
The fuck, no. I'm not. I mean, I had mine for probably like 5 years.
I'm looking at. Oh my god, I might have had it for. Am I at 20? I might be at 20 years.
I had one on my upper teeth too.
A cemented one? Jesus. Mm-hmm. They told me. I
spent a lot of money on straight teeth.
My parents did because
my mouth was real fucked up. Let's say
that's how my sister's was. My sister had a thumb sucking problem, so literally her like retainer was a half an inch bigger than mine because she'd pushed her palate so far up.
Did everyone here have braces?
Mm-hmm. I had 3 years.
I had 1 year.
I had it twice. I also had a palate expander. Which was the worst. Because you'd have to like attach it and like crank it every week. There's some other questions I want to answer, but I'm going to go to this one first. Have you?
I was going to pull the same one. You clicked it and then I clicked it, so no way.
No, I have not. No.
That's so specific.
I'm pretty sure Brian has, though.
I did. My mom signed my sister and I up for gymnastics for like a week, and then I stopped. He didn't, so but that's not on a horse.
Okay. How do you feel about flip-flop in Publix all the time?
I mean, I'll be honest with you.
If you're a Floridian.
I wear them frequently. I don't go out as public as much as I used to with them, like I did in Los Angeles, but I still wear flip-flops. Like, I think they're very comfortable, especially for me. Like, I don't know. I don't necessarily always want to put on shoes. And over the last 9 months being stuck inside so frequently, I got tired of putting socks on. So flip-flops again.
When I was younger, I did it all the fucking time. But now, because of my day job and the fact that I'm in work boots all the time and I wear pants all the time, I have a skin condition, so I have a hard time wearing shorts. Nope. Just no. I don't think a grown man should do that if they don't live at the beach.
I agree.
I'm with PJ.
You get it.
Yeah. Like here's the thing, right? If you are like, if it's a relaxing day, sure, whatever. But I've seen guys wear flip-flops to like like events and stuff, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? This isn't the fucking OC. Like, put on a pair of boots. Put on a pair of fucking Clarks. Be a man. Grab some Chukkas or a nice pair of Jack Purcells, or fuck, you can wear Vans if you want.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd even take Chucks.
Yeah,
I've never
Chucks are
owned
fine. Chucks are great.
Kamala made Chucks popular again.
Y'all can't tell, but when I was younger, I had a great sense of style, and I think a man should have a good sense of style. I've just put on some weight, so my stylish clothes don't fit as much. I wear a lot of shirts on my friends' YouTube channels now.
That's literally my wardrobe.
My wardrobe is t-shirts from channels and Fright Rags and Cavity Colors shirts.
This is a Cavity Colors Your Next hoodie.
I keep forgetting. I don't know if I ever ordered the Your Next stuff. Now I'm gonna look.
Avenger shirt? Is that what that was?
Yeah. I just ordered a Smash-a-thon shirt today.
It says "Become Legend."
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Did everyone order their Smash-a-thon shirts?
Yes.
I got one before.
Did any of you go to summer camp? Any stories? I went to sports sleepaway camp for 7 years and then worked there for 2. I have a lot of stories, which you can get a little bit about in my upcoming novel.
I didn't really go to summer camp, like aside from football related stuff. I went on a few church retreats and have some stories that are not appropriate for the PJ Campbell Network.
Oh, I need to hear those. Church retreats. I had a friend that used to do them. Come home
and Mike K, yes, there are some Smash-a-thon shirts.
If you watch the stream,
we will have,
and all of the proceeds will be going directly to Kevin. That link will go live for everyone on the day of the 24-hour stream.
Yeah, there were a couple in order to get. I think there were like 10 that got sent out early, so that we had them to display on the stream.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a wonderful logo by Janine the Machine that is floating around on the internet currently, if you know where to look. Oh, there you go. There it is.
You can look right here.
You can look right the fuck there. That will be available as a shirt.
Yes, it will.
I went to not overnight summer camp, if that counts.
It does.
We did.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the only story I could really remember was it was summer nature day camp, which is so far off of what I would do right now. But we used to go into this
fuck out of that.
I mean, it was fun at the time, but now where I am, I'm just no. And we used to go through this creek, and at the very end they had an overpass tunnel or something. I don't even remember fully. And had 2 tunnels. Very much it. The right side was always the tunnel we went through because you get through to the other side. Left side, no one ever ventured into. It was like that. So all the kids were always terrified. Stuff like that. That's the only
thing. Hey Max, before you click on something, I'm gonna ask you this specific question.
Can I answer the question about summer camp?
Let PJ answer.
I've done that.
I did used to go to summer camp. I've talked about it a lot. I grew up very, very Christian, and there was a Christian summer camp up in the Santa Cruz area that was really, really cool that I used to go to. The church side of it, obviously I don't care about that, but I got to do ropes course every year, which was fucking awesome. Climbing up in the redwood trees and things like that, and rafting and going down to the beach. I love the Santa Cruz area, so it was a lot of fun to actually go out and do things like that. And I've always had really fond memories of that camp for that reason.
Fun. Santa Cruz is a fun place.
So it's interesting you asked this, Brandy, and since I'm in a sharing mood,
hold on. No. Just stay tuned to the PJ Campbell Network post-pandemic.
Oh no, I've done it. I'll never do it again.
Hey Brian, would you like to be a guest on BoxBox?
No, not if it's this shit.
That is so. I have two dreams.
Go ahead, Max.
I have two dream box episodes, both of which we have talked about in earnest, and both of which I want to make happen. The first is Box the musical, which would not be required to be post-pandemic. We could do that from the comfort of our home. And the other one is a box episode where, in order to get to the box that we're going to open, we have to jump out of an airplane. And I hope we can do that sometime before 2022. I am not joking. I am 100% serious. PJ will be on the ground as me, Sean, and Kristen jump out of an airplane to get to our fucking boxes. They better be damn good boxes.
I'm not super committed to it. I'm not promising anything.
Oh, I'll pay you. I'll pay you. You'll do it.
I will tell you one thing that is surprising about it. You do not get that roller coaster droppy feel.
You don't.
Ever. No.
Mike K.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Nationwide box scavenger hunt.
Max, the only time at any point that you get that feeling is just the part when you jump.
Sure.
The part where you go from standing to jump to flat. That's it. The rest of the time, the air is hitting you so hard it feels like you're being held up.
See, she gets it. It's a write-off. Just
I
write it off.
Dude, do you know how much shit I can write off?
I really want it.
Oh, really? I love roller coasters.
I really love this question, by the way. What unsolved mystery or crime would you want to solve? I know mine. I don't know about you guys.
Go ahead.
Zodiac. I am so fascinated by the Zodiac.
I was going to say, for a long time, I wondered about it, but we know it's Ted Cruz.
Yeah.
Okay. But
sure.
I'm like fascinated by the Zodiac killer. So
I love parasailing.
I want to know. I have two, and they're a bit they're not necessarily. I don't think they're exactly what you're asking. But I want to know how the pyramids were actually built, and how Stonehenge was actually built.
Well, one is slaves, and I don't know about Stonehenge.
Yeah, but even slave labor doesn't explain the pyramids.
Well, if we're going towards that,
That's a good question.
It was before me, Cam.
I mean, it was like way earlier in the year.
I think it was around July or August.
It had to have been before July because you were on Hamilton, and Hamilton was on July 4th.
Fuck, you're right. Well, I don't.
You've been in that chat for a long time. It's got to have been like May.
I don't know that. No, it was June. It was June because it was. Okay. When was my Star Wars match?
Dude, your Star Wars match was forever ago.
Because it was after that.
Yeah, the Star Wars match was
tournament match.
That was like March because that was before.
No, the tournament match wasn't.
Oh, I already knew Sean by the time the match came, so it had to have been June.
Yeah, but I wasn't involved in network stuff yet.
No,
it was about June though. It was about June. Like it had to have been around that time because we were already doing the late night calls because you were popping on after watch-alongs and stuff. Yeah, but that was less. But that wasn't through the. You were just sending me that directly. No, I know. But then eventually, I just put you in the chat. It was easier.
Camshaft, to answer your question in depth, I am a official, unofficial member of the PJ Camel Network. Insofar as I show up when I can, my schedule. I am a creative advisor.
Yeah.
Of the PJ Camel Network, I think would be an accurate statement. More so than an on-screen personality.
I would like to get both of you on screen more, but I also know that you're both busy, and so time is, a thing.
Sean, your match premiered on YouTube June 24th.
So it would have been 2 weeks before that was when the Twitch version was.
Yeah. So it was the very beginning of June.
Yeah.
By the way, my unsolved mystery, I would probably pick Jean Benet Ramsey because I really want to know if the parents killed him or not.
I love how Max and I keep clicking the same comment
Yep.
because it'll like briefly.
I think I'd like to know who Jack the Ripper is.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I was the only one that popped into my head was Hoffa.
I
Ooh,
want to
that's-
know.
Oh God, who's that guy who jumped out of a plane with the gold?
Oh, Caden
fuck.
something.
No,
No.
It was the plot of the movie Without a Paddle.
Without a paddle. Yep. I have a question.
and there were people who thought that Don Draper was him for a while.
Do you guys think that we
God,
know
what was his name? Oh my God!
Hold on, I might be able to pull it.
While you guys think of that, I'll answer Cam Shaft's current question.
D.B. Cooper.
DB, yep. I
knew it was something B Cooper or whatever.
So I will answer this question, Cam Shaft, and then I have a question for you.
Oh.
Um,
Go on.
I have access to change graphics because we often use this as a pseudo Zoom post shows. So like they'll do a watch along and then they'll be like, "Hey, we're done with the watch along" in our group chat. And oftentimes PJ will be stoned and not paying attention. So we'll be sitting in the waiting room, and with me having access, it lets me put myself in the whatever. But also now that we're doing right. But also now that we're doing now that I am on a few things like the Mandalorian watch along and stuff like that, or reactions and stuff, it makes it easier for me to pull up graphics and stuff when we need to.
Yeah.
Also for the Suddenly soundtracks we did, technically I was running tech and not Chris Clark, so that's why. But also, Cam, my question for you is Cam okay? Can we just call you Cam instead?
I was saying Cam. So
Is that acceptable?
I didn't do anything. What?
you didn't do the Big Bird. That wasn't Max at all.
Yeah. So Cam, Chef, my question is Cam acceptable?
Great unsolved mystery. Carol Baskins' husband.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, she killed him.
She did it.
She killed him.
I know she did it.
Do you guys think that the Kennedy assassination? What do you guys think?
Oh, that's
I think it's unknown.
You think it's okay?
I think it's fishy.
Kamala. I like that name.
Or is it
Regardless
Kamala
of
or
the
Kamala?
politician, I like the name Kamala.
Kamala. There was
Kamala.
no second A. Kamala.
Randy, what? You're literally the first person I've ever heard say that Carol Baskin didn't do
I was
it.
gonna say, yeah, that's the first person.
Other than Carol Baskins and her husband. That's
I think I read that. I think as a comics fan, I have to read it as Kamala because of.
Wait, hold on. I also have a question, Sean. Why are you so professional right now? And this is supposed to be a drunk AMA. Like everything you just said for the past 5 to 10 minutes, I was very impressed by.
What was?
Everything.
Oh, because my years as an artist manager, sometimes feed in when I'm getting like technical questions.
Thanks, Cam. I did say right. It's Kamala.
Kamala.
Can we call you? No, there's no third A. There's only 2 A's.
What is
Kamala. Yeah. It's
Kamala.
not Kamala.
Oh,
It's
I
Kamala.
can't read. I can't fucking read.
So Cam or Kamala? I think that's what we're going with forward.
I'm gonna stick with Cam because otherwise I'll fuck it up.
Malcolm, there's
Malcolm.
no way that this is going to be longer than the Safe Space stream. There's
Wait, we're not going to go for another 5.5 hours? What are you talking about?
I gotta work in the morning.
But I'm on the same amount of whiskey as the Silver Stringy stream.
I'm out of whiskey.
apparently Brandy says Tiger King was a trash bias show and they were mad she refused to talk to them more. I never actually watched Tiger King, so
I watched it all, every episode.
Me too.
I purposely kind of avoided it as everyone started talking about it, and
it got to be trendy really quick.
Yeah.
It was right when lockdown hit.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
that's why it spread so quick.
It was the perfect storm.
Yeah.
I think that if you I think that you need to watch Tiger King like a reality show and not like a
Documentary.
And it's very
Okay, so the Nicolas Cage movie thing. Yes? Watch? No? Pass?
of Tiger King.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, they're
You
doing
hear about
like
that?
Two
it's,
of them? Or
it's
three
like
of them?
FX or Amazon is doing it. Nick Cage is playing Tiger King.
Yeah.
Jill and I are like 4 or 5 episodes into The Vow.
I've heard it's
fuck.
crazy.
Holy fuck. The Vow is so crazy.
That's on
I
HBO.
love it.
right?
It's on HBO.
Okay.
I mean, I don't love it, but there are some solid B-list actresses in that show. It's a documentary. It's not when I say there's actresses in there. I don't mean that they're acting.
This is the one that's like about the one girl from Smallville and like got into a cult and whatnot.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
NXIVM.
yeah, Nexium.
Whatever.
Nexium, I took that for my stomach for years.
Too.
Bonnie Pierce,
Good for Gert,
But funny. Good for Gert.
Bonnie Peace, best known as her role of anyone. Bonnie Peace.
You say Bonnie Peace?
Mhm.
Oh.
Best known of her role as Baru Lars.
Oh, that's right. You literally texted us that.
I don't remember this.
But also, there's a couple Battlestar Galactica actresses in it. I can't remember their names. The Asian girl,
Boomer.
Boomer, and then the girl with the kind of awkward young girl that is also sleeping with Boomer's husband. Maybe I'm misremembering that, but she's in the same like.
The one he actually knocks up and like marries.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know her name. I can't think of it.
Yeah, so they're both in it. Super freaking interesting. And like the best part about not the best part, but like the most interesting part of that show is the first episode is super positive on it. Like they sucker you in. They're like, yeah, this is this program we were involved in. This is what it is. This is how we got involved in it. And you're like, holy shit, this is like amazing. And then it turned
now I'm intrigued.
so good. It is like I am hooked. Jill watches all these freaking like murder mystery docs and stuff like that, and like sometimes I care, usually I don't. We watched
It's
one.
her and Molly.
Yeah, we watched. We watched one episode of this, and I was like, normally when we watch TV, like I'm on my computer, like doing something, like either playing video games or fucking God knows what. We watched one episode of this, and I watched the entire thing, not looking away. And as soon as it was done, I said, "Okay, next one, let's go." It's so.
God damn it! Now you're gonna make me. I'm literally just gonna probably end up watching it tonight, and then not stop watching it.
It's so good. We're about to start episode 5.
I need to put like there's
We're
so many
actually
things on
watching it before I came
HBO.
on here.
Yeah, there's so many things on HBO. I just need to start doing. We started the documentary series I'll Be Gone in the Dark.
Oh yeah.
We're only like 2 or 3 episodes into
Patton
that.
Oswalt's wife.
Mm-hmm. His late wife. Yeah.
Okay, Brandy, I'll go listen to it later.
Favorite movie based on real events that is not a documentary.
I mean, Amadeus and League of Their Own are both in my top 10, so I guess those.
Favorite movie? Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
Not based on real events.
The invasion at Normandy?
Everything after the invasion of Normandy is all fictional.
Sure.
I mean, that's the first 20 minutes. I'll give it to Sean. It's not a big deal to me. I'm just saying.
There's probably another. Someone will probably say another one that.
I mean, I think mine are.
Glorious Bastards is a true story, right?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Sam Levine really killed Nazis.
Reign of Fire. Reign of Fire is a true story.
Yes. Lord of the Rings, true story.
Mistborn happened, right?
Star Wars.
Social Network.
Yeah, Social Network's a great
Oh,
one.
that's the one.
Social Network and Steve Jobs, probably. And I really love Walk the Line.
Trial of Chicago 7.
Ford v Ferrari also. Yeah, trial.
Ford v Ferrari is really good.
What
Yeah,
about
Molly's
Braveheart?
game. I'll give you
Brave-
Braveheart.
Braveheart's super
That's
inaccurate.
loose. That's really loose based
It's
on
really loose, but Braveheart. Braveheart's a good one.
PJ, did you like Mary Queen of Scots?
I never saw it.
Oh,
I haven't
I've
seen
seen
it.
a movie that you haven't seen. That's
I kept meaning to see it, and it just kept falling out of priority less and less, and then I just never got to it.
PJ. How frequently do you get shamed for not seeing movies?
I mean, Maxwell shames me on a daily about Fast Color. So.
I think
You know what movie I love that's based on real events is
Was it Fast Color?
Dan,
Moneyball.
more of the
Yeah.
fact that I've seen a movie that he hasn't seen.
It's gonna happen.
There's a
I
movie-
also, oh, sorry.
A movie I haven't seen in a long. Like I saw it when it came out, and I haven't seen it since. But John Roca's in it. Wind Talker. I really liked that movie when I saw it.
Another
I
one
like
I'm going to
watching
mention, and this probably will get my film Twitter cool card revoked. I don't really like.
Is
How
Max
How
Color
ironic
in
that
it?
he's breaking up as he says.
I got the same thing. Your
you gotta say
credit
it
card
again.
does not want you to do it. You
Max,
literally
start
broke up.
I know it's not necessarily popular to like this movie. People shit on it, but I really like The Imitation Game.
Okay.
Where Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah, I love that movie. That movie's
Another
great.
speaking of another one.
Oh God,
is-
Rabbit Proof Fence is fantastic.
What's that?
It was early 2000s. Nicole Kidman's in it.
I haven't even heard of it.
What about Jojo Rabbit?
Yeah, Jojo Rabbit's a good one.
Jojo Rabbit is not based on true events.
The one
The Prestige is another really good one.
I love The Prestige.
also, I don't think based on true events. I would go Catch Me If You Can, though.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a great one.
Also, Warhorse was a play. I don't think that was true. But Schindler's List.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought about it. Yeah.
Oh, you know what I love that's actually based on true events is Julie and Julia.
Oh,
Oh,
That was
yeah.
a good movie. I was surprised by that.
Raging Bull.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a classic.
Goodfellas.
One.
If you want to talk Spielberg, Lincoln.
Yeah.
I've got
Goodfellas is Irishman. I mean,
Capote.
Capote.
What about Ten Commandments?
Yeah, that's not real.
No.
Yeah, I don't.
That's not
okay.
real.
So wait, we're going to
I
Gods of
got
Egypt and Gods of Egypt.
I got two.
I've never seen that.
All
I
the
wanted to
Men.
watch it. I tried.
And
All the President's Men.
My
Good choice.
And
You
Apollo
did.
13.
You broke. Oh, Apollo 13 is a great choice.
Hunt for Red October.
The Conjuring.
Mm-mm.
yeah, The Conjuring counts.
I'll go right here. I'll do this.
I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I think it's a really good film. I think Benedict.
Wait,
deserves-
why did Sean leave himself?
Because I just keep suggesting movies that aren't.
I do like the Pelican Brief. I don't think it's true.
PJ.
All right. Hey, no. So I asked this. I don't wanna. I'm trying to better myself, right?
Oh yeah, Bridge of Spies is real good, and that is a
Yeah,
true.
I love Bridge of Spies.
Rylance is fantastic.
Bridge of Spies is as Spielberg gets farther and farther into his Frank Capra stage. I just adore it more and more.
I'll never forget. Mars Rylance is.
You okay, Max?
Maxwell.
Is he waiting for Troy to be taken off?
Maybe.
Mark Rylance's Oscar speech. Where because in the movie his character is always like, would it help? And he was like, people always ask me, would it help? Would it help? Working with Tom Hanks, clearly it would help. Oh God, favorite actor director combo.
No pause. Just immediately next thing.
I'm a professional.
I like Troy.
Oh my
Troy's a
God,
good
oh, this
answer.
playlist has hit a new high.
Troy's a good
Oh.
answer.
Here we go.
I don't think Max is going to forgive you for that one. Comes up on Xbox box guaranteed.
I mean, look, there's so many. Spielberg and Hanks is like a great one. Jimmy Stewart and Frank Capra is a great one.
DiCaprio, Scorsese.
Yeah, and De Niro, Scorsese, similarly. Like,
We were talking about this earlier. Michael Shannon, Jeff Nichols.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good call.
There's one that I'm thinking of.
Simon Pegg.
Michael B. Jordan and
Coogler.
Right.
Coogler.
Can you say
Downey.
Joe Brothers and Chris Evans?
Who?
I
Yeah.
like that. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not gonna give you. That's like
Only,
it's only because they're doing the MCU. Like they haven't done stuff outside of it.
there's hold on.
George Lucas and Frank Oz.
God, I just can't with you. This is off the rails.
Crazy. That Mando show was today.
I know.
Sure was.
I know.
I can't believe that was today. I did 2 fucking Mandalorian shows today.
You do 2 Mandalorian shows every
I
Saturday.
know, but it felt so. Hey, I'm just gonna ask on air. Can we do our show on Friday this week?
No, that's our time slot.
Friday
we have the
morning at
20
10 a.m. or 12 a.m. or 12 p.m.
whenever we want to do it on Friday, just because we have the 24-hour stream that day.
I mean, I'm as long as Maxwell's available, I don't really care.
At 4 a.m.
I probably could have asked off camera, but I figure
I mean, put you on the spot. Now it's recorded.
we can talk about it later. And if not, like I don't fucking care. I'll have enough monster where it doesn't matter.
Maxwell's just ignoring you.
I buy the Troy HD DVD for $3.
I appreciate that is where Maxwell's mind went.
Maxwell, do you know I love you?
Yeah. I mean,
What a perfect response.
what time on Friday do you want to do it?
Whatever.
Probably
I don't give a
probably
shit.
12 p.m. still.
Probably like 7 p.m. PST.
When we do watch-alongs.
Or watch along, you fucking fuckstick.
Damn it, Sean.
This is great. Kelly Reichardt and Michelle Williams. If you haven't seen Wendy and Lucy or Meek's Cutoff, both of those films are fantastic.
Bless you.
Oh, Jean-Luc Godard and Anna Karina. That's great too. See, Cam gets it. Cam is a cinephile. Y'all are stooges.
Yes, I've
All right.
never.
Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and go to bed. Bye.
Is the Mandalorian out?
Okay, where are you?
What? That wasn't me.
Was?
No, it wasn't. That was 100% not me.
Oh Jesus! What is your favorite movie? Empire Records
Oh, man.
is the first one that came to mind. Oh yeah,
Clue.
Snowpiercer is one place. That's a good answer.
Clue.
I
love
Clue is a great answer.
Clerks.
Fucking fuckstick. That is a new phrase,
no,
term,
Clerks.
word if I have heard of one. Well, you are free to use it. Just put a shekel in my PayPal when you do.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Empire Records because
Shekel.
Clerks does not take place in one location the entire time.
That's Empire Records right there.
Yes, it is. I
How do
fucking
you
love Empire
how do you figure?
that Clerks, they leave. They go to the funeral.
Oh yeah, Ex Machina is a great answer. That film.
But that's not.
Yeah.
Have you
they
seen Ex
leave.
Machina,
You see
Sean?
them in the car.
Sean, have you seen Ex Machina?
I have not.
Oh, you
I
would
only
love
saw,
it.
yeah, I only saw it recently. Really
Sean,
good.
you literally see them leave. They go to the funeral. We don't see the funeral scene. They've only animated
We
it.
see them in the car.
But
Okay.
we see them in the car and we see them driving back to the location.
I
after.
think that's. Oh, this is a great answer. You want to talk about when Pacino was on the top of his game? Dog Day Afternoon.
Yeah.
Favorite haunted house
What's the
movie?
Breakfast Club for that answer?
That's a good one.
Yeah,
That's your favorite haunted house movie?
Yep.
Breakfast Club. Yeah, Emilio Estevez was dead the whole time. Duh.
Mine's Paranormal.
The Others might be mine.
Maybe
Although Poltergeist is close too.
I'm between the Orphanage, Poltergeist, and
Tim
Annabelle
Franco.
House.
Yeah, you're right. They do go to a few places. Oh, hi Tim. Why aren't you on screen with us, Tim? Get in here.
Yeah,
Echo. Why is there an echo?
Professional. You want professional. Tim Franco is always professional.
Oh,
Where are you, Tim?
Paranormal Activity. Which one had
Haunted House.
Micah and
That's the first one.
was that one? Then Paranormal 1 is my answer.
Casper.
That's
a
a short
good answer. Why is there an echo now? Now it's gone. That was weird.
Echo?
All right. Nope, it's
Echo?
gone now.
Good call.
Someone
Oh,
called
Ben
Ben
Goddard?
Goddard.
Yeah.
Where are you, Tim?
Timothy.
He's hiding in the chat.
Timmy.
Tim.
Tim, you've been replaced by Brian Avalosino
You mean Brian?
Brian Avocado.
and Brian Avocado.
I love
Brian, how do you feel about that, by the way?
I just want to know what.
I have a
What
different.
why was I
interpretation.
brought up?
No,
And
no, no.
then that name.
There's a different- I think
That's what I
everyone-
want to know.
Ryan, I think there might have been a different thing because we were talking about good porn names, which is where I remember the conversation going.
No.
And
No.
then how the hell did I find Brian
gonna
Avocado?
throw you-
I don't
I'm gonna
remember
throw
the
you
other
under the bus.
conversation.
That I think what happened was you
saw-
retweeted or commented a tweet,
Of Brian.
and he completely misread your name. Like,
Yeah.
oh, this guy's name's Brian Avocado on Twitter. And we're like, no, that's not his name. It's Avalosino. I think we were also talking about porn names at the same time or earlier in the conversation, so it got conflated. And I think he forgot you were a real person.
All right. Maybe I shouldn't have known.
I only remember it
The
being a
dude
porn
named
name.
Handsome Dan is using a version of your name on the
To
internet.
be fair,
I
Dan is not Schmodown people, so he doesn't follow.
I do not.
Am I
It's fine.
schmoed on people?
I've heard it since I was
No,
in
Max.
kindergarten, so it doesn't.
You are now, Max.
I do need to take the dogs out. They're getting.
I've been to more live shows than you have.
Hours.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, true.
Best movie with the number in the title is 12 Angry Men.
By the way, notice how
Ooh.
Tim disappeared and never, is not here.
Because we
9.
He literally came in here to correct me about Empire Records and then was like, bye-bye.
ghosted. Max, would you say that movie's better than 7?
Yes, but 7 is great too.
Ooh, District 9.
Oh, I love 200 Cigarettes. That's a good movie if you haven't seen it.
I think District 9 is my favorite. District 9 or just 9.
The animated film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Star Wars Episode 5.
So what sort of magic do you mean? Do you mean like magic as in illusionists
Like,
or like
Harry
like
Potter.
wizards and sorcery? Because illusionists, I love the Prestige.
Prestige, I think, takes that hands down.
Magic. Oh, God, Lord of the Rings has magic.
I'm going to take this very literally and answer both scenarios. The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Because it's about magicians.
So yeah, if it's illusions, then the Prestige.
I stand by my statement. The Sorcerer's Apprentice, it's about magicians who can do actual magic and they play Magic the Gathering.
But it's a terrible movie.
You're not wrong. Prestige or Now You See Me.
The Illusionist with Ed Norton's good too.
I saw it once, and that was plenty.
Harry Potter?
God. I mean, there's some great documentaries and stuff.
All the David Blaine things.
There's-
That was all for Max's reaction, and that was not disappointing.
well, lately the word I've said the most is brandy, honestly. But I think the word I probably say the most is the or fuck or obsequious.
Yes.
You should see how often he texts it. It's kind of ludicrous. It's like, Max, everything can't be obsequious. Stop using it.
Yeah, I say fuck a lot.
What is your favorite movie in another language? Oh my God, there's so many. I love The Umbrellas of Cherbourg. I love Jacques Tati's Playtime. I love Le Samurai. God.
You guys want to go get a snack while Max just wax intellectual, and we can come back?
I love
and-
Spirited Away. God.
Is Spirit? But there's an English translation of that, isn't there?
Yeah, but I watch it with
Good
subtitles.
dub.
I love Seven Samurai. I mean, anything by
I
Kurosawa.
like Parasite.
Ran, Rashomon. God.
Wait, Brian had an answer.
I said Parasite.
Damn it!
Oh god, Tokyo Story is fantastic. Pan's
Tokyo
Labyrinth
Drift?
is great. There's so many.
Pan's Labyrinth isn't in English.
No, it's in Spanish.
Have I not seen that? I haven't seen that movie then.
Oh,
You should.
it's amazing.
I know.
Great.
Dan.
Pan's Labyrinth was the first thing I went to.
Ran is
Train to
Train
Busan.
to I can't wait to watch Peninsula. Oh, it's on iTunes now to rent.
Is it?
I actually have an answer for this. Apocalypto.
Oh well, fuck Mel Gibson, but that's not a bad movie.
I agree, but you know.
One of my dreams would be to see Rand in theaters. I think it's one of the most visually stunning films ever made. Honestly, the colors, the use of color in that movie. Oh god. I mean, the red shoes. Powell and Pressburger were amazing.
How long? How long?
Battleship Potemkin. Has anyone seen Battleship Potemkin?
Yes, I had a film studies major in college. I've seen Battleship Potemkin.
What's the minimum amount of time before I was born?
40 years.
Oh, I don't even know if I've seen.
I think I could squeak by saying It's a Wonderful Life then.
Yeah.
Barely. I think that's barely 30 years for me.
God, I mean, Vertigo.
That's not 40 years before you were born. I call shenanigans.
What's the
Vertigo?
oldest movie I've seen?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, that's 50s. I was thinking 40s.
I don't even know.
Yeah. I stand by my statement.
It came out in 1958. How old do you think I am?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, you weren't born in 1998, Max. Do the fucking math. You said it, not me.
Oh, you're right. Wow. Time. Wow. No, I was saying not 40 years before you were born, 40 years from now.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, well, guess before you were born. All right, so let's say 20 years before you were born. I'm sorry.
sure, Star Wars.
Confused.
Yeah. Star Wars then.
No, even that doesn't work because that doesn't work.
Oh, you're right.
I mean, Singing in the Rain is like my fourth favorite movie.
Mine
That's
would
why I
have to
said
be
Fucking Wonderful Life.
1969 and earlier.
I don't know if it's that old, but The Sting is great.
70s. It's like early 70s.
But The Red Shoes is, if you haven't seen The Red Shoes, my God.
I don't know.
I don't think that's a Sean movie so much, or a Brian movie so
You
much.
could
Or,
cheat and say Casablanca.
that's not a cheat.
Brian's got much more class than I do, though.
You've seen way more movies probably than I have, and that's actually debatable. We can talk to Jake, and he'll be like, absolutely not.
I think the only real question is who's seen more movies, me or PJ?
Ooh.
And I think I know the answer, but
I want to say you have.
I would think so.
I'm just gonna say Max because I would be afraid not to.
I'm scary?
Max, did you hear that?
Yeah,
Max? You're so scary.
if he says that, you'll do this to him.
That wasn't even me. Hot coffee or iced coffee? Iced.
Iced.
Hot.
I like both, but iced.
Oh, you went to NYU Film School? I chose not to go to NYU Film School. But I got in. I went to Drexel Film School instead.
Sorry, the way you said that, Max, is maybe one of the more pretentious things I've ever heard come out of your mouth. Be like,
Yeah,
but
I
decided
chose not to go to NYU.
I mean, you know, I spent a lot of money on film school, and I purposely took electives in classic and foreign cinema to like advance my knowledge, and I love a lot of it.
Which is much more respectable than me shamelessly looking for a joke.
I think the favorite movie that I saw for the first time this year that did not come out this year is Last of the Mohicans. I had never seen it before, and it kind of blew me away.
I forgot you finally watched
I thought, and the score is one of the best scores I've ever heard.
I'm gonna pull up my letterbox so
I
I
have to
can.
look
actually-
real
Mine might have been Ex Machina. I'm trying to think what else I've seen this year.
There's one other. I'm gonna pull up my diary.
Your dream journal.
That's literally.
My brain went to the Ataris. Here in the diary.
The last year count as a movie that we've seen this year?
Yeah, why not?
For me, it'd probably be Ready or Not then.
Ready
That's
or
a
Not's
good movie.
great. I love that
Great
movie.
I fucking loved that movie, and I'm not a scary person.
It's not really a scary movie.
Yeah.
You know what, Dan? For me, it is. So fuck
Oh.
you up.
The other one that I watched this year that wasn't from this year that I fell for was Blue Jay with Mark Duplass and Sarah Paulson. It's a black and white film. It's mostly a two-hander. It's really beautiful, and it has a gut punch of an ending that had me sobbing.
So both of mine are technically foreign films.
I'm going to get mad, aren't I?
No, they're not made in America.
I think that's what foreign means, Sean.
They're not foreign language films.
I'm already mad.
Okay. Fine. Both of mine are not made in America. Technically they're in English.
You're either in English or you're not in English. You can't technically be in English. English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
I've got another Max, you just gave me a good question. So What We Do in the Shadows and Not Suitable for Children.
Why would that make you mad, Max?
Because those are not foreign films.
What We Do in the Shadows is a New Zealand film, and I'll actually back Sean on that one.
For me, a foreign film has to be in a different language than your native tongue. Because
Okay.
So you're saying
1917
nothing-
is not a foreign film. Harry Potter is not a foreign film.
They're
Well,
shot
they're both
in
produced
England.
by American companies, whether or not
Yeah.
they're made in.
And What We Do in the Shadows was not. It's an indie film made in New
I'm
Zealand.
making him mad.
Wouldn't qualify for the Oscar.
For best foreign film?
Mhm.
Just because it's in English?
Yeah.
Then that's a problem with the Oscars.
No, I
I thought of another one that I saw this year, and PJ, you'll be happy. I actually watched The Rocketeer for the first time this year.
Yeah.
Oh,
I also watched that for the first time this year.
yeah. The Triplets of Belleville is a lovely, lovely film.
I'm trying to look. I've watched so many fucking movies this year, you guys.
Max, because you quoted Pulp Fiction, my question is for the group, what is your favorite inappropriate line in a movie? And by that I mean like line that probably shouldn't be said by one of us.
Like in public.
Because mine is a Pulp Fiction line. And this dates back to my younger days looking at the website YTMND.
Was it about the uncomfortable hook of metal up your ass?
No, it was did you see the sign?
What?
It's from the same scene as English Motherfucker Do You Speak It. I will not quote the line.
I've never seen it, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you ever seen Pulp Fiction? You should watch Pulp Fiction.
Oh wait, Pulp Fiction? No, I've
Did
seen
you see the sign?
Did you see the
In
sign?
diner?
Maybe Hell
That's
House.
not in the diner. That's in the interrogation
Oh,
scene.
you're right. I'm sorry.
I always liked the line, I haven't been fucked like that since grade school.
Do you know what the alternate line was?
I want to have your abortion.
Yes, it was.
But the only reason
pretty
I
much anything from Blazing Saddles would be a good pick.
Yeah. The only reason I liked it is Did You See the Sign line is not because of the actual context of the line, but because it was like, did you see the sign? Did you see the sign that says blank? And that would be filled in with something else. Then why is there blank in
I
my...
appreciate that Tim is still in the chat right now.
Did you
Hey, Tim.
know, Sean?
Favorite movie starring a character with your name in it?
A Goofy movie.
Oh yeah, me too.
Shit.
Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift. I've never seen that movie.
God damn it, Sean.
Sean Boswell, played by Lucas Black, a very famous and well-known actor across the nation. Across the nation, everyone knows him. He was on NCIS New Orleans for years.
He's a Friday Night Lights.
Max, I wish you would have said for year. He
For
was on
year.
For year.
For a year.
Very famous actor for a year.
He was in Sling Blade.
I don't know. I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know.
think of Dan's that are.
I'm trying to think of Brian's.
I wish my name was Fraser, so then I could say Fraser. Oh, Dan, Schitt's Creek. Ew, Dan. No, his name is David. His real name is Dan. Idiot.
Oh, his son?
You know what?
his real name is Dan.
I shouldn't pop that up. PJ or Tim should have to show up.
I am mad that Tim is not in here with us.
Tim messaged us and said why he's not in here.
Oh, okay.
Do we have to look now? I have to look now. All right. Is it because he's naked?
Yes, it's because
it's because he's naked.
I don't have a problem with that.
Fine, Tim. If you want to come in the buff, that's fine, but it's okay. We respect you.
Ooh. There you go, Brian.
Oh, duh. That's so obvious.
In all of the Fast and the Furious, but you should probably pick 5.
I can't think of any movie Sean's.
Listen, we've been doing this for 4.5 hours because PJ was doing a drunk AMA on Twitter, and I was like, hey, let's go live. You're getting like the minimal amount of effort I'm able to put in right now, okay? Thank you.
Max, your minimum effort is more than most people's maximum, so let's be honest.
I mean, when your name is Maxwell, you have to sort of like elevate the maximum levels.
Can I ask another member of the chat something?
Uh-oh.
I mean, you can ask anyone anything. I'm very sleepy, you guys.
It sounded so tired.
I'm so tired.
Drew, I'm realizing I thought I knew the answer to this, but I heard 2 sets of pronouns used for you yesterday, and I got real confused.
Sean's easily confused, so bear that in mind while answering.
Because I thought I knew the answer. I thought I knew the answer for this. So, Drew, if you have preferred pronouns, please let me know so I don't use the wrong ones. Thank you. You don't have to let me know here. Just
PSA.
Just because someone used 2 sets of pronouns for them yesterday, and I was really fucking confused.
I mean, how can anyone not take you extremely seriously, Sully Bobali Banana Fanafofali?
Fucking hell. I am being serious.
I know you are.
I am trying to better myself and get things right.
And I'm making.
And this is a person I talk to on a semi-regular basis. So I just.
And I'm making light of that, and I will second Sean. That's actually very nice and respectful that you are doing that, and I'm making a joke at his expense.
Please make jokes at my expense.
Same.
All right. I think this is a good place to leave it.
We've made it. We went 4.5 hours on a live
Brandy,
stream.
favorite meal of the day.
Breakfast.
Lunch.
Yeah, breakfast. Breakfast for dinner.
11sies.
I don't have 11sies is good. I don't have breakfast very, very often, but breakfast.
What was that, Max?
He's
You're still listening to music.
Oh, I'm listening to music the whole time. I'm in the Discord. It's Tina Turner, Simply the Best. Thank you for joining us. I didn't think anyone would watch this shit. So.
I did not expect literally anyone to show up tonight. So it was a pleasant surprise that you guys were actually here.
Look,
we have patrons.
We do. Thank you to our patrons. I'm not saying your names right now, but you're
on
awesome.
Sunday evening Unwind.
Yeah, we did the Unwind on Saturday. So tomorrow night, facebook.com/adult spelling bee. I'm competing on a psych themed spelling bee at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. That'll be live, and then it'll be on the YouTube channel thereafter the next day.
Hold on, Max. You have to put Brandy's last comment up because it's so true. And bless you.
It's kind of true. God damn it, Sean.
I love Brandy.
I love Brandy.
Why me? What's wrong with me?
We were clicking at the same. Oh, was that you, PJ?
That wasn't me
that time.
Oh well, we've been here for 4.5 hours. But hey,
Joey, good to see you at least.
The
24-hour
stream to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is still going on. Twitch.tv/some call me Johnny.
Chris Clark is awesome.
Chris Clark is on it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yes, Cam. If you know Andy Berman, you should 100% tell him about how Max is going to wipe the floor.
Oh God, I don't know. We'll see. I'm nervous.
Oh man, now Joey's here and the chat's excited to see Joey, and I feel bad that we're ending it.
We don't have to end. I have nowhere to go. It's only 3 in the morning.
I'm still here. It's only 12:15 here. I'm in.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a brief intermission from the PJ Campbell Network.
So I promoted my spelling bee, but now we're going to keep going. Let's look at this beautiful photo of Sean.
That's a segue. Max, you have to keep that forever.
That wasn't me.
I don't care who, but Max or PJ.
Yeah, the podcast Squire Dads is sponsoring the spelling bee. I've heard it's really good. So if you have more questions, Chad, apparently we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, Joey, ask us questions. That's all.
Max, hey, I love you. I'm sorry if I was shaming you for being better at filming than me.
Don't worry, it's fine to get out of here.
If anyone's wondering, eventually we will be raffling off this PJ Campbell.
You're not allowed to raffle.
But the starting bid is $1,000.
For $1,000.
And I'm bidding the first 15 times for $1,000 a piece. So really, the starting bid is $15,000.
Wow.
It's an official PJ Campbell Network piece. What if we sold? I have a question.
One of a kind items. Yes, Sean.
Could I make
analogy, Sean?
Could we make a version of this and sell it on the shop?
Yes. Absolutely.
Without PJ's.
No. PJ, would you be okay with that if people buy it?
No, I wanted to stay in the family, dude.
He's saying if we make multiple copies available for mass production.
Totally. Yeah, totally. That's
okay. Because I can take
Sean, is as good of photos as you can of it.
I can. I can take it comes apart.
Oh, and scan it.
Yeah, and scan it.
I'm in. I'm gonna watch.
Randy, that would be pretty fun for some shows.
PJ, I'm gonna get your approval when you're sober before we do that.
I think he's sober.
He's made it past drunk.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very sleepy.
I'm gonna get your approval when you're awake.
I'm still approving it. I don't care.
Wait, we have this on a recording, so Sean, if he takes umbrage.
No. I'm too good of a friend to.
Sean, I have a question for you. What's up with your camera, and why does it change focus
I don't know
randomly?
I don't know.
Anytime you
there is a good reason for it. So the table that I have set up as my desk.
There it is.
Yeah, and I just did it. The table I have set up for my desk is a IKEA table that I've had for 5 years, and it's pretty beat up, and it's missing a one of the screw pegs, so it shakes a lot. So whenever the table shakes, it in a certain way, it'll refocus.
I understand.
That will change in the coming months.
Okay. Oh, Brandy, seriously.
Okay, well, here's a little secret. So there's going to be something. There's another joke that will make way more sense in about a month and a half. But the reason I'm talking like this is because I'm in the office. My wife is in the room next door, so I can't be too loud. So it's literally, I feel like, and this is maybe a question for the guys on the panel. Do you feel like I sound different here than I did in Ohio?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
I feel like when I'm quieter, I sound more.
You always have a smooth, sexy baritone.
I have. Well, here's Max. You'll find this joke amusing. There was one time I went over drinking at a buddy's house after work, and this is when T-Pain was extremely popular. And so T-Pain auto-tunes and, has a great voice, but he auto-tuned, and it was to the key of C major. And they put it on, and I took the mic up, and I just, started doing this and talking. Apparently, I speak in the key of C major.
Oh.
So that could be why it's, soothing.
Brandy, I don't know which one's better, Dan's or Sean's sultry voice.
Ooh, Sean, do you have a sultry voice? Let's do it.
I only do it on donation streams.
Max,
The gentleman in the red chair has become tired. He has given us a gang sign. I don't know what it means.
Wait, hold on. If we watch and we are quiet, we might be just lucky enough to see the gentleman in the red chair make his bed. And as we know, he only does that for close friends and family.
And patrons.
What tier is that?
One wonders if the gentleman in the red chair knows how many, to the exact number, Blu-rays are behind his ass.
And how many of those Blu-rays might fit in his ass? The world
Okay, you
may
two
never
are
know.
canceled.
Just one.
One Blu-ray nestled between two pillows.
Cam, to answer your question, I was supposed to be named Jack. I've been called Josh a few times in my life. I don't know why.
Hey,
I don't
guys.
know anyone named Josh.
I get
Did you-
called Matt
did
an
you-
uncomfortable amount.
Did you see that the Collider has an entire article dedicated to Baby Yoda eating the egg?
Collider can suck it.
And it made me laugh. It literally says in The Mandalorian Season 2, Baby Yoda devoured a woman's children, and we need to talk about it. And then the little subtitle underneath is it's time to discuss the bad thing the baby did.
I said the same thing, though.
That's why I'm laughing about it, because I'm bringing it back around to what we talked about earlier.
I mean, they're unfertilized.
That doesn't make it okay.
I eat eggs every morning for breakfast.
No, what you don't eat?
I think I'm happy with my name. I don't know what my real name is supposed to be.
Mine was supposed to be Adam.
I was almost named Mason.
Ooh,
I like that.
yeah.
I wouldn't mind calling you Mason.
Please don't.
I'm not saying I'm going to. I'm saying if your name
Okay,
was Mason, I could call you Mason.
Should we say what each person looks like of a different name?
This is the best thing I've seen all day, except for that speech.
Oh fuck!
Did Tim really make
Oh my God, I'm so happy. I am so happy. You have no idea. What year is this? I must know. You know what really sells it is the exclamation point at the end. The emphasis. I must know.
Yes, it is, Mike. I just thought it was funny. It brought it back around.
It is 2020 time.
Yeah, I don't think that's Tim. I think it's someone else.
Really?
Yeah, look.
Unless he's playing us, it's a ruse. It's a
That'd be
jest.
very
It's a
clever
witty
ruse.
game. Yeah, I think that's pretty good for you, Brandy, to be named after the alcohol.
I mean, Stardew even said, I'm not sure it's Tim.
Okay. PJ, you can only keep one of the bookshelves and movies behind you. Which shelf wins?
Oh,
Absolutely not.
Oh.
No, absolutely
wow.
not.
It's like telling me to
Oh,
kill-
maybe it's Ferris? Interesting.
Would
No,
Ferris do that?
He might.
Look at PJ's trying to figure out.
I'm not answering.
Just go for your biggest one.
They're all the same.
The one on your left is clearly bigger.
Yeah.
That's forced perspective.
Yeah, they're all literally the same shelf.
Really?
Yes,
Interesting.
they're all literally.
Time Franco.
They're literally all the same shelves.
Who is Time Franco? Reveal yourself.
Oh, we do have fun.
Things are fun when they're fun.
I would also like to.
I almost put that up there earlier.
I mean, if someone put gun to my head. I
All of
almost
a sudden, Time Franco donates. Oh, yeah, we do have a Streamlabs, streamlabs.com/PJ Camel Network/tip. If you've enjoyed the last 4 hours, 43 minutes, and you'd like to see another 4 hours of this, give us some money and we'll keep going.
gun to my
I'm
head
going to
if I
bed,
had to
actually.
choose. It would
He's
be
going to
that-
choose.
because it's got all the Friday the 13th movies, all the Halloween movies, the Fast and the Furious movies, the MCU movies, It Chapter 1 and 2, and all the Harry Potter films.
I mean, that's
And
pretty solid.
Godfathers. And
Nerd.
Godzilla and Gamera at the top. Yep, that's the one.
I legitimately am not. I'm not saying this as a gag or as anything. This is,
Oh my god. Sean looks so defeated.
Oh my god.
I've tried to open up to y'all tonight. I've tried to be open and honest and improve myself as a person.
PJ. Come on, I mean that movie is sleeping. This film is.
The music for that cutaway is perfect. Like,
I'm gonna bite my finger.
Okay, Sean, reveal your secrets, my friend.
I don't remember what I was going to say.
You tried to become a better person.
oh,
You failed.
I've clearly failed.
No, what were you going to say? I was into it. We have a fucking time traveler ruining our. Stop it.
That wasn't me that time. God, that was clearly Sean that.
Damn it.
That one wasn't me.
All right. This is off the rails.
They're loving it. If you're enjoying on this channel today is amazing. I love it when it gets giddy. They're having so much fun. This is some of our best content.
You guys understand this is what it is like when
This is
when
the kind of
Chris
state we were in when we devised. But look at your hair, Sean. Oh my god.
This is okay. Someone asked yesterday. I think it was Camshaft asked yesterday how we maybe it was. I don't know. Someone asked how we came up with Box. This is how we came up with Box.
Yeah.
Yes.
In this state of mind.
This.
so drunk.
Very much. You know, is it weird to think that Time Franco is Jilly?
Maybe it's actually Tim Franco from the future. Have we thought about that?
That's true.
He did. He picked one. Oh, pick one shelf. On that bookshelf. Oh my god.
Oh,
Randy.
Wait, it's you? Your Time Franco?
No, she was the one that asked how Box started.
Time Franco is a villain. Oh my god. What a twist.
So,
very twisty. I
remember what
Time Franco versus Tim Franco.
I remember what I was gonna say. I don't own a whole lot of physical media. One of the only physical media things I own is Star Wars on DVD. And it's just the original trilogy, and it's in full screen. So if you're asking me to keep one shelf, it'll be those 3 movies.
From the future or the past. Oh yeah, it's true. You do own Indiana Jones.
Actually, I actually got a nice.
He is not from the future or the past. He is from.
that was timed perfectly.
I ended up with an interesting.
Time Franco gets drafted.
I ended up with an interesting selection today. We got Knocked Up. We got Dodgeball.
I hope you didn't get knocked out.
We got one of my favorite movies, X-Men: The Last Stand.
Oh, good studying movie for you.
We got Hank and Mike.
Oh,
Stop.
was starring who? Sean, who's in it?
No one I've heard of.
Well, tell us their names. Go back to Hank and Mike. I want to hear more
Did you
about.
pick your shelf yet?
No, I don't want to.
Hank and Mike stars Thomas Michael, Paolo Mancini, Chris Klein, and Joe Mantegna.
Chris Klein. We know Chris Klein.
Charade is my favorite.
Taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3. So this is interesting. Here we see it's a vague concept. I understand the confusion. Now, if you look here at the chart, and you can see time moves from left to right, but it also is going back and forth at the same time. Two planes of time existence can occur at the same time.
So Time
So you
Franco
could be
is
going
Tim Franco.
forward and backwards concurrently.
Go on.
I think that's what Time Franco is trying to say.
So Time Franco is Tim Franco
God
confirmed.
damn it, they don't make a Dune sequel. Oh,
We've
fuck
got
it.
Bruce Lee, Fist of Fear.
Dude,
PJ,
whoever's
you want
doing I do have it. Thank you. Whoever's doing the Time Franco thing is pretty good at the jokes, though, because that Dune thing is like an actual thing for Tim. So whoever's doing this is like,
I have
Oh.
a theory.
I know who it is.
I was going to say, I think I have a theory.
It's Kristen.
you think so?
Is it Kristen?
It's got to be Kristen.
But Kristen wouldn't make a typo in It's Only One Movie.
They got it all wrong in Primer, let me tell you.
It's not Kristen.
No.
We got Old School.
And I love Kristen, but Primer feels like a deep cut. I don't know if she's seen it.
We got Old School. It's unrated.
Where did you get these movies, Sean?
Alex and Rachel.
Mm.
We got Finding Nemo.
This feels like show and tell.
I don't know what this is. Mission Healy?
Why did you take it if you don't know what it is?
Mission Hill, I think is what it is.
It was in a box.
Oh,
What kind of box?
you know, one day I'm gonna go do a show with you guys where we go through my movie collection.
We got
Okay, Dan Merle.
we got Austin Powers Gold Member.
Max, I love how you said that like it was a fucking swear.
I haven't seen that Blu-ray in so long.
Max, you full on got me spit take.
All right, this one's not a movie. This is like a box set of Disturbed
Like the band?
band.
It
No.
might be a concert.
On Blu-ray? That was on
It's-
Blu-ray and sealed.
It's still in its wrapper.
Yeah.
I like that the chat is trying to figure out, by the way, who it is. Because Randy.
You got Goldfinger.
Oh, nice. That's the best Bond.
Dr. No was over here
Bond
somewhere. We got Thunderball. I've never seen that.
I'm sorry.
Kill Bill Volume 2.
Yeah. fuck
Only
fuck.
Volume 2?
Mike,
Kill Bill
bye.
Volume 1.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Bye, Mike.
Reservoir Dogs. Never seen that.
We'll see you soon, my friend.
I'm not sure who Time Franco is yet, but I think I have spotted the first footage of Time
Guys,
Franco, and I'm going to share it with us now.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
here
That'd
it
be
goes.
big.
Guys, my steelbook finally came.
Oh, Jake would steal that from you.
The War for the Planet of the Apes.
It's also right behind Brian.
It's what?
We didn't-
Ladies and gentlemen, proudly presenting, much like the Inquirer would share footage of Sasquatch, the first confirmed footage of Time Franco.
Time Franco.
What the fuck? Oh.
The likeness is uncanny.
I've never owned a steelbook, so that's pretty cool.
I've been importing so many. Hi, Davlin. We are.
Favorite Brian De Palma film is Blowout with John Travolta. I think it's incredible.
It's a tie between Blowout and Carrie for me.
The Untouchables is also excellent,
Oh,
and I'm a big fan of Femme Fatale.
I think it's going to be The Untouchables for me. Actually,
This next one's a good one.
Hmm.
This is just the cardboard sleeve of Sweeney Todd.
I would ask who has the insert, but it's clearly Time Franco.
That's why they're here. Time
next we
Franco
have
must
the-
restore.
The Sam Levine classic. Now this one's on Blu-ray.
Is it not another teen movie?
Inglorious Bastards.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Ooh, that's solid.
I think what's happening is Time Franco is distracting us in the chat while he's also in the future stealing all our money.
That's probably
It's a heist. It's a time heist.
mean.
We've got Superbad.
Good movie.
I don't really care for this movie.
Really? Oh, I love it.
I enjoyed it a lot.
I will probably never watch this. House of a Thousand Corpses.
Great movie.
No.
Hold on,
it's
Sully.
not.
Would you watch the prequel, House of 999 Corpses?
Yes, absolutely.
Hi, Davlin.
Yeah.
I feel you on that.
This
Favorite
looks like
Gerard Butler movie.
300.
300.
Yeah, I was going to say, I tell you, it's not going to be a law-abiding citizen.
Olympus Has Fallen is pretty good too.
Anything he does an American accent, I have a really hard time with.
I really
Favorite Gerard Butler movie.
Geostorm.
Oh, PJ, no.
I'm not joking with you.
I mean,
Yes, go
if
on.
animated goes, it's How to Train Your Dragon.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, Jay.
Which one?
The first one.
Okay.
Otherwise, maybe Den of Thieves.
Yeah,
Wow.
I would argue that he has been in more bad movies than almost any.
Ooh. Hold
I
on, I
think
have
he
one.
has the world's worst agent.
Hold on. You know what I actually really think is underrated? Gamer. I enjoy that
I
movie.
fucking
I
hate
like
it.
Gamer.
I think it's horrible.
Actually, dude,
that
you know
movie
what?
pissed me off like you couldn't believe. Yeah, Phantom of the Paradise is legit too.
Phantom of the Opera, actually.
Yeah, how'd you not say Phantom of the
Regina
Opera?
Hall movie.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Oh.
God.
Was it? what was-
Support the Girls is pretty fantastic if you
Was
haven't
it-
seen it.
I've got one last item on this. It's the
But I also like Girls Trip and The Hate You Give and the Barbershop movie she's in and The Best Man and Love and Basketball. She's done some good movies.
There's so many that she's good in. What's Sean doing?
Silly, buddy, banana, Tom Hanks.
guys.
my book.
This stream is brought to you by Tom Hanks, Uncommon Type.
That's a lovely book. I read it.
Yeah, that was my book.
Why was that in with the movies?
Probably because it's PJ's book.
Favorite Mekhi Phifer movie?
8 Mile.
It happened twice.
Did you break all of PJ's movies?
Twice. He did it 5 minutes. You guys even realize?
Favorite Mekhi Phifer movie might be O.
My
The riff on Othello he did with Josh Hartnett.
Josh Hartnett. Love that guy.
I don't know.
Guys, I think you spelled Michelle Pfeiffer wrong.
Favorite that's racist. So get out. Out.
video.
Favorite video game movie?
Favorite or best?
I mean, favorite.
Favorite would probably be Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I was gonna say favorite's probably Mortal Kombat, but I really, really like Detective Pikachu.
I might honestly go Warcraft.
Ooh, yeah, Warcraft's good.
And I'll say this: I've barely played the game, but I thought it was a really fun fantasy movie. So
Dude,
I didn't play it at all, and I loved it.
There need to be some honorable mentions to Rampage and Sonic.
oh, Rampage is a lot of
Really
fun. I
good
forget
movie.
that's a video game movie. I like Rampage.
also,
Rampage is a good movie.
Favorite road trip movie?
Road Trip.
Sex Drive.
Sex Drive.
Yes.
what's cool about my copy of Warcraft is it's actually signed by Duncan Jones, because I actually went to a screening later and had him sign it.
Mm.
Did you pick your shelf yet?
I'm not picking the shelf. You've already made me do too much.
PJ, you need to have another drink or an edible because you're getting too irritable for this conversation.
How am I irritable?
Would you count Almost Famous as a road trip movie?
Yeah,
Sure.
So then it's Almost Famous.
mine's Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
But also Alexander. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Alexander Payne's Nebraska.
Max Wife was waiting for you to joke and say Crossroads.
Shout out to BCD who just posted on Twitter about the Time Franco thing.
What about Joyride? I don't know. I don't know. Little Miss Sunshine, Into the Wild is quite good.
Is that a road trip movie? Into the Wild? Isn't that where he goes and like kills himself?
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like that's a good time to end this 5-hour stream.
Why?
PJ's tired. PJ, you can go to bed. It's
I am.
fine.
I'm gonna go to bed. But I love you guys. Keep it going. The channel loves all of you, and I love all of you.
I'm gonna go to bed as well.
Well, we are 30 seconds away from the 5-hour mark, so check. I hope you're happy with yourself.
Who is Time Franco? Tune in to find out.
All right, look, we're watching Nightmare Before Christmas on Monday. Suddenly, soundtracks on Monday is Nightmare Before Christmas. Thanks to our patrons, planes, trains, vehicles, Emo Sully. We talked about the physics of time travel.
Why on earth would I take a drink of whiskey right before Max tries to wrap up this fucking shit show? That was the worst idea.
Next weekend, I can promise it'll be slightly more professional than this.
Bullshit.
I'm running that.
Daphne, are you saying good Lord at us? This has been the craziest 5 hours.
So Die Hard was canceled, unfortunately, due to scheduling. We're going to find a random weekday in the next couple of weeks to reschedule it. What have we learned today? Well, we've learned a couple things. We've learned that
Poor Max.
The timing. Oh my god, the timing. If it wasn't happening, Max, I love you, but that was funny.
don't get paid enough for this.
You get paid.
I'm crying. I'm laughing so hard. Guys, this is what a world after
Twitter.com/ohhidanai, Twitter.com/PJ_Campbell, Twitter.com/JennaMaxwell. What is going on? I don't know. Twitter.com/BAvocado. Nope. BAvolicino. That's AVO Licino. Twitter.com. Motherfuckers. Swear to God, we're gonna get sued by Lucasfilm. Twitter.com/suitupsully. And yeah, if you like this sort of silliness, Patreon.com/PJ Campbell Network. There's a tear that might be right for all of you, just like there's a tear in my eye from all the bullshit these fucking fucks say. I can unmute myself and just talk over this fucking intro. You goddamn asshole. Look, it was a great day for America. It was a great day for the PJ Campbell Network as we joyously celebrated America. To quote Sam Eagle in Muppet Vision 3D at Hollywood Studios, it is a celebration of all countries, but mostly America.
Be safe, be well, be kind.
Well, I will agree to 3 of those 4 things.
Oh, God.
Jesus Christ. This feels like a threat. I'm going to get my lawyer on the phone. All right. With all seriousness, thank you for joining us.
Okay,
follow us on Twitter. Make sure you check out twitch.com/somecallmejohnny and donate to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia.
Oh my god.
And
follow us on Salad.
Follow us on Salad. Make time for us in your hearts.
There was time in that last photo, so make that happen.
And I'm going to roll the credits and y'all can go fuck yourselves.